Alex, Daddy, thanks for the subby. I appreciate you. I'm here. Don't worry. I'm here. I'm trying to sort out my situation, how I'm keeping everything. How everything looks for me, all right? My fucking screens. Anyways, how we doing tonight? Wait, help? What do you need help with? Alex, what do you what do you need help with? You have a 12-inch dick and 3.8 million points. Yeah, you're rich. You rich as fuck. Nice beanie. Thank you. My mom bought me it. My mom got me for Christmas. I got Taco Bell today. Shit's fire. Yo, you can't see it. It's my Baja Blast. I almost died going to get this. Just by the way, cheering. You're cheering me, shit. I can't hear anything. Why the fuck can I not? Oh, it's because I'm wearing the wrong headphones.
Cheer 100.
Those are the broken ones. These are the ones that I actually want. That's fucking crazy, bro. Anyways, thanks for the biddies, Bezray. Let me just double check that this is. Yeah, I can hear. We're good. We're good. Anyways, I don't know why your bits don't show up on my chat thing that I can see. Anyways, I was on live chat with Restream for way too long today, but I got it all sorted out. So now the YouTube chat should actually show up. I'm gonna say something. What am I gonna say? What up, Twitch? You should see it. I think there's a delay on it, but you should see it. There you go. You can see what's happening in my YouTube chat. There. I don't even know if anything's gonna happen in my YouTube chat, but you know, better like have it set up than not, right? Speaking of having things set up, I did not. Because yes. Better say yes. It's the workaround.
Cheer 25. If I type something out, does it do TTS without me having to hit the sound alert button?
Yep, it does. Also, I hope you guys know, the reason I put 10 minutes on was so I could get everything set up, and also because I've been trying to click through this fucking Chud Logic 14.5-hour VOD that is currently still going on. Like, I think he's still live, to find this panel. So I had to do that. I did that. Also, there was a really fucked up panel earlier today. Even Wick nuked the VOD. Wick doesn't nuke VODs much. It was his panel. I believe it was his at least. It was on the morality of bestiality. I don't know who thought that was a good panel idea in the first place. We might look at it later. If I really feel like we might look at it later, because I know it's on the same VOD that I'm watching right now. But I don't know who the fuck thought it was a good idea to do that topic. So we probably won't look at it. You left for me? Thanks, Bisky. We're here. I'm all professional and shit today, y'all. Anyways. Should we get started? I'm so happy that I have a Baja Blast. It's the best thing in the world. You know what else I have, though? I'm sorry if this is really loud for you. I got their fucking cinnamon twist. There's not that much. They didn't put that much, like, cinnamon sugar on mine, which I'm kind of peeved about. But I got the cinnamon twists. The ones that if you boil them instead of deep fry them, they just turn into pasta. Guess whose chat I was in? Adventurous. I know you. Come on, Bisky. I saw him go live and I was like, huh. I know a couple of my viewers are going to be in there for a while. Also, my lanyard broke today. Lanyard that's always on this snapped. Pissed. Anyways, today we have the video to watch. We're also playing Cities. I have crowd control on if you guys so wish to engage in the endeavors that are crowd control. I'm probably gonna have to fuck with my scenes though. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to fuck with my scenes. Okay. This needs to be Cities. There we go. And then this needs to be this. That's way too big. Why did I think it had to be that big? Boom, 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 boom. There we go. Are we ready? They called Caraside cringe and that hurt my feelings, not gonna lie. What did you link me, bro? Do I want to look at it?
Realize that if you bite your bottom lip, you can't breathe.
Stop. 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 You're like, yup, time to dip. As you should. No offense to them, but as you should. Bailey, why are you barking? Shut the fuck up. You can come over here and talk to chat if you want to come talk to chat. Don't bark, though. Thank you. Okay. Should we hop into it? I kind of blushed. Okay, everything looked good on stream. I think everything does. I think everything's in the right spot. I think we're good. Let's go.
There you are. Thank you, Layman. I'm gonna turn you down just a little bit. Chud Logic, can you mic check?
Hello, how's it going, everyone?
The sexy Brit Bonger return. Start as can you?
Wait.
Okay, so I only know some of these people. We have Stardust. This is wow, I know who this is. I was literally watching his stream. That's how I knew about this panel. And I fucking clicked off it for you guys. This is one of the guys that Polly hates. That's what I know. Ignore that? Ignore what? What? I'm so confused. Anyways, that's Chud. This is someone Polly hates. This is Stardust. Only people I know.
Am
Let's
I
go.
actually like loud? Is my volume default like
No.
loud?
You're. I think you're fine. I just think you're a little bit on the louder side on my end. But honestly, I'm gonna check my OBS real quick and just make sure my levels are good. So
Every time I get in a call with Destiny,
What was what?
always like,
Are we
"Dude, you're so
we
fucking
both
loud," but
confused
I
about
can't tell if
BezJ?
it's him or if it's
Or
me,
am I
or I don't know.
confused about something stupid?
yeah, already did it. Wow, what a bunch of professionals. I'm very excited for this. And then start.
Hello, mic check.
that we've all missed the panel scene a little bit, even though we all talk shit about it.
Everyone loves
And
the
there
panel
needs to be,
scene.
like,
Come
a
on.
place for the community to come together,
Oh
fight out
shit!
the
I didn't
fights,
mean to
have a good
continue.
conversation, shit posts, develop memes, all that kind of stuff. And it's good content. It's good for everybody. We get to put our names and our faces out there and all that kind of shit. So Hippy Dippy, I think, had a pretty solid rule set that we will
Oh
evolve
yeah.
over
So
time as we become.
so crowd control. I don't know why. Oh, yeah. So crowd control is this thing that happens when I play certain games that I have on when I play certain games. And basically, fuck, I just closed the game. I am an idiot. Give me a sec. Basically, what crowd control is that you can exchange bits for coins, you can also buy coins, and you can use it to make stuff happen in my game. Okay, you can use it to either fuck me up or help me. But it's a fun little little extra layer of engagement, I guess, that you guys can do if you so choose to. But yeah, so that's what that is. If you see random pop-ups for that, now you know. And also, it don't redeem anything unless I'm actually in game, because it might just void it and not do anything, and I would feel bad, but I have no way of refunding you. There's also should be a pop-up somewhere like on my screen. If you click on the screen, I don't know if it works on mobile, but it works on desktop, where you can see all of the redeem options. Yeah, you can redeem channel points for coins. I think there's a limit on that though. I think there's a limit on how much you can do that of. I would turn it off, but I can't unless I'm going to pay for the crowd control service, which I'm not going to do. So there's a limit on how many bits or how many coins you can get from channel points.
Our own thing. And I think we're all familiar with the rules, which is basically no terms of service. So don't violate Twitch terms of service knowingly. Half of us are live on Twitch right now, so obviously we don't want to get anybody banned or suspended. Minimize the slurs. I will be way more lenient with the slurs.
Minimize
so if
the
it's setting good
slurs?
fun and jest, if Chud Logic wants to send out an N-word with the A, I'm not going to stop anything. And then if there's basically like ableism, the R slur is okay in my book. However, we will be featuring lefties and progressives who might not agree with our takes on slurs. So for instance, if a lefty or progressive says, hey, that actually does offend me, I don't like that, I'm not is that we're talking about shit, and then it's like, no, you're the piece of intros. I'll not be sharing my opinion for the next 2 hours. I know I like to talk a lot, but
2 hour panel. Let's fucking
for
go.
the next 120 minutes. So you get to have fun with that.
Oh shit. It was in my brain to come back to.
I
And
can't
then
choose any of you guys.
Oh, it's the autism and fake. Do I already have this on my list? I was thinking about putting it on my list. I don't. We can watch that later on tonight. It is low-key fucked up, but also it's kind of interesting. Just by the title, I haven't watched it though. Everyone loves Jubilee Whiskey. If you're in my chat and you don't love Jubilee, there's something wrong with you, to be perfectly honest.
And then
I
but
can't
no,
raise my hand. I just want to say that. So
then
this
just
panel is already
say-
feeling really ableist.
True, but we are ableist here, so that's fair. But actually, just say Connor raise my hand or something like that, and I'll throw you on the list, or
Can I
Connor
just
throw
say-
me on the list.
Can I just interrupt? You know?
Of course, yeah, of
Okay,
course.
thank
It's a
you.
fucking panel. And then what I want you guys to conceptualize, what I want you guys to conceptualize this is like a mixed martial arts bout. We're all contenders, we're all fighters, but we love each other at the end of the day. We're gonna knock gloves, we're gonna fucking fight it out, have the conversation.
You've watched it, it's fucked up?
Then at the
Should
end
we
of the
not
day,
watch it
2
then?
hours into it, we're gonna cut. If you want to hang out with me afterwards and kind of have like a post-debate review, or if you want to shout yourself out and dip out, shout yourself out and dip out. But we'll do a post-debate review, answer some super chats, and have a good
I
time.
could be skipping
So,
this. I don't really know
with
why.
that, let's
Okay, they're
read the
going
first,
now.
subject, and then we'll get into the intros. Let me pull up the Discord DM that I sent all of you guys earlier, so I'm not cheating and just making shit up. So, topic number 1. I'm definitely not stalling for time. As a
It's
time
also a topic that's kind of
Topic number 1.
iffy,
Does
whether you
Twitch
should even
or
be
YouTube politics
trying to do
matter?
that.
Whenever a big controversy comes up, dozens of personalities fight about it on Twitch and YouTube politics. Millions of hours of content is consumed, donations are earned, and nothing firmly changes. Does the content matter, or is it
I mean,
just
true.
content? The counterargument being that our worlds have impact. Leaders from the space, such as Nick Fuentes, Destiny, Vosh, all that kind of stuff, Hassan, have been involved in local and national controversies, and millions of dollars have been raised for charities. A, what's the point of the space? B, does it matter? C, should we care? D, what would be better than the current system? Feel free to tangent as far away from this topic as you want to, but just keep it focused on the Twitch and YouTube political
See,
space.
I feel
Chud
like this
Logic,
is-
please lead us on.
I feel like this is very dependent on who you ask, because for some people, like for MySpace, I would venture to say that the point is conversation, right? But there are certainly people that is not the point of their space. Their point is to like convince everyone that they're right. So I don't know if you can actually answer that the space as a whole has one purpose. I would say the majority of people use it as like a just way to make people think that they're right. I don't think that's the right thing to do with the space, but it is what quite a few people here do. What is this game? It's City Skylines. I was talking about it last night a little bit. I was considering playing it last night, and so I decided to play it today. It's fine for 2S, but not who didn't have autism. It's who had fetal alcohol syndrome. Why is it labeled wait. Is the other person, does like the one that doesn't have it have fetal alcohol syndrome? Or is it, wait, what? I'm confused. B banana. Hell yeah, banana. We love fucking bananas. Oh, the non-autist has FAS. Interesting. I feel like that's kind of kind of a weird thing to do by Jubilee, not gonna lie.
Well, you know, people like to suck their own dick about how much this space does. I don't think it does nothing, but I think it's massively overstated by lots of people for the purposes of lining their own pockets. I think when change does happen, it notably is taken outside of the space and goes to the real world. Stuff like canvassing, stuff like organizing, stuff like real life politicians associating with them. So I think as a funnel to that, it can maybe work, but the content in and of itself is purely content and serves merely to entertain primarily. But you know, I'm happy to have my mind changed.
I mean, yeah, I mean that's what any content is though. Even if it has like a reason, it's still just to entertain.
I'm just trying to line up the battlefield a little bit. Stardust, I feel like you might have some slightly differing opinions, but I think you've been accused of the past of being a little bit more silly and haphazard with your content. So if you want to lead us off to be partially Team Chud.
Yeah. So I think that, like Chud Logic said, Twitch politics, how much influence does it have on the real world? Like the average Twitch politics streamer, I'm not really sure, right? But to say that it doesn't have any influence at all would be, would be silly.
I think judging it by like real world influence is kind of idiotic, because also if I was out doing like real political shit and trying to start protests or whatever the fuck locally, it would have just as little of an impact on like the real world. It's just a matter of how big your platform is, right? This is a way to get a bigger platform. You can look at people like Hasan and you can understand the fact that they do have real world impacts by their rhetoric that they spew on the fucking internet. So the idea that you can't have real world impacts is stupid. And also that judgment is stupid, because real world impact takes a lot more than pretty much any individual can do.
Me to say. We can look at Destiny canvassing, Vosh fundraising, and other examples of people creating, real life outcomes, right? However big or small. For me, entertainment is first. I want to be a good entertainer. Secondarily, I want that entertainment to maybe.
You're pretty sure it's only for bits? It should work that you can buy, that you can just, here, let me look at my coin settings real quick. Okay, so you get 50 free coins every session. Subs get more. You can enable, okay, so I have basically 100 channel points get you 1 coin, and you can redeem it 12 times. That is what the thing is telling me, at least.
Put out something positive, if possible, when it can, right? But there are a lot of times where that's not going to be the case. And I think we can see that even with like the dog fucking panel earlier today, right? Does anything positive come
yeah,
out
that's
of
the one I was telling you guys
sure.
about.
I think that's the reality for a lot of content. And so, I hold myself to a specific standard, but I don't expect other people to hold themselves to standards. Especially given the fact that we're all individual content creators. Nobody here is part of a large media corporation or whatever. We don't have like a team of people that are constantly, able to be.
I know people have used it before, Bitsky.
Most.
I don't know why it wouldn't show up for you. I've also, as a viewer, I've never used crowd control, so I can't help you that much. I know BezJ and Alex both have used it quite a bit, so they might be able to help you more.
Some of it for the main thing, so you can throw some elbows while we're in the main topic.
Oh,
and then
okay.
and then Toptaj, I have no idea what your opinions are, so please go off.
Fair. Always
Alex, really? Starting off with a fucking forest fire?
True.
Hope you guys are ready.
And a structure fire? Bro, bro, I have not even unlocked fucking fire people, firemen, fire stations, and you're already giving me fires, and you're giving me a sinkhole. Have you been just saving up waiting for me to do another crowd control game? Bro, and your fire was... You set fire to my power plant. You're a fucking douchebag. You're a douchebag. You know that? Absolute douche bag. Making me put in a fucking windmill to try to keep my city going. It was all free. That was all your free coins. Fuck you.
Matters to me, okay, deep in my heart. Oh, it's adorable. It matters. And it matters in part because I think that Twitch politics is entertainment and it's done oftentimes in jest. But at the same time, it does have like real consequences for a lot of the people involved. And so I think that it's this game and this piece of entertainment. But part of the conceit of that game, what makes it so addicting to people, is the fact that they're like real.
I need to double my population before I can put this fire out. Bro, what the fuck? And y'all are still doing shit. Why do you want to ruin me before I've even started? I should have just not started the crowd control session until I'd already set up the city. I feel like that would have been more fair.
People involved in it. And I think that that is like kind of scary. I don't think that like the goal of Twitch politics is to...
I'm just gonna go bankrupt from the very beginning, dude.
People are kind of delusional if they think that like they're really making big splashes.
There's nothing I can do
via Twitch politics. I think that it would be a better space for all of us if we treated it a little bit more with a little bit more levity and a little bit more jest. That is, I think.
It's so right. It's it from what I think. I think when you're in like Twitch and you're chatting, there's a button right below the little bar that you type your chat into with Gorp coins. Okay, it's in there. It should be at least that you can do a redeem as like you would redeem Hydrate or something, and you can redeem that for the coins. I like to play Destroy. It's my favorite game. I know it is. Jesus Christ.
How I often try to.
I'm gonna have to restart this, I think.
Where I'm just trying to have fun.
How are
with
we
people
still gaining
and to
population
engage
though?
with them
That's
in a way
crazy.
that is playful, and I think that it can be a little bit frustrating when people try to inject this sense of like, you know, I'm going to like destroy you or whatever. So I think walking that line is important.
And then I'm making some presumptions here, but Eris, would you like to tell us your opinion on the subject?
What do you mean by presumptions? You think I'm just gonna?
No, I just okay. I'll be real here. I feel like I've heard the more it's not zero, but people take this shit way too seriously. And I was kind of expecting, considering all of the recent controversies with Ye and Nick Fuentes and all that kind of shit, you might take it a little bit more seriously than most. I believe Mindwaves in the past has.
Well, because she's Jewish.
Position, so yes, I'm being anti-Semitic right
Yeah, try
now.
defend us.
And then I believe Mindwaves has a more passionate position as well. And then Layman I trust to be my centrist avatar. So yeah, I'm making some presumptions, but please, Eris, share with us.
Presumptions are good. Presumptions are always good.
I want to be very clear that like
guys, I'm fucked. You do realize that you have. I'm gonna have to just restart this city. I think
they're more than an entertainer. That's something. But just because our purpose is to entertain doesn't mean that entertainment doesn't have like an impact. And I mean, Chud was so I'll agree with Chud with what he was saying earlier. And I mean, Stardust also like agreed with the same thing. One of even things that have to do with no politics, like I don't know. Well, I guess if you watch like a World War II movie, and you watch a movie, you're gonna come out with some opinions afterwards, even if you just went there because you just want to see some people blown up. If you watch the Kardashians, like things have an impact on your politics and on your opinions and
yeah, everything influences everything. What up, Blue? How's your night going, buddy?
Sometimes it can be a lot more impactful. I brought up World War II because World War II is the most known event in history, like from like the modern from a modern standpoint. And the main reason for that, it's not because we teach World War II particularly effectively. It's because there's so many fucking movies about it. And
I'm doing pretty fucking good. Also, so, just so everyone is aware, I have sat at this desk pretty much since I woke up. All right, I edited both the videos that came out of last night's stream. Okay, one of them is going up, I want to say tomorrow. I think I have it scheduled for tomorrow. Another one's going up in a week after that. So that I'm trying to like make it so that I have consistent shit, so that I'm not having to force content. But I have been at this desk doing that and doing homework all day. This is why I might get off topic a lot today, because my brain is done focusing. Listen, I'm just following Poppy. I love to play destroy, throw a match in the canister, blow up your neighbor's pool, but burn down your local Walmart, Monsanto, Raytheon. Okay, Miss Poppy. Hey, Bisky, I warned you a long time ago about the amount of polls that you do. You do realize that, right?
People learn really well from entertainment. You'd be surprised at how many academics you would meet that got into the subject that they love because of something entertainment. So I think that just because it's entertainment, just because it's funny, doesn't mean it's not going to be impactful. When Chud covers, say, some kind of drama, and it seems lighthearted and funny and everyone's joking around, when he comes to conclusion, and it's a moral conclusion, those are subtly going to be impacting his viewers. And that's why his viewers are all the kindest, perfect, most amazing people in the entire world. So it's just something to always keep in mind.
Can you move the cooking stream bar between the can they debate and the date on the stream just for this stream? I want to know how much money you have. Oh yeah, that's perfectly fair. Does that look good? Is that in the right spot? I think that's good. There you go.
And I think we are really seeing...
Oh, you still can't see the amount of money. Hold up. Let me fix this. This game is different than my other games to where you actually kind of need to see the bottom of it. Most of my games, I cut off the bottom of. Let's do this. And then just get that down. There you go. Now you can see everything that you should need to see.
Kind of crazy. Like, I don't know if it's been crazy for you guys just to see how, like, mainstream people are being connected to people that I personally know. Like, that's being wild. I was like, wait, the past president of the United States knows someone that I know.
I'm on
like,
Twitch pool.
To see, like, the connections between what felt like a completely irrelevant, weird niche world has been wild, and also a little scary. So it's just a reminder of that exact point.
Not sharing an opinion, just an observation. My mom, who's a Christian conservative who's 60 years old, watches Lex Friedman, and I encouraged her to watch the Destiny interview because she hasn't done that yet. So that's how broad this is impacting. So
there's impacts. See, the thing about it is, pretty much every impact that you will see from like online political spaces will be on an individual level, but that doesn't make it not important, right? Even individual level influences are good, right? They can make some of the most difference in a person's life. Yeah, no problem, Bezzy.
So please enlighten us, sir.
I like how you presume that. But yeah, so if I was gonna,
his voice correct.
I guess I'll say it this way. I would say that in order to have this conversation, we need to look at a couple things. I think we need to look at the way that online discourse has effects on our community, and then how online discourse has an effect on real life politics.
Thanks,
I think that a lot of people that say, "Oh, this is all meaningless. It's just entertainment." While I agree, it's true. This is all entertainment. I think that is cope, or just a lazy analysis that is.
I hate the amount of people who use cope. Like realistically use cope. It's so.
I also
such
think
a stupid phrase.
You'd be insanely wrong to suggest that online discourse hasn't already had an effect in the real life and in our community. Obviously, I mean, if you think about it, we're all a few degrees removed from somebody like Ye or even our last president. Just by nature of people that we know and the people that they know. That's insane to me, right? The fact that, more and more people today are getting their news from online sources, including social media and shit like that, that's insane to me as well. And I think that that's a trend that's only going to continue going forward in the same direction. And I think that we need to keep that in mind.
That's what my study's about, actually.
Okay, how do we
that I was talking about last night. That's what my study's about.
Does discourse matter? I think the obvious answer is yes, it does matter. And it does have an impact.
Right. Layman, you're going to lead us out with your centrist nuance, but just like me, I'm going to ask that you keep your centrist nuance short and as autistic as you can manage it. And then I want to get into
censor the centrist.
The general stuff. So please lead us out. And then also, if you see one side getting beat up on too much, I expect you to devil's advocate, switch sides, and start punching people in the face. So
I don't need to.
I'm not gonna lie. Wasn't he talking about doing it again? I wouldn't be surprised if he did. It wouldn't go well, but I wouldn't be surprised if he did.
I guess I kind of take both sides a little bit here. So I think it matters sometimes. I think it doesn't matter sometimes. It depends on what exactly we're looking at. So if you're gonna ask me if there's like a problem with the fact that, and I'm talking about internet politics, not just like Twitch and YouTube, because this shit is also on TikTok. It's also on Twitter. It's blowing up.
Oh yeah, TikTok is huge. If you manage to get into that like For You page area, It's
with the fact that
huge.
we have a new piece of technology called the internet and social media available to the general public that allows more opportunity, the likes of which we have never seen in history, for alienated and listless people to find alternative means of community that are not within their physical vicinity anymore. Particularly, I'm kind of alluding to like extremists on the internet who actually do, as a consequence of being roped into crazy shit on the internet, get wrapped up in shit like Charlottesville, for example, and go out into the real world and do terrible things. That definitely matters. It shouldn't matter, but it does matter. But then, on the flip side, it also matters that people who actually engage with like normal electoral politics, who have like Overton window positions, some are good, some are like, you know, maybe not so good, but they're not like, you know, fucking insane shit. People with normal politics have a greater platform now to.
Oh wait, what'd you say? What'd you say? Would you rather have a random monument or a random power plant or embezzle $10,000? Embezzle me money. Embezzle me fucking money.
Canvassing efforts like Destiny did. And there's also this guy actually who he's like this like moderate kind of like liberal guy. Yeah, he just became.
I
the
love
governor of
embezzlement.
Colorado. His name is
Jared Polis.
Jared Polis, yeah. This guy is like a guy who regularly interacts with Policy Wonk Twitter and is even like shit posted in Policy Wonk Twitter. So he's actually being influenced by like a literal governor is being influenced by this like whole part of the internet on policy. So this stuff is probably going to become more and more prevalent over time.
Also, fun fact, this is again just me getting off topic, but there is a House rep that has a TikTok, and what he does on his TikTok is he just talks about all of the stuff that he does, like the day-to-day stuff and like the process of becoming, like getting actually in the house and all that stuff. And it's super cool. It's very insightful for anyone who actually cares about like that whole process. You'd rather have super speed? Super speed? This man's kind of sus, but I'll save up for you, mate. Thank you. Okay, I know I'm sus, but I need that embezzlement. That embezzlement makes such a difference early on.
Talked about like Trump meeting Nick Fuentes, who was literally like, I remember seeing Facebook posts from him.
Yeah, I
when was
could
in high
buy
school,
a
like,
police
10 years
station if
ago,
I had the
before he was
embezzlement right now.
famous, and would just shit post like edgy racist shit, racist memes and shit all day. Like, and now he's where he is. So, you know, this stuff matters. Some of it matters, some of it does matter, but shouldn't matter. Like the issue, like, you know, alienation, radicalism, and again, like people with actually good positions using platforms for good. All that matters, but then there is stuff that doesn't matter.
Screw the
So
police.
mostly like, you know, dumb Twitch politics discourses about like fucking, I don't know, dog fucking and
I
you
love
know,
that they're all
people
just
who
referencing the panel
identify
that
as
happened
vampire
earlier.
gender or some stupid shit like that. Like that stuff is like, and like Chud said, that's where I agree with like Chud and Eris. Like that shit is stupid. Mostly 90% of that shit, it doesn't leave like our niche little circles. That stuff's fucking stupid. So yeah, that's my opinion.
Okay, that's next week's topic, by the way. So excellent.
Dog
into
Dog
it now?
fucking and vampire gender. Yes, please get into it.
Okay.
And then if you do have problems getting in, raise your hand. Go.
I want to be sort of black pilled here and just say that like
You're not black.
between all of the viewers that we have, there's like 500 from Chud Logic, and then all the rest of us have maybe like 200 combined, if that. So
I
like
see.
we're looking at like 700 concurrent viewers. If we're talking about
yes.
internet politics in general, do those affect politics in the real world? That's obviously true. But
Yeah.
like I think that Twitch politics is such like a small scale thing. It's possible that like eventually it grows bigger.
How long are you gonna be playing this game? A while. I usually get sucked into it and then we just fucking keep going. So I'll be here a while. I'll be playing this. It's probably gonna be my game of the stream. I usually try to stick to one game each stream, so it's this one today.
And it starts affecting politics. And there are like individuals within Twitch politics or who grew from Twitch politics who have gone on to influence real world politics. But like Twitch politics as a whole, I think that like its impact is like an infinitesimal drop in the bucket.
Embezzle steals my money. Why have I always thought that embezzle gained me money? I think I've had this exact situation happen last time I did this with BezJ embezzling again. Never mind, don't embezzle. Embezzle steals my money. I don't want you to do
When
that.
it comes to political change. But I think that like we are in this problematic scenario, this like double bind, where part of the way that Twitch politics sells to people is with the premise that this really matters and that you have to be really invested because everything that's going on is going to affect the real world, and it's dramatic and big and bombastic in that way. And I think that that is what leads to some of the drama.
People say that to line their
controversies.
pockets, though. You've got people that say that just to line their fucking pockets,
Well,
right?
exactly. That's what I'm getting at. Is that like it sells an entertainment factor to like tell people that it really matters, even if it doesn't really. And I think that like it creates these like stakes that are maybe
Best
financial.
J, I didn't know what I was
but
asking
also I
for,
think that
okay?
it makes the space really hostile as well. So I think that we should be like a little bit more honest with the actual drop in the
Yes,
bucket of
Bisky, that is facts. No one else wants to help
Yeah.
me here.
Something that I notice, especially when it comes to this, kind of ties into my opinion that I'm gonna mention again in the second what the fuck is that word? Second topic, a little bit, because the financial incentive is paramount, and I think that's something that's gonna be a theme that runs through the course of like this and the next conversation for sure. The next conversation, because I'm gonna bring it up all the time, so be ready for that. But I think that that financial incentive is going to take precedent over like any other moral considerations that go into this. So if somebody has these like niche like weirdo socialist revolutionary like Vosh-esque positions, or fucking what's his name, Hakeem, or whoever those
I
fucking
don't
people are,
think
or
Vosh
Richard
has
Wolff,
very
like, these people
revolutionary
are
takes. Maybe I haven't
probably
seen,
going
just
to
I just
remain
haven't seen
irrelevant
those
forever,
ones,
but
but
they rely on
I don't
convincing
think he
an audience,
does.
going back to like the radicalization thing I mentioned before, of like alienated teenagers and shit who don't really have much of a sense of a community and stuff. Maybe they've been rejected for reasons that are completely unfair to them. They have to bring those, that is like their audience, people like that, and they have to bring those people in to make money. Like they have to, and they have to convince them that's important. I think that actually does have an effect in the real world that is bad. Maybe it doesn't have an effect on policy and politics, but it does have a more apolitical effect, I think, on people's mental health. Because ever since social media, I'm sorry if I'm talking a lot, by the way, Connor. Ever
You
since
are,
social
and it's
media
kind
has
of
been-
boring. I've got a question. Stardust, how
Best
do you feel
J,
about
stop
how
fucking
do you feel about the fact that
embezzling.
Mindwaves attacked
Everyone just got loud at once. Best J, stop fucking embezzling, you little
you in
bitch.
his opening statement?
I need
rather
another
than fucking
police
actually make a
station
statement?
still.
He just fucking attacked you in
Did
his
he
opening
attack me
statement.
in his opening
Yeah, he was having a go at
statement? I
you.
didn't
Everything
even
in his statement was
notice.
about you. Did you not notice that?
Oh, really, Chad? Is that true? What part exactly?
I actually didn't notice that, Chad. Maybe you could illuminate this.
Well,
for us.
Mindwaves,
What
you
part
were-
exactly, Chad?
You were talking about people using it as an excuse. You know, the
No,
platform.
I was actually
thing.
talking about you.
Oh, you were coming for me, were you?
Yeah.
Damn. Okay. Well, what
You're the
behavior
one
am
that
I
says it all the
excusing
time. None of
away?
this means anything. Everybody that says it does is doing it for clout. Blah 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 blah.
Well,
right?
what behavior am I explaining away exactly? Explain it to me.
Look, that's the thing. I'm not here making an accusation of your behavior, but I'm saying that everybody
Mm.
here in this, or
Bisky-
not everybody, that's a
Bisky
broad
just got
statement.
one
A
coin.
lot of people in this space do use the fact that like, oh well, none of this has any real world consequences that you could point to directly as an excuse to not take criticism, to say that like, oh well, yeah, we might engage in some silly discourse, but like it doesn't really matter at the end of the day, does it, guys?
I'll give an example of how Chud does that.
Power plant, Bisky.
Reference to talk about.
That wasn't even
I
any
don't
of you
know.
guys. I
Honestly,
just got a fucking
brutal.
I can
meteor.
give an example of me. I can give an example of me where probably Mindwaves would say that oh, this is just like Cope from Stardust or something. When I'm asking, hey, Mindwaves, like like talking about platforming like controversial people, right? And Mindwaves thinks that there is going to be some serious real world harm if I don't handle those situations properly. And I
My city is about to experience some serious real world fucking harm. We're just gonna zoom in so that you guys can watch this. I think that is adequate. This wave is as tall as my fucking buildings. Everything. I literally got this DLC because Crowd Control was like, hey, you should get it. I'm pretty sure that's why I got this DLC. I really regret it. Look, what did I do to deserve this? What did I do to deserve this? Techie, your last debate... Techie, I actually really appreciate the content you have given me. Our Flat Earth debate is now on YouTube, and it is now my highest viewed video, and also I think my most liked video. So, thank you, Best J. Or, Techie. Thank you very much, Techie. Shit, this is the wrong screen. Nope, that's also the wrong screen. That's the right screen. I know how to stream. Yeah, Techie, really. I even edited it to make you look a little bit better. I edited out some of your ums and shit. And now it's my highest viewed thing. Congratulations. So this is fucked, guys. This is fucked. It's not even going away. It's kind of going away. It's not even really going away, though. This is fucked. Absolutely fucked. I'm gonna have to take out a loan to fix this, I think.
asked, like, what is the real world harm? Where can we find that real world harm? And he says that,
No, we're not restarting.
well, that's,
We're not restarting.
you know, like,
Once we hit that first level, we unlocked the ability to take out loans. And that's all I needed. I just needed the ability to take out loans, which means that I can keep up with the bullshit that gets thrown at me in this game.
Yeah. Basically
what?
that he can't. Well,
What's an
basically,
example? What's an example?
yeah. So that's like kind of an example. Basically that like
I mean, you platformed the Nazi
that-
without pushback, didn't you? That was the issue.
Yeah, like
Yeah,
who,
that was
like
the
what?
issue,
I'm not familiar with the situation. What specifically are you referring to?
So there's like I platformed Richard Spencer and
Like
I didn't put
Elon
enough
Musk.
pushback towards him. And I asked like what is the real world harm of this specific scenario? And I feel like if you're going to claim that there's going to be a real world harm, you should be able to point at that real world harm and show me where it is.
True.
Yeah, so wouldn't it okay, this is the problem that I have with everybody that does this, right? Yeah, you can sit here and say, look, you can't point towards like a specific username that's been specifically radicalized to a certain extent, so therefore your excuse is meaning or your criticism is meaningless, right? But that's not how these things work. And I've said this to you multiple times, and I hate that you keep characterizing
I don't think it's meaningless, but yeah, go ahead with what you're saying.
my point is that if you engage in a certain way with discourse, that can have an effect on your audience and more broadly on the way that we have discourse online, right? Which then
100%. Yeah.
yes, and then discourse online can oftentimes overflow into the real world.
Yes, most radicalization happens online. This is very true. But at the end of the day, what you also have to do is you have to weigh the amount of good that it does and the amount of harm that it does. And I would say that it overall has done more good than harm due to the fact that we have probably more people than otherwise would in this generation, like my generation, that know and or care about politics due to the online nature that politics has become. And I think that's a huge benefit to society as a whole and the future of society as a whole. You found the video?
Right.
This is
Good.
true. Like I've gotten messages from people who are like, "You changed my opinion on X," and I would bet that like everyone here has had that.
Oh my god,
experience.
this is so fucking dumb. Yeah, oh, I got a DM from someone and they said they changed my opinion. Yeah, we've
Well,
heard this all before from like Vosh. Who
oh
fucking
my
cares
God.
about some random person you DM?
I just
Seriously.
fucking need to talk.
It's not
Okay.
about the individual, it's about a
But
collective,
the
right?
fucking
Like
point that I'm talking about though is that like a single person is like not a big impact on politics. Like you can change someone's opinion on something, but you're not having like you're not shifting the political Overton window. Like Stardust is not like going to lead to a Nazi revolution because she talked to
Right.
Richard Spencer.
Okay, I think I actually might.
Don't tell that to all the
Well, what I-
lefties. A lot of the lefties will get real mad at that one. I'll give you an awesome debate and a hug at the end. Let's do it, Bisky. For anyone who cares, Biden docs, we'll look at it real quick. Okay, never mind. I don't want to actually watch something. I thought I was going to read something. Yeah, Biden docs are there. They're found in his office and in his garage in Delaware. He has officially done the fucking same thing that Trump has. And he probably will never get the blowback that everyone else is. I saw someone say it's because he was old when him and Trump were the same age when they did these actions. So, Delaware? You got an award. It does that every time. I actually wish I could turn it off. I just don't know how. Span would rather read than watch a video. Just for Twitter. I don't like watching Twitter videos because they're stupid.
I'm sorry, everybody.
Okay,
That's why I don't want to
Sorry,
watch
yeah,
news
that's just not
videos.
Don't be so polite, okay? You need to be polite, Layman. Go on.
okay, all right.
I'm
My
Canadian.
goal
Look at my
again.
fucking jacket. I gotta be polite with people. What the fuck?
I love your jacket. Your jacket is very nice.
Shut up,
it-
Nazi.
so-
I'm just...
Nice. I am the savior of the white race. I did tell Nick Fuentes on a panel that I was stealing that title from him, and he said that he would let me have it. So here we are. I am savior of
Oh,
the
he's
white
gonna
race.
let you have it, all right, since you're, brown.
I don't
Was
know
into-
what you're
on that
talking
panel.
about.
What the fuck was that comment? That was a bit weird. What are you saying that for?
That was
It's Nick
weird as
Fuentes,
fuck.
white, brown people.
That was a bit weird.
Jesus.
It's a joke at the expense of Nick Fuentes. It's just a joke.
Didn't
Well,
he
I
say
thought it was
he
a joke at
let
the expense of
you
Stardust, to be
overheat
honest,
big
but okay.
dreams about you, right?
That's a joke. I'm pretty sure that's a joke. But
Pretty-
uh,
okay, interesting.
yeah, that's pretty sure that's a joke. But
It was a joke, but it was a bad joke. All right, like there is such thing as a bad joke, like a joke that maybe you shouldn't make, like in public with your friends. Go for it. Everyone is fucked up in front of their friends, but in public, maybe tone it back a little bit. Where is Delaware? Mars. Yeah, Bisky. Yeah.
He knows what that guy.
right. What was I saying before I got interrupted by like 3 people?
We're trying to
Right,
make content. We're trying to make it
When
interesting.
yes, I'm trying to make content. Sure. When I talk to people, I think probably one of the best things that I've gotten is from somebody within that within the Groiper space who sent me a message saying that talking to people
Groiper.
like me has significant.
It's when they use words like this that it it indicates how chronically online some people are. Yes,
brought the
Bisky, it is.
temperature down around specific topics. And if
What
that
do you
is
think
and
that
and
means?
if
Bringing the temperature down.
bringing the temperature down as in people are not as vitriolic around a specific topic, which is that's fine, right? That's not my goal that I'm going for. My goal is to entertain people. If I get a secondary thing out of that entertainment, which that's what that is, then I'm happy with that, right? But yeah, I think there are a lot of ways we can look at how, depending on what our goals are with this content, right? Is your goal to constantly shift people towards your side, or is your goal to have a meaningful conversation with somebody and establish a meaningful connection with them, right?
That's what
and
your
I'm not
goal
saying
should
anything is more
be.
valid than the other, but there are many different types of goals that we can have with our content.
I don't think any of that
True.
matters.
Good
If we're talking
point.
about like whether or not the discourse like
There's so many
matters.
different goals we could have.
Yeah, like what your goal is whatever. I don't give a fuck what your goal is, right? I'm not here to say like you should have this goal or you have to use your platform for good or whatever. I think the bare minimum that anybody asks is that you just don't cause harm with your platform, with your online presence. That's like the bare minimum.
Sure.
And you think Stardust has caused harm, obviously?
I don't know. I can't say
Like,
that.
no one
I
bel-
think
like people don't believe that they're causing harm. It's almost like
Right.
vacuous to say. Like obviously,
Yeah.
like lots of people will like think that any conservative on the internet is causing harm with their platform, and so they should just like not exist, right? But like
Yeah, that's a
obviously, Stardust
dumbass thing to
doesn't
say.
agree that she's causing harm with her platform and the way that she's engaging with things.
Yeah.
and it's not
Well,
even
okay.
about it's
Wait,
about
who is
the
that?
potential for harm, right? We can look
Who was that?
Like, doesn't agree that she's
Oh,
causing
that was
harm with her
Taft Edge.
platform and the way that she's.
It
engaging
sounded
with
like
things.
Eurodite, and I was like, where the fuck is she? She's
and
not on
it's
this
not even
panel.
about- it's about the potential for harm, right? We can look at a number of behaviors or ways that you can engage with something and say like,
Is
all
it
right, this
though? Is
behavior
it
we know
what,
has
okay
the
to be
potential for
brown?
harm,
Yes.
regardless of whether or not we can point to a specific instance of this is where the harm actually materializes.
If you
This
bring
is-
temperature
I
onto a
don't know.
panel and one
This
of them
is
gets
kind of
shut,
a fucking cop out. No, wait, hold on. This is kind of a fucking cop out that I see everybody do that kind of pisses me off. Where somebody will have some kind of grievance with what somebody is doing. And they'll be like, I don't think that you should do any harm. And then the person will be like, well, what am I doing that's harmful? And then they're like, well, it's not really about anything that I can point to specifically that you've done, but there is always a potential for harm. It's like, yeah, there's a risk to anything. You're
And I
talking
think
about
causing harm
divisive.
like, begs the question.
Hold on,
little
wait a
bit.
second, Tash. Hold on.
Go
Hold on.
ahead.
You got it.
Better
Like,
talking.
you're talking about like
Bisky, I
incredibly
would never.
divisive, controversial shit on the internet. Obviously, there's a potential of harm, right? That's why if you're gonna highlight a specific type of risk and a specific type of harm, you gotta like highlight something pretty specific instead of vaguely just being like, well, there's a potential for harm, bro. It's like, yeah, obviously, but you gotta show what that is. Give like a precise example to Stardust so we can talk about it.
Right.
Well,
It's the same
sure.
reason that you like just saying, oh well, this is a what's a slippery slope. It doesn't really say anything, right? You have to describe the slippery slope, right? In
Yes.
what way is it slippery? In what way? Yeah. In what direction is the slope or whatever?
In what way is it
I mean,
slippery?
well,
I'm
Okay,
pretty
so
sure
hold
that
on, we
people do
gotta-
give like
Just a
people do
weird way to say
give
that.
specific criticisms.
Yeah,
I've
they
gotten
do.
specific criticisms, and I've heard Mindwaves give specific criticisms to Stardust. I've received
Here?
specific criticisms myself from other people regarding the way I've platformed people. Just recently, like I went on like the ANCAPs stream, and I got like a ton of messages specifically like criticizing it and all that stuff. I still disagreed with their criticism, but I don't think it's so like I don't know, Layman. I don't think it's so easy to just like immediately dismiss it just because
I'm
someone
not
is
dismissing
vaguely
anything.
referencing
I'm not
like vaguely
dismissing
referencing harm.
anything.
Like the truth is, we all know what we mean by harm. Like we know that the main issue that people have with, say, the way Stardust platformed Richard Spencer was
Okay.
because of the lack of
Eris.
criticism when she
Eris,
platformed him,
Eris,
right?
Eris.
There was criticism though. That's the thing is, like, it's shown through the fact that you're saying, oh, we all think this. There was obviously criticism, and that criticism was present, and maybe Stardust didn't agree with it. I don't think she did. So maybe she didn't agree with it, but that doesn't mean that the criticism wasn't present. You can't just act like it didn't happen because it didn't have the effect that you wanted.
I haven't watched this stream, so I don't know. That's why I'm asking for someone to be specific about the thing that they want in relation to a particular individual.
well,
on
mine was
this
in a
panel. I'm not
manifesto
talking
about it. I'm sure he's got a couple of points.
I don't know if you're autistic or if there's a problem here, but you could literally go read my manifesto that I dropped. All right, you could, like there's
Hey,
plenty of
not
examples
everyone
there
knows
if
the
you want.
manifesto.
I don't-
Well, that's the thing. Go to my
Nobody
fucking
dropped
Twitter.
a
Read it all for yourself. It's
manifesto.
a full fucking document. So I sent it to
Why
Stardust.
am I
He hasn't
supposed
replied to it at
just
all.
know
Like
that,
I don't
though?
know.
Why can't I just ask a question and
The
just
thing
ask
is
for
that-
some elaboration?
Uh,
Why can't I
Yeah,
do
I
that?
think the debate about harm is just
You're
begging
being
the question.
Yeah, you're being a little bit obtuse when you're saying, okay, well, what are your specific criticisms? I can lay out my specific criticisms for you,
do
but
it.
I don't think that.
That's what I'm asking.
The thing is, that's not really what this conversation was about. What are my specific criticisms towards Stardust? Is it like I don't think that
thought
forwards
that
the
was what it was
conversation
about.
at all.
I thought that was what it was about, though.
Maybe,
Yeah, I
maybe,
thought-
maybe it's
when
just you guys.
Scattered on for a
Maybe
while.
this is all a ruse, and
Because
this was just
when
a
it's-
way to
when
get
it's
me and
like-
Stardust in a room. I don't know.
When it was
That's what
like
Chud
when
was
it when
doing.
it's
That's why
I,
I'm-
you know
I haven't done anything. I'm just pointing some
When-
things out.
Basically, this panel is what we like to call not sensitive.
Oh, what's your problem?
Oh, whatever.
when
fuck
when
off.
it when it was when when you can give me like specific things, that generally is pretty helpful to me. When it's just a whole bunch of like moralizing,
I did,
it's
Stardust, and
a
you didn't
lot
read
less.
it.
Why didn't you read it,
Say
Stardust?
it.
That's unbelievable.
Well,
People
I
watching
read
this
parts of
aren't
it. I
familiar
read
with your
parts of
guys'
it, but-
personal
Parts of it,
relationship.
and then she said I need space for a fucking month already, and then just like doesn't
Yeah,
even
we
engage
had
with
a
me at all.
really-
Okay.
We had a really terrible
I'm
terrible
sure
interaction.
it's so emotionally like loaded for you.
I
that you
don't know
have
what
to take
happened
another
between them,
month
so I
off. Yeah,
can't
for
like
sure.
comment that
I
much
need
on
space.
this.
I'm sorry. I just need space when
I'm pretty good at
have
keeping
a
up with
fucking
Twitch
unit-
Bowl, but this
Because
one I don't
like
fucking
I
know.
had the most like mild like
It
conversation with
wasn't
you.
mild. I have no idea what you're talking about. When we were having our conversation,
Are you gonna
there was
act like you're fucking
nothing- there
traumatized
was
over my
no-
one
no,
conversation
not-
with
I'm
you?
not,
Like what
I'm
the
not
fuck?
traumatized.
What are you talking
Mind
about?
waves. Mind waves. I am not traumatized.
You guys
Calm
need
down.
to
Okay.
private
Calm
room
down.
to
All right.
kiss and make
What I'm saying is, what I'm saying is that first off, our first conversation was not like that. You can talk to Zonia. You can talk to a whole bunch of other people that critiqued you for our first conversation. It was not like that at all. And then you hinged a lot of your
Corp put that Flat Earth wiki in his description. What? The Flat Earth wiki? I didn't put shit in my description. Are you talking about for the fucking Flat Earth video? What are you talking about? Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. What are you talking about? You're being Oh, I didn't put it there. That's fucking crazy. YouTube be doing YouTube things. Yeah, I didn't put that there.
argument on something that wasn't even true. You made the claim that Richard Spencer is trying to unite the right together, which is
You're
completely
so
untrue.
fucking dumb. That was like not even at all at the
It was-
basis
you
of my
hinged
fucking
so much
argument.
of your
No, that
you
goes to
hinged
show
so
how
much
little
of
you
your
paid attention to what I said
conversation
because
on
that
it.
actually had nothing to do with my original point, and
even-
you choose to
even-
focus on that because it's a good distraction for you to not actually have to
even
engage
Zonia-
with the criticism.
Even Zonia said the same thing about it. There are plenty of other people who said the same thing about that
No,
same
no, you're
criticism.
so dishonest. Zonia said that I made a mistake.
I think you're just, dude, okay, what it sounds like is you're just a little bit butthurt that she didn't give you the attention that you wanted, but you probably didn't deserve the attention, buddy.
By focusing on that because she
Didn't know we were
said it
going to
wasn't
be
relevant to my
dealing with
criticism.
drama on this
Well, if it
fucking
wasn't
stream.
relevant to your criticism, sure, but it seemed like you were.
Thought we were gonna
hinging
have a
on-
drama
Like, you
list
don't even
stream
know what
for
my
once.
criticisms are because you didn't fucking care. Okay, I gave you
What
listed
are
out
they?
in text what my criticisms are, and you didn't even engage with it.
Our conversations were just so unproductive, and I've looked at parts and bits and pieces of it, and I'm not saying that there's not anything useful in there either. I've acknowledged plenty of times that there are some very reasonable things to criticize me for. Indies, right? Like the way that I am that I affirm that I've listened to somebody and that I'm trying to encourage them to speak more probably sounds a little bit too much like I'm agreeing with them. 100%. There are plenty of things that you can criticize me for, but I don't think that our conversation was useful. And if you are claiming that you did not hinge a lot of your argument on the idea that Richard Spencer was trying to unite the right, you were full
No,
of shit.
actually,
my
that
friend.
had literally nothing to do with
in
like the
in
underlying.
the first argument, yes.
Okay,
you
can
did,
y'all
you
get
got fucking
past this
destroyed for
shit?
it.
Look,
Y'all are
the thing
fucking
that I
annoying.
brought that up is
Destroyed.
because I was saying, look, this is the thing. You literally lied to me. I just want to point that out. And the thing is that the reason I brought that up is because you were in denial at the fact that Richard Spencer wanted an audience and that he wanted to grow an audience from conversations like he had with
wants an
you.
audience. Sure,
Yes,
sure,
and he
wants
even
an
said that. He said that in the second interview that you had with him. And then when we had a conversation, you were like, "No, I don't think that he wants that from our conversation."
I
So
don't
it-
think
it- that
I
is the
don't know
reason that I
why
brought that
would
up,
have said
right?
that. I don't know why I would have said that, but
I don't know why
it was-
either. Why would you say that? It's
but-
actually not
no,
true.
obviously it's not it's wrong, right? But the idea that Spencer is trying to unite the right is also completely wrong. It's sure he is trying to get an audience.
Who's Spencer? Does someone know who the fuck Spencer is? Like, what Spencer they're talking about? How's your studies and catching up, bro? Sorry to bring it up. I hope it's going on. It's going all right. I'm doing fine.
Audience,
Stardust,
we
what does
also
that have to
have
do with
an
my fucking criticism? It doesn't.
For my Carly?
Because
I
That's
hope.
besides
That
the
would be
fact.
amazing.
Our first argument
Spencer
showed
from
me
my
that there
Carly
was,
trying to
like,
unite the
absolutely
right.
no like background knowledge into any of
Imagine.
this. And then the second one, it was like I tried to find middle ground with you again. And
You
every
are
time I tried to find
laser
middle ground
focused
with
on
you,
every part of that conversation that doesn't have to do with my criticism. And the fact that you're not
tried to find
engaging with
so
my
much-
criticisms and instead
Oh
are
my
pointing to,
God.
oh, well, you made this statement that was vaguely wrong about the way that you depicted the fucking the right, the dissident right or whatever, right? Yeah, you can focus that on that all you want as a distraction to avoid the criticisms, but the criticisms are still there
I've
and you
never
get to
avoided
address
this-
it, and
I've
it's a month
never
fucking
avoided-
later, Stardust.
I've never avoided the criticisms. Even in our first conversation, towards the end, I said, "Hey, there are plenty of valid things you can
Fuck,
criticize."
dude. Okay, this is an issue. I know his name. I'm pretty sure I follow him. I'm gonna check real quick because it's kind of pissing me off that I don't remember his name. He was live earlier. I wonder if he still is. Mind Waves. That's Mind Waves. I got it. I figured it out. I'm so smart.
me for. I am not perfect. I'm certainly not even. I'm not the best at this, and I'm certainly not. You know, I'm not like the best at interviewing ever. There's going to be a lot of things that I can improve on. I said that. Did I not say that?
That's all. It doesn't mean anything,
Did I
Stardust.
say it? Yes or no?
Yeah,
Yes
you
or
did.
no?
You can say a lot of things.
Okay.
It doesn't fucking
Yes.
matter
And
what you
second
say.
Second conversation, I also said, hey, Mindwaves, there are plenty of things that you can criticize me on, but the way that we have engaged in this conversation has really been unproductive. Is that not true?
Yeah, it's true that you said that. Yeah.
Okay, then you cannot be coming at me and saying that I am completely writing off all criticisms of me. That's absolutely not
could.
true.
Wait.
That-
That's so
there's
fucking
plenty of-
stupid.
there's
That is
plenty of
not
valid-
engaging with my
there's plenty
criticisms.
of
That is
valid
literally you
there's
just
plenty
tone
of valid
policing
criticism.
or like
There's
not
plenty of
being.
valid criticism.
No.
There's plenty of valid criticism. And I've said that in those 2 conversations. I've said that even after you dropped your manifesto, whatever, right? I've said it over and over again, stream after stream. I've never said that I'm perfect or I'm immune to
Look,
it.
you sit
Okay,
here
so
and
why
say,
don't we do
I'm
that?
not
Like, why
perfect,
don't
blah,
we
blah,
do
blah,
that?
blah, blah.
Stardust is honestly one of the best lefties, because she's not a little bitch about talking to people she disagrees with, and she usually does admit when she's wrong, which is better than most streamers. So I like Stardust. I don't like the attacking of Stardust. Democrats believe Trump supporters planted classified documents in Biden's garage, but Biden said his garage is always locked and secure. So, well, nice job, Biden. You fucked up.
Why don't we go through the list? Like, why doesn't Stardust talk about some of the valid criticisms?
Because she doesn't want to engage with the
I
criticism.
don't
why
know.
don't
I
we
want
go
to sidetrack
through-
it on those lines. That seems a bit much.
I just did.
Why don't we
I
also
just
look
did.
at ourselves and our own content, right? And say like what we felt bad about something that we've done as well.
I feel bad
Like-
about nothing. I'm only bothered I didn't go harder before. Okay, I'll bring
Dave.
anyone on, the most schizoid person I can find, and have fun.
Hey, at least Chud's honest, honestly.
Oh, okay.
I don't
Actually,
believe
all right.
Ted. I don't
I
believe
see. Here, Mindwaves.
I want to guide the
there's an issue
conversation.
here.
The
just
man
a
is
little bit.
okay, but the brown woman isn't.
There is an
Typical.
issue here.
True.
There's an issue here. Where you are saying that you do not engage with me in a bad faith manner or a really a really kind of like dismissive manner, but you have called me a liar over several.
Because you
streams,
lied. Did
called
you
me-
or did you not
because-
lie?
No, I
Did you or did
didn't.
you not lie? Yes, you
I didn't.
fucking did.
No,
You
I
told me
misspoke.
in that conversation. Oh, you
I
misspoke.
don't know.
Okay.
I don't
You
know
made
why
you
I said
misspoke by
that.
telling a fucking lie, Stardust. You fucking lied, whether or not you
fucking- okay.
intended to or not. Okay, just fucking own it. You've
Oh
already
my
owned it. Why are you
God.
going
You
back on
called
it?
me-
This is
you
so
called
fucking
me a
delusional.
liar,
You're just trying to
which
save face at this point.
Can I finish? You called me
No.
a liar. You went into the DTE chat and you
I
said,
want them
"Hey
both
guys,
to
I'm
shut up.
dropping my
That's what I want
manifesto. If
right
you want
now.
to see me shit on Stardust, come check out my stream." And everybody was like, whatever, bro. And the platforming argument has been beaten to death. Of course, there are things that I can improve on. I can improve on my pointed
Okay,
questions. I
you're
can
tired
improve
of the
on
discourse.
my
Boo-hoo. Okay.
No, dude, you're not even listening to what I'm saying. I'm trying to find a middle ground with you, and you won't even come there and meet me there.
They're
You don't even
both
meet me
kind
there.
of just
Ground
being
is
little
there right here?
bitches. Let's be honest
me,
here.
where's
They're
the
both
middle
being
ground?
little bitches. Can we all
I've said
agree with
there
that?
are plenty
I
of
feel like we
things to
should all
criticize
be
me
able
for,
to
and I was
agree
just
with
about
that
to
one.
list some things off. But again, you are using this as like just a way to get an easy dunk on me because I don't know why, but it's like it's
We
fucking
got
weird, bro.
we got traffic
Stardust,
problems,
you should
guys.
platform more Nazis.
In what?
I'm going to.
Wait,
I'm
in
going
what
to
way?
keep
In what
platforming them.
way?
I'm going to keep platforming them. I will continue to platform even more controversial people. And you know what? If you have really controversial left-wing people for me to platform, please let me know. I would love to do that.
Okay, all right. I'm gonna interject here just because obviously what we've sidetracked into. I kind of nodded jokingly at this was all a ruse to get Mindwaves and Stardust in the same room. That
Was
actually
it?
wasn't
I
it.
actually genuinely
no.
think that now.
No, it
No?
wasn't.
Okay. I
What
feel like Destiny
what-
when I brought on the fucking N-word panel on him by surprise. Jesus
No,
Christ.
no. So to actually put my cards on the table, what I felt like was
I can do this
Mindwaves
debate, I
is
would cry many
representative of a philosophy that's
times.
been common on Twitch politics for a long time. Chud Logic
I
has
ship it.
chatted with like a
You
nihilist
ship it?
monetary drama philosophy that weirdly enough has been successful for him. Because people are like, well, at least he's fucking honest. Like
I
what you
think
just said is
Stardust-
actually part.
I'm pretty sure Stardust is native. I might be wrong, but I think she has that as one of her tags on her stream. So I think
For
she's
the
native.
appeal of his brand now because they just see it as give me money, we're gonna watch drama, everybody shut the fuck up, right?
Face.
See how you word
but-
that.
but
Like it's
Jersey
worded
Shore-
in terms of branding.
Hold on, real quick. So what I want to kind of point at, I'm sure we could resolve the Mindwave Stardust beef later and basically bring up bullet points by bullet points. But the reason why I let it run is because this is illustrative of like the debate.
Illustrative.
Is Stardust
Wow.
talking to
Big
Richard
word.
Spencer, who is a shitbag who may or may not have gotten somebody killed through his political activism? Is that a damaging thing that she should not participate in? Does that impact matter? And then also, from like the criticism standpoint, Mindwaves isn't saying don't have conversations with fucking shitbags. He's saying do it in a way that I believe that I've given you the criticism before, and you're just ignoring the criticism by deflecting with the nihilism and deflecting with the it's just entertainment, bro.
Just like I said in
So-
my opening statement. Yeah.
So I'll
But I've
let you
never
guys
deflected
get
with-
back. Well,
Can I
well,
just
okay,
say-
we can go down this tangent, and I'll let you guys get back into it. But I just
Wait, what
wanna
about
point out
Taftaj
that-
and Layman and Eris? They don't know what the fuck's going
True.
on.
I'm too
That-
autistic
that's
to
what-
speak and ask questions about what's
Yeah, I
going
have
on
no
'cause I don't
idea,
know the
like,
context.
what
So
the
sorry,
drama
guys.
is.
Oh my
I'm just too
God.
autistic to talk in here. So
All right, never
They're
mind.
all
We'll
being
throw elbows. How do you
stupid.
feel?
He's
can I say,
giving
Connor,
Alex
I have
Stein.
not
He
deflected
gives
it with the whole,
Alex
"It's
Stein
just
vibes.
entertainment" thing.
The guy with the
I
blazer
have
on.
said that, like, yes, a lot of this is
If you
entertainment.
can
My
even
goal is
call that a
entertainment,
blazer.
but there's obviously there's obviously going to be some impact that this can have, right? And again, I'm not saying that I'm like,
But what are those?
Yeah.
So for instance, like I'm sure that my and I'll shut up in a second.
Guys,
But I'm sure
drive.
Microwaves is a little miffed that you haven't specifically read the manifesto because you probably could ingest some of his criticisms. What's the modifications to your content going forward that you have ingested from the
Sure, I'm
criticism?
gonna-
You've
yeah,
said
I'm
that there
gonna try
are
and-
valid criticisms.
Can I just
Yeah.
clarify
Are you
something?
aware of any?
It's more
Sure,
so
go
the
ahead.
fact that she asked for it and I gave it to her and then she told me to fuck off. But yeah, go ahead.
You didn't give me what I asked for. What I asked for.
Although I would prefer something like this: bring two people that hate each other, for example, Sam Cedar and Steven Crowder, and then make them go through a couple's survival course, like Squid Game, but they ain't coming out till they do all the tasks together. It'd make them fall in love, and even if not, we'd get content. Yes, but I think what might be a little better, less of a love sort of thing. So a lot of my team, my sports teams that I've had throughout the years, have done this thing of like, it's like team building thing, and multiple times we had to do like ropes courses as team building so that you can like really get to know your team and you have to work together. I feel like making people who hate each other do that one would be fun. If I have to watch a video, DFK, we're gonna have an issue. Look at that. Look at that. 4 minutes? Bro. At least she's not blatant. Shut the fuck up. We'll watch it. Okay, I'll give you this one.
Lawyers and team has been fully cooperating with the Department of Justice, and
Audio
we're
quality
certainly,
so bad.
going to do that with the special counsel.
And so by that reasoning, would the president agree to sit for an on-the-record, in-person interview?
I'm not going to get into specifics or get ahead of what's going to happen. I'm not going to get into hypotheticals because that is a hypothetical. What I will say is we have addressed this multiple times at length, and we are going to continue. The president's team is going to continue to fully cooperate with the Department of Justice, and we respect that process, and that's what we're going to do.
The president has said he hopes to speak about this soon.
That'd be cool as fuck. For example, me and you stuck in a random room and we have to do the rope thing where we can't get out. OMG, I have a good idea. What if two people had to sleep in the same room overnight? I feel like that would get dangerous because it'd be hard to have someone watching them 24/7 during that time, and then one of them would just kill the other person. If you have like people who seriously hate each other, you know? If you don't like the vid time, yeah, I don't want to time
When
you
can
out.
people expect to hear from you?
Don't have, again, that is something that I don't have a magic wand here. I don't know when that's going to happen. What I can say is his team is going to fully cooperate with the Department of Justice. Let's not forget, the president said during the campaign that when it comes to the Department of Justice independence, he respects that. And that is something that he had said was incredibly important to make sure that they had their independence. That's why we say we're going to make sure that they have their independence. And that's why I'm saying that we're going to refer to Department of Justice.
And let me just ask you a big picture question here. Does the White House, broadly speaking, have an obligation to share not just with the National Archives, but with the American people when the existence of classified information?
Beje, I hate you. I hate you, Beje.
Again, there's
I know
a
that was you.
process in this.
But just big picture, not necessarily in this instance, but is it the policy of the White House that they should share that information, not just with the National Archives, but with the Americans?
So I'll say this, Kristen. We have been transparent in the last couple of days. Remember, there's an ongoing process, and we have spoken when it is appropriate. And we have shared, again, I've been here almost every day, not every day, but from Wednesday, yesterday, and today, taking your questions on this. The White House counsel has put out a very extensive multiple statements on this as well. And you all, I know you all have been talking, many of you here have been talking to my colleague in the White House counsel. So what the actions that we took were right actions that his team took.
See, here's the thing. She's talking about what they have done when she was asked what they will do, which seems a little bit sussy. Usually if you can't actually answer the whole, like, what will you do, it's kind of a red flag. I'm not saying that it's for sure going to end up being a red flag, but it just seems a little bit sus that she wouldn't just say, yeah, I mean, we've been doing this and we're going to continue doing this. It feels like a very simple answer that she is just unwilling to actually say. I didn't know we were inviting serial killers. I mean, some of the crazy politics people, I wouldn't be surprised. Let's be honest here. Ooh, Coinbase is emailing me about my account. Put one conservative and one leftist together in a room. Boom. That's when you get a fight. That straight up, that is when you get a fight.
In dealing with the Department of Justice and also the archives. Look,
when did I go broke? When did I start going broke? What the fuck? Why am I in the negative so far? Oh my god, it's because my... Wait, what happened? Why am I in the negative? What's happening? It's not connected. It's not connected. I gotta take out another loan. Fuck. That just happened out of nowhere. I just saw that and I was like, why the fuck are we losing money? Anyways, continuing.
You guys have answered questions when the press has broken in the news.
because it's an ongoing process. Because again, it is an ongoing process. There is a process here. The Department of Justice is independent. We respect that process.
I can't tell if it's like just specific videos that I've seen him for because I don't watch that many of the press secretary or the press briefings or whatever the fuck. She feels very condescending. Like she feels like she's talking down to everyone, which is just not a very good look.
But again, I have taken questions. I can take two questions through 100 questions. I have answered your questions as almost every day on this issue. And again, anything else that you may have, anything that's related to the review, I would refer to the Department of Justice.
One last question, because I know you've got to move on here. But the president campaigned on the argument that he would restore confidence. We know that he's in the process of deciding whether to officially announce he's running for re-election. Does this episode undercut that argument that he would restore confidence? Because here we have in the headlines,
it should undercut that.
Under investigation.
He's restored independence in the Department of Justice. That's what we're doing here. When we're saying we're going to refer you to the Department of Justice, that is restoring independence as it relates to issues like this. And that is important to the president. And it's been consistent. What I am saying about investigations has been consistent for the last 2 years.
That has nothing to do... Restoring confidence means that you can't really do shit like this and have the people be confident in whether it be the presidency or the government at large or really anything. People are not going to be confident if you do bullshit like this.
2 years. You've heard me over and over again when it comes to a legal issue or a matter like this, we have always referred to the Department of Justice. So there's nothing here different here. We have said we wanted to restore the independence of the Department of Justice. That is what you're seeing. And again, this has been done in a transparent way when it relates to how this was dealt with the Department of Justice and the archives. The president takes this very, very seriously. Any other questions that you may have about this particular issue, about the review, I would refer you to the Department of Justice. You guys have been in touch.
Because you can't answer it. Yeah, because you just don't want to answer the hard questions. I don't know if it's you specifically, okay? This isn't specifically about the press secretary, but the overall Biden administration doesn't want to answer the tough questions, and I think that's very clear. It doesn't want to answer anything other than surface level, and when a question is not surface level, they somehow answer a surface level question that was not the relevant question.
I did.
Timestamps and
It's
stuff
in
like
there.
that.
That goes to show you didn't read the fucking document. Jesus fucking Christ, artist. Open it up. Look, the links are there with timestamps. What are you talking about?
The timestamps are to things that I've said regarding platforming, not specifically the Richard Spencer conversation.
No,
itself.
you are actually so unaware. Go pull it up right now. Find the fucking link, and there are literally timestamps of me criticizing your response to what Richard Spencer says.
Right.
You actually have no clue what the fuck. Jesus Christ.
Neither of you have any clue what you're talking about. Let's be
All right, so let's
honest.
not do that right now. Like, let's
Sorry.
continue on.
Look,
No, no,
I didn't want to
it's
have this
fine.
conversation. It's very frustrating when I feel like somebody is literally sitting here and trying to save face in front of a fucking audience and being a little bit dishonest with the way that they're framing everything. When I've tried to be nothing but honest and like approach this from a genuine point. I don't know.
I just
Somebody
don't
doesn't consume the
feel.
content,
I
have no
don't
clue
feel
what's
that that's been the case, but
Well, and so what
yeah.
what I was going to say is this is kind of a sub conversation of the topic where we probably could sit down and have Stardust literally review all the points on stream and see if they're valid criticisms and modify and all that kind of shit. And by the way, I think
We don't
want
wanna
to
do that.
content
Fuck
should
you.
be
Don't
created.
do
I
that.
think Mindwave should follow up on this. I think Stardust should follow up on that. But we're here to battle tonight. So if anybody, Eris, Taftage, Layman, Chud, when he gets back from peeing or doing whatever British people do when they turn their cameras off, if they want to take it in a different
Fucking
direction
Brits.
or the same direction, please go ahead.
How long is that manifesto, Mindwaves?
I think it's like
It's
8
10
pages.
pages.
Wait, sorry. One
Or
person at a
8, yeah,
time.
it's 8.
Mindwaves? What'd you-
It's
How
8
long?
pages and it links to another document that you have to go through. Well, yeah, I don't know.
Jesus Christ. How much time did you put into writing that?
Like 5 days of like
5
solid work.
days?
Yeah.
Someone's a
mean,
little.
so, like an
He
hour a
sounds a
day or
little bit
something. I know
obsessed.
this
Are you
is-
saying it's a
Not
waste of
gonna lie,
time? Is that
sounds
what
a
you're
little
saying,
bit
Mindwaves?
obsessed.
Jesus Christ.
Well, I'm just saying that like that's a lot of time that you probably could have put in like some real world like political stuff. Like it's super easy to like get
Is that-
involved in
is
like
that
a city
snobbery
council
that
meeting or
is?
something.
What kind of point is
That's
that?
a lot of
What?
work
Sounds like snobbery.
into something like that.
Yeah,
you
Layman,
know?
you could also be fucking, engaging in political activism right now in the real world. What the fuck are you
do.
doing
Layman,
here on a
why aren't you
fucking Twitch
building a
channel?
village in Africa
I
right now?
do. I do.
Like what?
No,
What'd
why
you
aren't you
do?
doing it right
Wait,
now?
you build
Why aren't-
villages
yeah,
in Africa?
right now, why aren't you doing
Which
it?
country? Kenya?
It's just a stupid
Because
argument that he
I'm just
made.
chilling Saturday night.
Well, yeah,
I'm just
okay, then
chilling
I was
here.
just chilling, writing my
You don't sound like
manifesto.
you're just chilling,
Okay, wait.
though.
No,
Like,
if you
you're
want to
pretty, like,
criticize him from
emotionally
this like
invested.
perspective, like Mindwave
All right, you're
believes
trolling.
that this is like good political activism. So
Yeah, I know, but that's
There's no reason to say like, oh, you can't write a manifesto because you should be fucking doing real shit. Everyone has time at home that they're not doing real
Yeah.
shit.
what I'm doing is I'm just kind of like trying to understand why like that would be more important than something that's like really easy that could directly affect policy in the real world. Like
So
something
of
that,
all the
you know, figuring
manifestos
out,
that
like,
have been written on here, I feel like that one is probably one of the more like valid.
no, I know I'm not familiar with it.
substantiated
You
ones
guys,
that's
you
allowed
guys
to be
think that I'm
posted.
like
And I haven't
I'm
even
like,
read it.
yeah, I haven't read it. I'm just-
5-year-old
what I'm
energy.
doing is I'm trying to like probe
Yeah.
and just understand. That's what I'm trying to do. Like, everyone's
Okay.
losing their fucking minds.
No, no,
Like,
all
I
right,
just-
look,
I'm
I'll
trying
answer
to
you.
understand.
I'll answer you. I did it because I thought
Okay.
that this is very important, and I think that this is an issue that is very much, I don't know, it's a conversation we have in this space all the fucking time for a reason, right? And I felt like this was a good way to talk about this issue in a way that would be helpful for the community at large, not just towards Stardust specifically, right? And I've said this multiple times. It wasn't just a way for me to shit on Stardust, right? It was a broader conversation about platforming and what we can do and how we can
That was
encourage
a
better
bad spot for a
platforming on this
pause.
platform. It's a lot of
He goes, it
platforms,
was,
yeah.
and then just
Yeah,
stops.
and just so you know, I'm probably a little more on. It probably doesn't seem like it at all, and I'm not like doing this on purpose. Just I probably am a little more on your side than
Look,
everyone else.
you're
is.
filling your role just fine on this panel. Don't worry about it, all right?
I don't know what that means.
What's his role? What's his
It
role?
was an anti-Canadian comment. It was
A
bad
shit
one.
stirrer. Layman's the shit stirrer, right?
He's the
put the rules
autist. He's the autist, isn't he? That's what I thought.
That's good. But no, because I actually do think that like having someone who is like a known neo-Nazi on like a panel, I think it's totally dope to like talk to insane people like that. I think that's
Yeah.
fucking awesome. But I think that like, and again, I
Bisky, you threw yours on my lawn first. Stop
That's why
trying
I was
to
trying to
change
push
the
it out.
situation.
But,
Okay, stop
like,
trying to
what are,
manipulate
like,
people
some of,
into
like, the
thinking that
key
you're
ideas
right.
and takeaways, I guess either Mindwaves or Stardust can tell me that you guys think that maybe just imagine the average impressionable 18-year-old dumb fuck, he's still learning and discovering himself, is watching this interview happen. What do you think that this person is going to like take away from that and is going to like radicalize
So-
them and be more insane in the real world?
What I will say is that Spencer is incredibly charismatic and incredibly likable, and I can definitely see the danger there. Especially for somebody who's not familiar with him, right? But I think it's important to acknowledge that people who have abhorrent ideas can be some of the most likable, some of the most charismatic people. And they
Yeah, look at all the
often are.
fucking lefties,
I
bro.
think it's important to be able to reconcile those two things and still
Who is a
come
Nazi?
away
I
from
think
that
they're
and-
talking
and
about
say,
Spencer.
Okay, I
The
had a
Spencer
conversation with this
that
person.
that we still don't know who the fuck Spencer is, but I think they're talking about Spencer.
They were, what they were.
I don't
but
think that's a
their
fair
beliefs are
reason,
still
Bisky.
wrong.
I think you're lying.
Yeah, so
I think you're spreading
guess what I would
lies
ask from
and
there
misinformation right now.
Because I do think that it matters that like people do become radicalized on the internet quite easily at younger and younger ages, and I agree with like Mindwaves that there's probably some concern here. So like, what alternative to Spencer's worldview did you provide in the conversation with him that you think was at the very least could have like competed
It
with
really
his
did.
on that panel in a way?
Yeah,
that,
in
Spencer
the
used
first
to be the best.
conversation, in the third conversation, I was mostly asking him about ongoing drama regarding Ye and Nick Fuentes and things like that. So there wasn't a whole lot there that I offered as far as like differing worldviews, right? Because my focus of that conversation wasn't really on his worldview. It was more about like what he thinks about Ye, what he thinks about Nick Fuentes, what he thinks about where that movement's going, etc.
What are the kinds of things that he said? Just
That
as,
race
like,
is real.
Probably said a lot, but just
And that he transcended race. And you
Yeah, I
agreed
mean,
with him?
he thinks that he transcended race. I mean, what am I going to say? Like the
No,
dude
you
thinks he
said he did
transcended race.
transcend race, and you
What
sat there and
cannot
agreed
say
with
he
him.
transcended race.
mean? What does that mean? I don't know what that means.
He
I also don't know what the fuck that would mean.
Basically, when it comes to the whole ethno-state stuff he used to believe in, he still believes in it, but he believes in it in more of like a spiritual sense, right? And the way that he's doing that
No.
is through
Means he's
through
spiritually black,
Apolloism.
though.
No. He does believe in race in a spiritual sense, right?
No,
That's what.
he doesn't.
Yes,
You're
he
so
does.
no. You actually don't know anything about Richard Spencer's
Yes,
like view.
you don't. You are so
No.
full of shit, dude.
It's not a spiritual sense, and the way that you ate that up from him is
Apolloism,
ridiculous.
You are just,
What does that mean?
You are
No.
so full of shit right now.
His
Can you
race
let me
realism
finish
ties
what I'm
back
saying?
to other things that aren't
The fuck
spiritual.
is this
It ties back
conversation,
to
bro?
His Apolloism is a spiritual thing. That
Them
he's trying
just
to
fighting
make,
each
Mikey.
other
And
is
so
really gonna
Apolloism,
start
if you
pissing me
look at
off
the
soon.
documents and everything they've written about
Not
it,
gonna lie, it's gonna
about
get real
basically
annoying
idolizing the
real
white person,
fast.
right? It is a pseudo religion.
Okay, but it's not just spiritual. It's literally a eugenics cult. That is what it is. It is.
I think either way, it sounds pretty fucking bad.
It is
so I don't
literally
know why
about
it matters.
biological differences between Jews and non-Jews, right?
I think if he says it's spiritual though, and there's a
they
fundamental
laughing like
moral
that?
difference between people, it's still like I don't know what the moral difference between those
I
things.
don't
is.
remember
This is the
who was
problem,
doing
Cyrus,
that.
is that you keep on eating up his rhetoric and then you regurgitate it by saying, "Oh, his the way that he
I'm
transcended
not actually
race is
watching the
it's
video. I'm
now
just listening to it. So
spiritual
I,
race
I'm
realism,
not
I'll pay
whatever the
attention
fuck
next
that
time.
saying
means.
he transcended.
Next time
I'm
I
not
hear
saying
it.
he transcended. I'm saying he thinks he transcended, right? He thinks he did.
And then you don't go at, like you don't actually describe how he hasn't or how
And it sounds
racialism
like
is still
you
a core
think
part of
he
his ideas.
transcended as well, right? If you
Yes.
agree with him on that point.
It sounds like the way
I
you're
don't think I
talking
agree with him on that point. I don't. I
The
don't
way you
think I
keep
did,
talking about
yeah.
it sounds like it is, and you keep giving him room
I
to
don't
be
think
able
I-
to. You give him enough plausible deniability when you say, "Oh, the way that he thinks about race is just spiritual now."
No,
just
I'm not
hold on.
saying
If
that.
it's
I'm not
hold
saying
on.
that.
Wait a second. If it's just spiritual now, why would that be morally different than him believing it's not spiritual? Like it still sounds racist to like
There's
worship the
a
white race,
spiritual
spiritual or
aspect.
otherwise.
I don't understand how this is hard to understand that there's a spiritual aspect to his race realism.
But why does it? I just want to know why that really matters.
Because
in
the
terms of
reason
the
it
morality
matters
of
is because Richard Spencer used to be a staunch atheist, and now he is, doing the Apolloism.
But why does
No,
that
he
matter?
is still an atheist. It's a non-theistic religion. You realize that,
Yeah,
right?
it's a pseudo.
why
It's a
does-
pseudo religion.
So he is still
thing.
atheist. The way you talk about it just goes to show you don't know anything about
Hold
it.
on,
It's-
just
People
Stardust.
yeah.
Stardust. Do you think that there is some like?
I feel like
moral
none of them
difference
actually
in
know
worldviews
shit
in
about
this
anything. I feel like right now they all sound like idiots.
He has really abhorrent worldviews. I
Right.
still think
Did you
that.
tell him that?
I think he knows it. I mean, I don't
No,
think I
but
need
did
to
you
tell him that.
like? Yeah, but you're not just you're not talking to him in a private.
Isn't
room,
there
right?
a
You're talking
pushback
in
soy
front of
meme? You're saying you got
audience.
to push back, you got to push back. Isn't this like the pushback soy meme that we're doing right now?
Yeah,
You
my
got to say every
conversation
time.
with him, that third conversation I was having with him was not about Apolloism. It was about Ye. It was about the dissident right. It was about the movement that Ye is making and where he thinks that's going. Right.
Just so you know, I'm
He
speaking
tried to
to
bring
you
up other
from-
things tangentially. Right. He tried to bring up other things tangentially. I tried to
No.
refocus it back on
Wrong.
to the. What are you talking
It
about?
wasn't
It's just
tangential. He
no
literally
role.
spent like
That's
over
bullshit.
10, like almost
Shut up.
15 minutes, literally just talking about Apolloism in a
How-
way that
how
wasn't
long
even
is-
applicable
how-
to the
How long are you
conversation
streaming
we were
for?
trying to
A
have.
while. What time is it right now? We've only been going for an hour and a half. We'll be streaming for a while. Usually, when I don't have anything to do the next day, aka like streams on Fridays, I stream for quite a while, like at least midnight. So at least another 2.5 hours.
How long was-
and that-
how
and
long
ju-
was the conversation?
How long was that conversation?
Yeah.
A little over an hour. And he not only that, but he interjected his Apolloism multiple fucking times in the conversation, and you even in those instances didn't say anything about it, didn't address it, right? I don't know why you
Yeah,
keep
but
defending
again,
this.
you can't. You want me to nitpick every part of a conversation?
No, I
Just
don't.
when he says like, for example, if he drops the thing like race is real in one part of the conversation, I know what that means. But if I start going down that hole with him, we've completely derailed off the main topic, right? Like
All you could have said, all you had to say was, "What do you mean by that?"
Tangents.
I
I can
Really
go down
noted. Are
every-
you the one, dude? I was editing the fucking chatter video from last night, and are you the one that was saying duly noted? Because I have never heard anyone say that, like actually say it, until you said it in my chat. Where the fuck are you from again? I'm gonna say that that's why, or maybe it's, I don't know how old you are, maybe that's it, but it's weird. It's not a bad thing, it's just weird. Throws me off every time. Good, Bisky, I'm glad you're glad to be here.
You know, I
I
could-
dust and mind waves. because
Ask Connor.
it's kind of
Yeah,
I'm not gonna lie, it's a little disrespectful to the rest of our time.
I
right?
agree.
Like we're
Well,
just like
so actually, what I was gonna say, the good news about the Heated Hippie panel is it's only 2 hours, so we're not gonna be sitting here for 3.5 fucking hours, and that was the first topic. So we're basically getting in, punching, getting out. So we're gonna have to be a little bit faster with our processes. So what we're gonna do now, as much as that is completely unresolved, what I feel like happened is we had the same people walk in with the same perspectives. They're leaving with the same perspectives. They're going to be able to articulate them in the outros. But what's really going on is we have a rift between Stardust and Mindwaves, and I think that rift should be resolved after the panel. So basically,
Good.
Stardust.
Thank you for
I
finally
would
fucking
recommend that
saying
you read
that. Don't know why you waited
Mindwaves
this long.
manifesto. That way he feels like you're taking his argument seriously. And then basically, if you guys want to have a conversation later on and involve any of us as moderators or whatever, we'll do that. But for now, I actually want to, so other people have an opportunity to make points on this subject, I actually want to give Mindwaves the first outro, Stardust the second outro, and then if the rest of you have some points that you want to make about this specific topic, or maybe about Stardust and Mindwaves beef, you can do so. Chud, just a heads up, I'm going to save you for last because all you've been doing is giga chatting in the fucking background. So I'll let you lead.
Okay, fair
Chud
enough.
is just being Chud.
So how about Mindwaves, you lead us off, please.
So this
Chud
is
also-
supposed to be in reference to what?
You know, considering this is a panel that is technically supposed to be about like what or does the fucking discourse or any of this actually matter, I feel like Chud should be the first one talking, considering, you know, he is the one with the largest platform. He should be like the most important one talking. He has the largest platform. He will have the most influence if they decide that there is an influence, right? He would have the most of that. I feel like he's like the one that y'all should be listening to more than the rest of these dumb fuck idiots. Maybe that's just me though. Maybe I'm elitist or some shit.
Exactly. Like, what am I?
You can address whatever you want. Specifically, the original topic was whether or not Twitch politics matters.
Okay.
But it seems like there was a subdrama.
Oh, we have a script for our debate? Gorps, hey, can you hear me? Me, unfortunately. Gorps, I don't want to be here either, but you're starting to piss me off. Me, what am I doing? You were the one who's wearing a stupid beanie. Hey now. Hey. Fuck off. Yeah, and how do you look like? You haven't even done a face reveal because you know you're ugly? I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say that, Bisky. I wouldn't say that.
Between
I'm not
you
that
and
mean.
Star, where you were talking about the specific drama and whether or not it mattered. So if you want to play between the two or make it one or the other, up to you.
Okay. Well, I'm not going to touch the Stardust shit because I feel like I already said everything I need to say on that. As far as the topic at hand, which I really want to get more into, I don't know if we're just moving on completely from this topic, but I really do want to emphasize the fact that, you know, I think upwards of like 70% of people get their news from online sources or social media now, and that trend is only going to keep increasing.
Yes, this is
I think that with that being said, you can point towards Twitch and say, yeah, this is just a microcosm on the internet, whatever. I think that's true. I think that a lot of people overstate how much influence Twitch politics can have, or even YouTube politics or whatever the fuck can have. But I also
You
think
are
that,
being
like I
too
said in the
good.
beginning, this is a sort
No,
of
Eraser hasn't come
there's two
back
things you need
yet.
to look at. How does
I don't know. Can someone check how many hours 80,000 seconds is? Can someone check that? Because whenever that 80,000 seconds is up, I'm expecting that motherfucker to just pop in right away. That's my expectation. Also, is what you're watching live? It was earlier. This was like, it ended, I think, right as I was starting stream. I can't watch it live because it's everyone else is just streaming it on Twitch, so I can't restream like that. You get in trouble for doing that shit.
does this affect the real world? And how does this affect our community? Even if you don't agree that whatever we do here on Twitch has an effect on the real world, fine. But it does have an impact on our community and the way that we engage with each other. Okay, so and not just that, but like
That's
the
true.
types of communities that we foster, right? And I think we need to realize the types of communities that we foster then go out and are participants in the real world and in other communities as well. So you can have an influence there. That's why we are called influencers. And I think that, you know, you have the burden to not cause harm. And if you want to do good, good on you. All right. I'm not going to say you have an obligation to, but yeah. I think that just
in
real quick,
some sense
list
you
off,
do
like, some
have an
examples of
obligation.
how
Let's be honest
shit has
here.
been affected
You
IRL
should have an
by
obligation at
online
least.
discourse. Maybe not Twitch specifically, but like if you just look at libs of TikTok and how that's encouraged or sort of translated into Fox News covering trans issues and like the sort of trans panic that's going on with conservatives and stuff like that, I think that that's a very real consequence. I think that if you look at like QAnon and the way that they engage online and how that has a radicalizing effect on people, I think if you look at things like January
I think libs of TikTok just made it easier. That way people didn't have to compile their own lists of stupidity. They could just go to libs of TikTok. That was all still out there. It's not like libs of TikTok actually added anything. At least everything I've seen, the videos are just compilations of things that are already posted. You can't really go after libs of TikTok for making compilations. So many fucking people make compilations.
Six, which was stoked by online activity. I think if you look at shit like Jared Polis that somebody else brought up, or Russians trying to meddle in elections through misinformation and memes being posted online, right? This is all shit that has effects on our real world politics already. Twitch, yeah, it might be a small section of the internet, but I think
Libs of TikTok is an account that posts compilations of TikToks. A lot of them are like compilations of idiot LGBT people or super lefty people just being cringy as hell. That's basically what Libs of TikTok is.
You have an influence, even if that is smaller than some other platforms or whatever. But yeah, that's all I'm going to say.
Appreciate you, buddy. And then Stardust, your response, please.
Yeah, again, the average Twitch poll streamer I don't think has a whole lot of influence, but to say that there's no influence from online politics would be silly. And we can see the way that online politics has translated into real world politics just through, again, Ye and Nick Fuentes and their little collaboration, as well as Ye, Nick Fuentes, Milo, all of them getting together and, you know, creating the Avengers and meeting with Donald Trump and then creating all sorts of havoc.
Creating the Avengers. Okay.
You know, I think we need
just gonna
to. I think we need to
that one.
understand what
Hassan influenced
like,
me.
I think
Yeah,
we need to
exactly.
understand like what
That's a
different
perfect
people's
example
goals are,
of
right?
the fact
and I think that
this shit
I think that
actually
different
does
people's
have
goals are going to reflect on like
influence.
what they think is most important in this conversation. I don't see these outcomes as glaringly as others seem to see them. I'm not going to say that I don't have the ability to radicalize people in my audience. Obviously, I do, but I'm trying to go for more of a mutual understanding, meaningful connection, meaningful understanding kind of relationship when I'm having interviews with
Yeah,
people.
she's talking about
Whereas
what I
when
was talking
do
about
debates,
earlier, where it all
I
comes
do,
down to
you know,
actually
try to
what
go
your
hard in
goal is
debates.
with the content, and if
Do you
you're
don't
achieving
understand by
that
the
goal.
statement of you
Hold
don't
up,
give a fuck
it's
if people are
outros.
radicalized and you're
Yeah, Mindwaves. It's outros, bro. We can revisit this later.
fair enough.
Top Taj, please.
I am not sure if there's like a lot more to say than what I said earlier. I think that like Twitch politics, we definitely delude ourselves about like how important it is. It's a drop in the bucket. Online politics obviously have an
Are
impact,
you
but, like,
pro LGBT?
again,
What do
like
you
I
mean
said,
by
like, just
pro
there aren't that many
LGBT?
people in the audiences, and like an individual's ability to like actually shift a large enough number of people to make a difference is pretty small. But I also think that like the whole concern about like, are you radicalizing people? Are you platforming people, you know, respectably or correctly? I think it's kind of a nonsense discussion because like from the perspective of someone who's like very left wing, any conversation with like a right winger where a left winger looks like slightly bad is like irresponsible platforming. And they're going to oppose like conservatives just being on the
Yeah, and it's going to
platform
be the
if they're
opposite
operating off of, like,
from
a
a
purely
right-wing
political
perspective.
survival instinct. And so I think that like when people talk about, well, you shouldn't have this conversation because it's harmful, they're operating out of a
What's your thoughts on them? What do you see them as? I mean, I am one. I am one LGBT. So, I mean, I'm not anti. I think that there's very little left to push for in terms of LGBT things. The only one that I would say would really be just a codification of gay marriage in like a constitutional amendment. And then adults being able to transition at will. But like that's all I really care about. I mean, I'm not a liberal, but yeah, I support them. Yeah, exactly. Like you don't have to be a liberal to support LGBT people.
perspective out
That's
of a mode of
an insane
analysis
take.
that measures harm based on their own values. And I think that like what we have here is just fundamentally a difference in values. Stardust disagrees about like the level of harm that is caused by talking with Richard Spencer with Mindwaves. And that's going to be a disagreement that is echoed across pretty much every conversation, where everyone is going to disagree about the level of harm that is caused by having conversations. And if we follow this logic down to its like natural conclusion, we just have like no one's able to platform anyone because no one can agree on what is like good or bad. So I
True.
think that like it's really essential
Very
that we have
true.
these conversations. This is more of a take on platforming, but I think it's essential that we are hashing out ideas. And I think that can be valuable for the people that consume it. Like I said earlier, like Twitch politics matters to me, but does it matter on like a national scale? Probably not. So that's all.
No, but
our Jewish
internet
American
politics
princess aristocracy
writ
is
large do. I don't think there's
I don't
not
really
really
have
an
anything to say
argument
other than the
against
intro.
that.
I'm sorry. I apologize.
No, that's fine. Mr. Canada, please go ahead.
Okay, so I'm kind of disappointed that we didn't really get to talk about the topic very much at all because I was really excited to talk about that.
Twitch
I kinda
politics,
forgot that
baby.
first.
Welcome aboard.
Yeah. Anyway, you know, whatever your guys' beef is with each other, that's fine. I just wish that it could, like, when I was bringing up that stuff, I just wanna like just clarify something because something wild happened that I didn't anticipate to happen. When I was talking about like, why didn't you do that for like a city council meeting or something like that and put all that time into that and do that? I was trying to like reel it back into the topic of the conversation, which is like, does it matter like in the real world, quote unquote, and stuff
Lehman,
like that.
I was
and I was just
Lehman, I
trying
was
to
just
understand.
It's out.
Okay, it did not come off like that, alright? That may have been what you tried to do, but it did not come off like that whatsoever, bro. I'll show you a Darth Vader hamster. Of course. Shawshank is back, and Shawshank is back with hamsters. I hope you guys can hear this. It's full volume, so if you can't hear it, I don't know what to do about it. You can't? Okay, I'm gonna try something. I'm taking off my ears because I know this is gonna be loud as fuck for me. I'm hoping it doesn't deafen you guys. You should be able to hear it now, though. It's quite literally as loud as it can possibly get. I can see it not really picking up anything. What the fuck? I think this video is just a very weird sound that OBS doesn't want to pick up. I'm sorry. OBS doesn't want to pick it up. I have it full volume, my desktop audio full volume, and I have the volume master at 600%. You guys still can't hear it. So I can't help you at this point. All right, let's finish off this debate.
Stop. And when I was saying that, I'm sorry if it came off as some facetious dig at something. I wasn't trying to do that. I was just trying to reorient the conversation back to the topic, and I was just trying to figure out like what makes you prioritize this and why we have to talk about this like interpersonal drama thing that I didn't know anything about. And I'm sorry that it's super autistic and super fucked up to ask questions to try to get some context to it and shit. But I did that just because I just wanted to understand. That's it. I don't I don't follow your guys' like Twitter pages and shit like 24/7, so I don't fucking know everything that's going on.
It's a wild hamster. It is cute. It's cute as fuck.
That's fucking fine. I don't have a problem with that. I was just trying to figure out what the fuck is going on.
Look, don't do it. Nobody reads it, okay?
All right. I want to point out. I'm gonna bend my rule just a little bit. Mindwaves asked whether or not we're autistic. It's Friday night and we're arguing about Twitch politics. Everybody on this panel and in chat is autistic.
That is a fair point. I'm gonna have to take the L on that one. It's
really
probably pretty much
Stardust and Mindwaves for trying
accurate.
to sort that out.
That is all your fault, Chad.
I was just asking questions. Anyway, yeah, like interesting conversation. I'm not sure if I've been swayed either way, but I look forward to the next topic. Let's get into it.
And speaking of which, I'll read the next topic, and if Chud Logic doesn't have 30% of the fucking talking time, I will be very disappointed in his passion for this, especially considering the transpirations of the next week. So I'll read topic 2. What's the best way?
Another one? Another one, Shawshank? Jesus Christ, that was so loud. Oh, he dead. He fucking dead. Oh, he alive. I thought he dead. Honestly, a hamster would just like genuinely die like that. Hamsters being hamsters, I could totally see that happening.
Gain clout. Over and again, we've seen controversies come up, bridges burn, friendships end, all to the roaring delight of the chat. We've even seen a little bit of that tonight. Most people who fight in the space want money, influence, or both. A, how do you pursue money or influence? B, what's the best way to pursue money and influence? C, what mistakes do you see done by creators, big and small? D, if you could Thanos snap your YouTube Twitch dream into reality, what would it be? And then I just want to lead this off.
Your YouTube
the reason why
Twitch
this was so pertinent, I
dream.
DM'd Chud earlier in the week. He basically chose to call out.
Basically, normally when I click on your links, it's a thirst over someone stupid. Oh, don't hug me, I'm scared. I don't like that. We're not, that creeps me out. I don't like that. We're not watching that. Yeah, Bale's exactly.
To address tomfoolery's criticism of the Balenciaga drama, and she went ahead and all that kind of stuff. And for me
It's
personally, sometimes I don't
creepy.
call out bigger creators because I want to maintain a relationship, and so it's difficult
Do you not
to
know
make
this? I
that
don't.
call
What?
of when.
What is it? It's very dark. Yeah, it's creepy. I don't like the style, whatever you fuck you call those things. I don't like the style of that. It creeps me out. We'll do one more hamster to fix the creepy.
If you don't,
Oh my god.
I'm coming to your house now.
10 hours. It is 10 hours of this. 10 hours. Jesus.
When is a relationship worth it so you can have productive conversations in the future? And when is a relationship no longer worth it because that person has either withdrawn from the space or you're at such a combative level, the only way you can interact with that person coming forward is through combat. Chud, you let us out, lead us in.
Okay, listen,
If
you've
it's
got to get your
show now,
foundations
it's
right. Be
better.
consistent. My way, that's a tip for you, mate. Be consistent in your
Mm.
streaming, okay? Make sure you're live as much as possible, as much as you can possibly manage to be on a consistent level to be out there. Obviously, managing relationships in the space is difficult. People will kind of like stab you in the back, but what that means to people is different. Some people, it can mean you criticize me in a thumbnail, so I'm therefore going to accuse you of doing something to me. For other people, it's like more substantial.
Hey, that sounds like Polly. Does anyone know what Polly did today? Polly went on a fucking rampage, alright? Polly, basically played such a hard victim card. I just want everyone to understand this because I was talking in kids Discord while this was happening, and basically Polly went on this whole spiel. She said that Kid Not Kin is trying to send haters after her, putting her in danger, and is just a horrible person, and that she's never coming back to Twitch poll. Yet like 30 minutes after she said that, she was watching more videos from Twitch poll members, which in effect pulls her back into Twitch poll. She's being a little hypocritical crybaby, and it's really funny to watch. It's really funny to watch like the downfall that is Polly. Basically, what's this?
And I'm the one that's over here. And I'm the one that's over here.
Than that. Obviously, there is a level of managing relationships, and I am a really
How many
nice guy
times can
despite
you
my reputation.
redeem
I do
one?
try and keep friendly with
I don't
people,
know.
even if we have disagreements. I mean, there's a lot.
Okay, so here's what it tells me. I'll read you what it tells me. It says that per reward session, the viewer can do 12. I don't know if that changes for like the amount that you redeem. It might be better for you to just save up more and do like 10 at a time. That might be better for you, but I don't know. I think you get 12 this stream. You suck butts.
Well, that's
I
answer,
mean,
I
sometimes.
guess I'll get into it in the sort of topic, but yeah, broadly speaking, I just think that you know, it's never a calculated assessment for me. I don't look at it as, oh, you know, I want to keep this relationship going, so I'm going to be nice to them. It's more so just, well, I'm going to make some content, ends up as a YouTube video, someone gets upset with the thumbnail, and then it causes all havoc, basically. Long story short. But yeah,
80,000 in 24 hours?
that's it.
No. When I Googled it yesterday, how many hours is 80,000 seconds? It's 22 hours. So he can come back at 11 o'clock tonight. When my clock above me says 11 o'clock, that's when he can come back. It's 86,400 or something is 24 hours. So like we make this 24? 86,400. Yeah.
All right, Eris, go ahead, please.
I specifically put it at less to make sure he could come back this stream if he
I
wanted
only
to.
remember the first question, which is how to gain clout.
Bisky, were you here when Racer was going off last night? Racer is a crazy son of a bitch. Not even a shameless plug. The highlight video of his time with us last night will be on YouTube tomorrow. So you'll be able to see it if you weren't there. And I might be here by then. It's Andrew Tate's son. I wouldn't be
So
surprised.
you'll
Yeah.
have to remind me of the other ones. But the number one way I would say is to
Yeah,
sleep
Bisky,
with
you weren't
Destiny.
here. If you don't recall it,
That
you weren't
is
here.
Probably the best thing. And if you don't manage to sleep with Destiny, then try to sleep with his editor.
Ew, Destiny.
and if
That's
that
gonna be
doesn't
the
work out,
worst
then try
hookup of your
to sleep with
life.
Hassan Fiker, but that's gonna be a little harder.
Or sleep
It's
with an
gonna
ugly
be
fella and
halfway
accuse him of rape.
decent,
That's
but
the other
not
option.
great.
Bro.
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt.
Falsely accuse multiple male streamers of sexual assault. That's a great way to gain clout. I really think that
I mean-
the number one thing is you need to make sure that your content is unique, right? So many people want to be streamers. just
So many
because they wanna
people
be a
don't
streamer,
have
but, like,
unique
you need
content.
you
Let's
need to
be honest
genuinely feel
here.
like you're contributing something unique to the space. And if you look at the people who have been successful, they all do
But
something
being
somewhat different,
successful?
right? It's not that they're just doing something a little bit better or like a better mousetrap. Yeah, I think maintaining good relationships is really important. But you have other people that have remained successful that have not been good at maintaining relationships. I mean, Destiny himself is terrible at maintaining relationships. One of the first things he said to me was like, you know, if you're looking for clout, I'm the wrong guy. Because he actually is really bad with burning bridges in general. And I mean, look at someone like Cherry. Cherry's still a very
Mood,
successful
though.
streamer. She has conflicts with a lot of people, to her credit. So so like I don't know, different strategies work for different people. But the big thing is you don't want to be like me and become a super perfectionist and then just completely.
Basically, what was the pickup line?
Like, you know, and only be relevant on Twitter. So that's not a good thing. It's not a good idea.
Speaking of which, good to have you back.
Oh, thank you. What were the other questions?
I'll read them again before we get into the general, but I want to keep the intro snappy so we can keep it moving. So Layman, please go ahead.
I think we have to make it. I sort of differentiate between like what will make you the most like financially successful or popular or whatever versus like what might be like the best thing to do, because I think what does work when it comes to getting like clout and stuff like that is mostly based off of like what's going to be the most sensationalist and then tying that into some like topic that might be popular in a given social context.
I need to see it. I need to
and I think
I need to
that,
hear it.
It depends
So
on how you
see
do
it,
that,
hear
as to
it,
whether or not
whatever.
you're doing it in like maybe the most like ethical way or something like that. You know, maybe just you know, don't do it in a way that's going to like make people like suffer needlessly or be like a fucking public health hazard or something like that. You know, that's
be
really
a public
all I have to say.
hazard.
We'll probably get into more details in like the actual like topic once we get into it. So,
Mind waves, please.
This is like my least favorite topic to talk about because you're literally talking to a bunch of fucking nobodies that if we knew the key to fucking success, we would all have over 1,000 views right now, right? So
I mean, Chud.
I don't know. I think taking
Chud's
advice from
here.
streamers that get like sub 1K like viewers is like kind of pointless. No shade at any of y'all. I love y'all. Like, but yeah. That being said, I'll be a hypocrite and give you two pieces of advice. I think that success in
Okay,
any
I don't want y'all's fucking advice.
Or
Is there anything else in this?
You know, or you can
What was I gonna do on my phone? Again, me add my number. It's kind of smooth. It's kind of smooth, depending on context. Kind of smooth. You don't. There's nothing to learn from it. You just gotta do it on a better
really does-
person.
nude photos. So like no one follows me for like my
Come on. Don't give me the loading screen of
later
death.
on.
paying $40 by time fucking Twitch payout rolls around, right? That's not what we're talking about. When we're talking about like building or getting clout or whatever, when it comes to streaming, we're talking give.
I don't give a fuck about your advice.
But this is why I said I hate this topic, right? Like I said, I don't think that being able to be the necessarily be part of your brand.
This is the one thing I hate about
like your
some
authenticity.
panels. Is some are just not related
Fuckers burnt out
topics and
couldn't
stupid.
stay. That's why y'all are here. So
True.
what made
Yeah.
you still here?
I don't care about you guys
So,
having
this is
fucking
one of the biggest problems. The
followings.
reason people leave is because they think I'm not successful. They actually are successful, working towards the goal, but they just give up because it's not quick enough.
Nick, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the family, buddy. Oh shit, you talked. I'm sorry, I didn't notice that you talked. Because you're new here, where are you from? What are your general political views? And for some reason, in my chat thing, your name is the same color as Beatles, so I might confuse you guys. Not true pickup. Not to pickup line. Right the line before. What? Yeah, I feel like I'm having a stroke, Beatles. Hey Bisky, what was I gonna do on my phone again?
Something like that.
Well, the flip of that is that like, look, I would need the.
Did I have a stroke? I think it
When
was
you hit 100
not me.
Viewers, but that's my point. When you hit 100 viewers, if you manage to hit 100 viewers and you're paying, say, half of your bills with money you earn from streaming, you have made it further than fucking tons of people who sit there to 0 viewers for ages.
Full time.
You know what's crazy? What's crazy is that me with my fucking 7 viewers, which is honestly, I've been averaging really well lately compared to like I had like a spike in averages. It's been doing really well. Thank you guys. I appreciate all of you guys. But in my Wrapped, I was like top 1% of politics, and I was like, how the fuck? How? That doesn't make sense. But then I realized there's people that like stream a couple times and then don't get 1 million people and then give up, and that shit's fucking stupid. Like if you actually want to stream, you're gonna have practically no viewers for a while. Deal with it. Suck it up. Learn to talk to yourself. From Kansas, generally conservative. Solid. Welcome in. Moth wouldn't kill you. Alex would laugh at it. Let's be honest. Best J, you may hate it here, but I was also in your top streamers last year, so fuck off.
That's all.
A lot of hate.
Okay, I think we're just done with this panel because they've gotten to the point where I think they're just gonna be talking about that for the rest of the panel. Guys, do we want to touch on the fucked up panel that happened earlier today? Before that one that we just watched, there was a panel on the morality of bestiality. And supposedly it went bad. Wick nuked the VOD. Do we want to look at it? Or is that one a little bit too risky? Yeah, Bisky, any pickup line, even the dumbest pickup line can work if you're just confident with it. You kind of want to see the disaster? You watched the video, you're dying? That guy was so fucking stupid. Dude, I know. Who, are you talking about the Flat Earth video? Because yeah, who the fuck would do that? You're not talking, you shouldn't be talking about the video that shouldn't be posted yet, right? You're talking about the Flat Earth video? Right? Right. I have to check to make sure that something didn't post when it wasn't supposed to. Yeah, okay. Twitch chatter video is being posted on the 16th. I'm sorry, guys. You gotta wait the weekend. That video is being posted on Monday the 16th. We're trying to do Monday uploads. So, the 16th, you guys can see that. Loved class, I'm not kidding. Well, you chose a bad person. Also, I feel like doing it in class is maybe not the best timing. Just that's what you should learn from it. Maybe not pick up lines in class. Because then also, even if they say yes, if it doesn't go well, then you have to like finish that class with however long is left. Dude, there's hair on my pop filter and it really pisses me off. There's like a lot. I need to lint roll my pop filter. Anyways, because if it doesn't go well, even if they say yes to the pickup line, right? If it doesn't go well, then you still have to finish the class with that person. So maybe dating people in your class is a bad idea. It's the same thing as like dating someone that's in your intimate friend group is usually not the best idea. He actually dropped out of the class. Did he actually? That's rough. That's hella rough. Biscuit, tell us about your guy while I try to find the really, really iffy panel that happened earlier today in this VOD. I don't know how long into this stream that it happened, because this is a 14-hour VOD that I'm trying to skim through to find this. So it's not easy. I think it happened like 8 hours in or something. I think. I hope. Oh, I just randomly skimmed to this point. I just saw that. I would do it casually with just him and some of your friends. Wait, what? What do you mean? My TA tried to say it wasn't my fault. It was definitely your fault. But he's a pussy, so does it really matter? Okay, guys, I found the VOD. Let me see. Or I found the point that we want. Let me skip to the beginning of this. Because I can't, like, skim to the beginning, because if you skim a tiny bit, it's, like, fucking half an hour, because it's a 14-hour VOD. Anyways, how's everyone's night going? What did everyone have for dinner? Or breakfast? Did anyone have any good meals today? Because I had 2 fucking amazing meals. I made myself a breakfast carbonara this morning. Fire. It was probably the best one that I've made yet. Super creamy, super cheesy. And then I had Taco Bell for dinner. I still have a Taco Bell burrito in the fridge waiting for me for after stream. You had rice. Rice sounds solid. If they're said ironically. Do you guys want to know the cringiest thing that I've done? So when I was a freshman, I was at a bowling alley with my whole baseball team because it was like an end of season party thing. This is when I was freshman in high school. And I saw this girl and I was like, interesting. And then one of her friends came up to me and was like, hey, my friend thinks you're cute. I know this already sounds like high schoolers, but anyways, so this girl's friend came up to me and goes, hey, my friend thinks you're cute. And I was like, oh, cute. And so later on I went up to her and I shit you not, 14-year-old me went up to this random girl who was also 14 and went, hey, do you want to go get a drink? Because there was like a bar thing at the bowling alley with like Pepsi and stuff. I'm not talking like alcohol, but I went up to her and went, you want to go get a drink? It worked. I don't know how it worked, but looking back, that was cringy as fuck. Eat some peanuts. That's it? Dude, eat some food. What the hell? Wendy's? I hate Wendy's. I can't get on board with that one. Sounds shitty as hell. There's this guy who I've kind of liked for the whole year, and I didn't think I'd see him again, but I did in my new class. He was there, and I kind of almost died. My goal is to talk to him. Do it. Do it. The easiest, okay, if you're in class and you actually want to try to talk to him, just ask him a question about the class. Keep it related to the class. Then you can get to know each other a little bit and decide if you actually like him or if you just think he's hot. Yeah, Aquamoth had some competition. Aquamoth was actually friends with this girl. This girl that is my now ex is actually how I met Alex, because they were friends. You have half moons on your nails. You are healthy. I only have them on my thumbs. What? What? Didn't need to be that straightforward. I swear he has a good personality. You should get to know his personality. Bisky, I know you, and I know you go off of looks a lot. Or like random jokes. Jokes and looks are not personality. You have to like actually get to know, see if he's a decent person. Oh, I need to cut my nails. That's crazy. That's crazy. I'm not saying you're shallow, Bisky. I'm just saying that you get your crushes really easily, which means your crushes are shallow. Not you as a person, just like your crushes. That's why I'm saying you should get to know the person better. I see all of your fucking shit. Your new crushes every week. Don't point out her trauma, Alex. She'll cry. Okay, let me change stream titles. Who thought this panel was a good idea? That's what we're going to change it to. I think that that's a solid title. And change the YouTube title too. Save. Save. Why can you hear me? Why can I hear myself? What the fuck? Okay, that's fixed. There we go. We should be good. There was a panel. Nampro, welcome in. Because you're new here, where are you from? What are your general political views? And yes, I think Wick held it. At least Wick was on it at the very least. But I think Wick held it. And Wick immediately nuked the VOD on it, which is telling, right? I think it's good that he nuked the VOD, but we're still gonna go look at it because it's still on Chud Logic's VOD. This panel was asking something along the lines of the morality of bestiality. I saw the notification for it. I never watched it when Wick went live because I was busy, but I saw the notification for it. And we might have to click off this. Okay, I don't know how TOS is going to be. I don't know like why the VOD is nuked, so I don't know how TOS is going to be. But the fact that this panel even happened is fucked up. So we're not in support of this panel, for anyone wondering. I'm a Warhawk liberal. Okay. Beatles, this is the second time I've said it. Yeah, Nem, it's crazy. Wait, Alex, what? What? Who are you quoting? Bisky? Bisky? Bisky, are you talking shit? TOS is gonna say a hard no. See, TOS is gonna say a hard no if we support it. Okay, as it should. However, a lot of times when you're in the position that of doing what I'm doing here, Twitch actually doesn't care so long as you're not condoning it. Like if you platform it to say it's fucked up, you're usually pretty good. Anyways. What is happening? Alex, what's happening? I'm so confused, Alex. Anyways, let's get going. Okay. You guys get to see this beautiful close-up of Chud, too.
Just one more camera person, Chud Logic, please come through, because a lot of these dog fuckers just won't put their cams on, and
I wonder why that is.
guess we're gonna find out. But yeah, we're gonna go.
Okay, even Chud doesn't want to do this.
Live, like I said, I'll say hi to my audience, and then we'll get this show started. Give everyone here a chance to have opening thoughts, and then we'll just get into it.
It is Wix. It is
I tell
Wix
you shut
panel.
up, please shut up, because there's a reason I'm telling you to shut up. Largely, probably because no one can hear you. So other than that, let's get this thing going.
Can you guys hear? Okay, hold up. Let's pause. Who is on this? We've got Chud, Wick. Fuck this guy. I forget his name, but he's a righty on a lot of panels. I forget who that is, dude. He's always there too. And then these three are remaining anonymous, which is very sus. And these two have animal pictures as their profile picture, which is even more sus. It's a bit quiet. Okay, I can turn it up.
Okay, that's wonderful. But how do I make Welcome money to yet another episode
Pretty
of
fucked
Wick
up this
TV.
panel is
We
happening
had the
without-
Oh,
conversation
that's his
that you want me to
his
talk about.
his
And apparently this
TTS.
week, y'all wanted me to talk about a subject near and dear to some people's hearts. Everyone loves their pets, okay? But some people love their pets in very specific,
Wick,
very
Wick,
special
this is
ways.
not the
So we're
way
gonna
to
talk
intro
about it. I've
this.
gathered and assembled a team of interlocutors to discuss this.
Wick,
Very,
that is not the way to intro
now,
this
I'm gonna
topic.
be a little more heavy-handed on the moderation than normal. I'm gonna keep them on a tight leash, gang, for this one. Okay.
As
Making
you
sure, they
should.
don't, go wild and crazy and start with the zoomies. But we're gonna talk, to be frank, about zoophilia or fucking dogs. And it's in the news recently due to the OnlyFans girl who got banned from OnlyFans.
It's in the news? What the fuck?
Sorry, what was her name again?
A naughty princess. Exactly. So that's a,
What does
something
the
to
naughty
talk
thing
about.
mean? What's the knot thing about?
We'll,
Does
we'll
anyone-
get into it. We'll get into it. Trust me. We got some experts, some subject matter experts that's going to explain this to you in more detail than you would ever hope for.
Don't act like
But-
you don't already know, Chud. Come on.
But for now, we're going to
Just
talk
want clips of him saying it.
about whether or not this has any. Should she have been banned for this? Isn't this just another brand of sexuality? Right? Is
Oh
anyone
my
actually being
God.
hurt?
Wick.
Well, we'll get into it.
Wick. I understand that he wants to have a panel on the topic. And it's not, I mean, I think having the panel is fucked up. And but it's not necessarily that is bad. So far, okay? The way that he's introducing it is giving leeway to bestiality being okay. And I understand that it's a panel on that, but I would hope Wick would have enough sense to understand that he should probably at least announce it. Because I wouldn't think that he would agree with this. I don't think that he does. All right? But I would think that he would have the sense to at least denounce it in the intro.
And with that, let's start off by talking to the first person I actually invited on this panel, Chud Logic, please.
Chud was the
What we're doing?
first person invited.
Jog fucking good, bad?
I mean, listen, I'm going to be honest with you. I'm ready to be convinced. I've got some reservations about
don't need some other
pushing
people.
the idea
Doesn't
of
really
fucking
matter.
dogs onto society. But I'm interested to hear what the other side have got to say. And yeah, we'll see what happens.
Are you
We'll see
actually
what happens
interested,
with you.
Chud?
Thanks for being here.
I
We'll get
wouldn't
into
be.
it. Next
I
up,
didn't think it's okay to
the
not
second
actually
person
be
I actually
interested.
invited on this panel, Lactoid.
All right, how's my voice?
Lactoid,
starting to
yeah,
sound?
that's his name.
Sounds good. Sounds good.
All right, so I'm going to start through this debate that although I am not personally a zoosexual, I am an ally, and what Naughty Princess is doing is not wrong. I've seen a number of otherwise respectable personalities rail against this woman for her sexuality. Every argument that I've seen used against this woman and zoosexuals in general are the same arguments that are used against homosexuals, necrosexuals, transsexuals, et cetera, and are merely bigotry, which I won't address, with the exception to one argument.
Here's the thing about sexualities, is you can follow your sexuality so long as you have consent from the other party. Now, you cannot have consent when the other party is a fucking animal. This should be basic knowledge. I really don't understand how it's not. But yeah, just so you guys know, an animal cannot consent to sexual activities, which is why it is not okay to do the sexy time with the fucking animals.
Argument that I think is more uniquely weaponized against zoosexuals and I do think is worth approaching, which is the concept of an animal not being able to consent. Putting aside the blatant hypocrisy of accepting the mass detention, torture, and slaughter of animals in the meat industry, the imprisonment and exploitation of animals in the egg and milk industry, and the enslavement and confinement of animals that are our pets,
Okay, so there's a lot of misconceptions here. A lot of people watch like that fucking Farms movie in high school or whatever, and then got mad at the meat industry. A lot of the meat industry is actually done in a way where the animals want, for example, cows, right? They want to be milked, things like that, because it actually like relieves it feels good for them, like it's a stress reliever almost. Whereas activities such as fucking an animal generally, actually, I think there's been actual studies on this that I've seen, create stress within an animal, create unhealthy stress within an animal. And again, they cannot consent to sex. It is quite literally the exact same thing as rape. Some people just don't care because it's a fucking animal, I guess. But either way, even if you were to say that you still don't like the meat industry, that doesn't make another form of animal abuse suddenly fine because the meat industry exists. Yeah, Catbug doesn't deserve this. I'm hoping Catbug has a good take here. Yeah, exactly, Beatles. That's what I was getting at. Catbug is this image of the guy on the top right.
none of which animals can consent to. The underlying question is, do we have the same autonomy concerns for animals as we do for humans that would make their consent even necessary to allow them to eat peanut butter off of the vagina of a woman? The reason we don't let other beings that can't consent, such as children, engage in this behavior is there are harms and risks of harm associated with that behavior that cannot be consented to. Harms and risks that we can definitively measure. We're concerned about these harms or risks of harm that cannot be consented to, for which that affects a being that we value, a child. Unless the opposition can prove that same long-term harm or any harm at all, it would appear as though a dog, cow, horse.
It has been proved. Like I said before, I am like 90% sure that there are studies showing increased unhealthy stress levels within animals who have had this kind of treatment. And also, again, it comes back to this idea, right, that you have to be able to consent to sexual activity. That is the core idea of sexual freedom, right? Is that the freedom can only exist with consent. And with animals, there quite literally is no consent. This panel is too far. I'm not going to watch it. I don't think I'm going to get through this whole thing. I just want to see opening statements and see if maybe it'll get better. Apparently animals don't have emotions. They do.
Is only gaining benefits. The risk of harm is simply not the same. Our value of the
Watch it all.
The same.
We'll see.
Therefore,
We'll see
sex with
how
animals is far
we'll
more
see
comparable to
how bad
owning
it
a pet
gets.
than it is to actually harmful sexualities such as pedophilia. For that reason, I suspect most of the opposition to Naughty Princess is actually just irrational disgust, bigotry. Thank you.
Irrational disgust and bigotry.
Well, can we point out the right wingers are so far arguing for this, not any lefties. It's the right that are arguing for bestiality. Just want to make that clear.
Let people have their say. Let the dog fuckers speak, right? And we'll get to you. Don't worry, Chet. We'll get to you. Smug. Speaking of Smug, it's your turn. Let's hear it.
Lactoid is such a devoted king to consistency that he will even bite the bullet on this. And I agree. You don't care about the dogs. I think we can probably just skip past that part, right? You can't claim to care about the dogs if you don't care about any other component of the animal agriculture industry, particularly the massive components of it that are sexually exploitative and involve non-consensual sex acts on animals. So, if you don't give a shit about the dogs, you're gonna have to explain why dog fucking has a unique ability to harm society. You need to explain why that kind of degeneracy ends up being worse for society than the very real harms that the animal agriculture industry engages in every single day.
Is also the thing, generally the animal agriculture industry, again, even if you think it's fucking abuse, does end in... If you think it's abuse, I guess you would call it a mercy killing, but it ends in that sort of thing. Whereas fucking your dog is prolonged torture. Okay? Unconsensual fucking torture.
I'm not trying to make this a vegan argument. I want to understand why dog fucking actually harms society any more than anything that society already does with or around or exploiting animals.
So
and you won't be able to do it.
Are you pro dog fucking or anti?
I'm anti dog fucking and anti animal exploitation, but I don't think you can be one or the other. It's all or nothing, baby.
Fair enough. Next up, we have Dog. Please.
Yeah, so hi, I'm Dog. I'm not a zoophile despite my profile picture. But yeah, no, I kind of support. Well, I don't know if I should say support, but I do believe dog fucking is permissible. At the very least, if the person takes proper precautions to make sure the animal and themselves aren't injured or harmed in the process. And I agree that if you support like slaughter of animals, then I really don't know.
Okay, listen, if this is going to be a vegan panel, I'm going to bounce because this is fucking boring.
No,
Okay,
I'm
I didn't come on a panel with the wick. I didn't come on. Let me ask you a question. Okay, fuck this intro bullshit. Has anyone here fucked an animal? Yes or no? Has anyone on the panel fucked an animal? Yes or no? Answer the fucking question. Everyone go around and answer. Go.
Just not
I have never
having
fucked
it.
an animal, but if I did, I wouldn't admit it because it's against the law.
Yeah, you can't really admit to illegal activity on Twitch, man.
Yeah. You can't. Yeah.
What?
For now.
Well, I guess
What's the
depends what
fucking
he
point
did.
of this? Is it just a vegan panel? I don't want to have a conversation about fucking veganism. I don't give a shit, okay? I come on to speak about dog fucking. Everyone's bringing the vegan arguments. Are we going to talk about
Sure,
dog
it's like,
fucking?
I just wanna
Shut the
talk
fuck
about
up,
the
you
fucked up
bug, you
shit.
fucking idiot. Are we here to talk about dog fucking or talk about veganism? What's the
It's
point of this
actually not
panel?
illegal in most of the U.S. to fuck animals.
Tragically, I'm not in the US, and neither is Chad.
In how many states is it legal to have sex with animals? Only Hawaii, New Mexico, West Virginia, and Wyoming did not have laws against bestiality. So that was an incorrect statement. A very incorrect statement. Jesus Christ. There should be 0, yes. No, don't put that in your history. There's probably worse things in my history. Well, that's right next to me. That sucks for you. You should get that fixed.
Chad, so
But we know, Smug, I know that you didn't fuck a dog, okay? I'm
Oh,
talking to
guys, you need to be
100%.
100% morally consistent if you want to criticize fucking dogs. And let's talk about veganism, actually. It's a backdoor debate to veganism. Are we talking about fucking dogs or not?
Hold on. I'm not a vegan. I'm not a vegan. I
Yeah,
genuinely
listen.
believe that I think most of the reason why people are against this is just because of disgust factor, which is the exact same reason they were
Yeah.
against gay people.
Yeah,
you
I
just
kind
need
of
to
agree with
argue
that.
for
Cole.
disgust.
Huh?
Like, what is your argument if not just disgust, Chad?
I want to talk about dog fucking and everyone's talking about veganism and I don't understand
We're
why.
gonna talk about dog fucking. I
No,
promise.
but we're just making an argument. We're just saying that if you support one, you don't have a case against the other, and also be consistent.
That's not even fucking true. That's not even fucking true. There are
Yeah, that's
absolutely
very
other
much
reasons to
not
oppose fucking
true.
animals besides being inconsistent. Even if, like, why are you arguing that everybody needs to consistently be a dumb fuck, okay? I would rather take somebody who's inconsistent and eating a burger but not fucking a dog than someone who's being completely morally fucking consistent and they eat burgers and they fuck dogs on the side.
No,
okay?
I think you're misunderstanding what we're saying. We're saying that if you believe one is right, then you don't have a case against the other, right?
How do you know that people think it's right to be killing animals? I think everybody here probably
I'm not
will
saying
fucking- would say-
I'm saying if they think one is right. I'm not saying they do think one is right. I'm saying
It's not,
if-
it's not just eating, by the way. It's like owning or having a pet or playing fetch with your dog.
Is
Yeah,
y'all's
exactly.
argument just like, oh, okay, so if we can kill animals,
No people who hate gay people do so because nine times out of 10 religion. Yeah, exactly. And I feel like religion should say something about fucking animals. Maybe not. She wants to get Pops too. I'll send a pic on. Okay, you're talking to Biscuit. Why do you highlight it?
why can't we fuck them right before? Is that your argument?
Not exactly, no.
Okay, then what is it?
I mean, well, my argument is simply that I don't think it does any harm. Well, it can in some cases, but in cases where
Really?
precautions are taken not to harm
What
the
do you mean
animal, it
precautions?
is okay.
Like, what are you talking about precautions?
Yeah,
What are the
so-
potential harms? If you were a dog fucker in training, okay, and you really
Right.
wanted to like
Wick.
fuck dogs, but you didn't want to hurt the dog, what precautions
Wake, you're
would you
towing
take?
so many lines here.
Well, for starters, I mean, one simple one is just to recognize the size difference, right? If you have like a little dog and a
Oh
big
shit,
fucking cock,
shit,
you know, that's gonna-
shit. Gorbsink, make a tattoo and tattoo idea channel. Okay. I'll do it right now. Let's do it. Yeah, I'm guessing you mean a Discord. We're gonna make a text channel called Tattoo Addicts. Have fun. Merry Christmas. That show up right? Are all the permissions right? They should be. It should be right.
cause some problems, right?
It's always the size difference.
Well, let's just talk about Naughty Princess. Like, she obviously didn't fuck the dog. The dog must.
Who
have
here
fucked
has
her, right?
watched the video of Naughty Princess getting fucked by a dog?
You.
I only saw the
Can
one
you
on Twitter
describe
of her
it?
making out with a dog. I didn't see.
Wait, can you link that?
I mean,
Has anyone seen it, or is it
Do
just
not
me?
link the-
Am
do
I
not
the only
link
one that's
the
actually
video
done
in
the
chat.
due diligence and the
Chud, why are you proud of watching that? What? I mean, I understand that it's kind of the topic at hand, but why the fuck are you proud of watching that? He's acting like it's a good thing that he's the only one in the room that watched that. That's fucked up. You shouldn't have watched that. Dog fucker in training, line of the evening. Yeah. Let us always meet each other with smile, for the smile is the beginning of love. Tom and Jerry. That one's a good one. You're leaving, Bisky? How did I miss all of your other goodbye texts? Anyways, if you're leaving, if you're going to bed, have a good night, Bisky. Mom, come pick me up. I'm scared, bro. Same. Fucking same. Jesus.
research for this panel?
He's also so much louder than the rest of
You know
them.
what? I've seen videos of that happening. I didn't need to see another one to know what it looked like. Okay, buddy.
Okay, well, let me explain it to you.
Are you proud of seeing other videos of it? Like, what the fuck is happening
Well, the
here?
first point is she's bent over. There was visual verification. She's got the same tattoo as Naughty Princess on Twitter, so it's definitely her. A little white dog, some sort of poodle, I don't know, comes up and tries to mount her. You don't actually see the penetration. It looks like, because it's a side view, it looks like it's too small to get in there. So it's little fucking lipstick dog zombie cock is popping about trying to get in there, and it seems like she's enjoying it, but it doesn't look like there's actual penetration, but you can't tell 100%, okay? And then after a minute, the video stops. That's what happened.
Was that necessary to describe? Was there anything necessary to know in that description? Yeah, bro watched that. Bro went out of his way to watch that, in fact. Yeah, exactly. I feel like we didn't need this. Beatles, you're the one that told me I need to finish this fucking panel. Anything that scars us that we hear is going to be on you. This is fucking horrible, bro.
You're arguing against this.
That's wrong, according to you.
Like,
Once
what-
it
I-
stopped,
we
how
just
many
wanna-
times did you press replay?
I watched it twice to make sure to see what was going on, but I did not get
Check the
erect.
pixels
Make a
to
note
make
of
sure
that.
it was-
I did not get erect, okay? Make a note of that. All right.
The cock cage was secure.
So, I mean,
If gotten erect had it been a bigger dog.
But can you explain? Can you
What if it
explain
was a
why it's
German
bad?
Shepherd?
I just
okay,
It was a
listen.
Great Dane.
If a white woman, right, loses control and fucking fucks a dog in private, you know, whatever, I'll turn a blind eye to that. I don't really care, okay? My issue is the normalization of it and people sort of seemingly trying to push for it. And you fucking idiots are being useful idiots because you're coming up with all these logic bar arguments, not to test the core of your moral foundation, but to actually support a woman fucking a dog on video and that being perpetuated and being accepted by society. That's what zoophiles want. They want you to make these arguments so they can go, well, we're free reign, we're good to go, and their position gets normalized. When I think there is an issue with normalizing further abuse of animals. Like, exactly like Straight Raid said, great point by Straight Raid, I want to say, right?
You
If you
think
have
there's an
abuse already
issue,
that we agree is
so
bad,
you
maybe some people
watched
that I think that eating
the
meat is bad, I do it
video.
in spite of the fact that it's, you know, I don't think
Here's for my truffles.
Here is this for my troubles. Swift Rage 1, 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 Swift Rage 1.
Yeah, it's gonna
Swift
read
Rage
out
1,
all of
Swift
those.
Rage 1, Swift 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 Rage 1,
just gonna
Swift
sit for a
Rage 1,
second.
Swift Rage 1.
We're gonna take this as a break. Oh, damn it, it's over. Yeah. I'm gonna say thank you, but I don't think I should say thank you. I think I should say as you should. All right. Keep that in mind next time. Keep it TOS.
I think it is wrong to do that, right? I'm just a lazy fuck. A third of my meals are vegan, by the way. Nonetheless, I don't think we need
Virtue
to add
signal
to.
points.
I don't
Congrats.
think we need to add to that by saying, right, well, if that's okay, let's add more onto the pile and just start fucking animals. You know, I think we should stand against that and push towards a place where, you know, we don't abuse animals in society. We don't fucking murder them to eat them and shit like that.
Yeah, you guys are going in the wrong
for hearing them
direction.
out. They're not useful idiots for making the arguments because they want to fuck the dogs.
Bisky, we like your quotes, though.
Post hoc rationalization. You're the useful idiot for bringing them onto these panels and hearing them out as if they're equals to you.
Wait, but no
But
one
it
here's
don't work
fucked.
if
Wait,
no
no
one
one here's
thinks-
fucked a dog, have they? Also,
No,
what the fuck's wrong with your mic?
They're definitely going to hear this.
What?
Yeah, what the fuck is wrong with your mic?
People who want to fuck dogs are definitely going to hear this panel.
Yeah, and who are they going to be more happy with? The people that are going, yeah, this is a bit fucking weird, we probably shouldn't do this or normalize it, or the people that
You're
are making
threatening-
these logical arguments and going,
You're
these
threatening
guys are right.
Every sexual minority ever.
I don't fucking care about other sexual minorities, okay? Outlaw them too if all I fucking care. If it means people don't fuck
You know,
dogs.
I would rather have a society of people, of vegan people who fuck
The
animals.
reason that you cannot relate it to other sexual minorities, as he would say, is because of the fact that other sexual minorities still require fucking consent. This should be a very simple idea. And I'm really disappointed that it's for some reason not a simple idea. But yes, in fact, any sexual activity requires consent. That's why things like pedophilia and shit are bad, because you want to know what there is not in there? Fucking consent. Okay? You cannot consent as a child, therefore pedophilia bad. You cannot consent as a dog, therefore bestiality bad. Beatles, I don't know. I really don't know at this point. Because they all said no, and then they said, but I mean, if we had, we wouldn't tell you. So, I don't think any of us are ever going to really know. I have a weird devil's advocate take. You cannot get an animal's consent to penetrate it. If you let a horse penetrate you, you should still be in prison, but I want to commit violence slightly less because that's a sacrifice. No, because here's the thing. You would, in most cases, all right, there's some weird animals. You should still stop them from trying to do that to a person because it's still fucked up. But there are some weird, or in most cases where that happens, at least that I know of, I'm pretty sure some sort of incentive is given, right? Like the classic fucking example of a dog licking areas with peanut butter. That is called no consent being given because the dog is consenting to eating the peanut butter, not doing the other activity that it is inadvertently doing at the time. Hamster break.
Talking about the dog effing panel, eh? Lol.
Yeah. Thank you for the resub, Legate. Welcome back in, buddy. I feel like, have you just been lurking in here? I feel like I don't see you very often. But yeah, I'm talking about that panel, sadly. Sadly, we are here doing that. He's so cute. Adorbs, bro. Absolutely adorbs. Why are you saying that's nice? He's sleeping. He's not dead, bro. He's breathing. Don't worry. It's also, okay, actually, no. We're watching this panel. I think that's really bad taste. Yeah, I just realized that the panel we're watching and the context that was being sent in, maybe a bad idea. Y'all, I have to run to the bathroom real quick. Talk amongst yourselves. I'll be fast. All right, what did I miss? There's a principle in business that everybody knows is sound. It says the people with the money make this ever-loving world go round. The Lorax. I mean, it's accurate. I'm a once-in-a-whiler between life and streaming. My life on Twitch is measured. That's fair. Bailey has shoved her head in, like, the hole for the arm on my chair, so that her head is just sitting in my lap right now. She's so cute. You missed the actual part. Okay, Shawshank, it is bad taste right now. We can go back to it after we're done with this panel. How about that? All right, you know what? I've boiled down my take. Every person who wants to abuse an animal should have experience having a horse dick ram them before giving, not giving them life, and having a second chance. Before not giving them life and having a second chance. That's fair. I think I can get on board with that one. That one sounds fair. But like not attached. Like don't make a horse go through that, but like I think we know what we're talking about here. Yeah, I think we can have laws around it. I think those like 5 states who don't have laws against bestiality should really work on that. Should really fucking work on that. Let's continue. Let's continue torturing ourselves with this fucking panel.
Than people who eat animals and don't fuck them. Like, one of them has materially less harm from every perspective.
Wait, what was that?
What?
I would rather have a society where people fuck animals and are all vegan than a society where, well, this one. That would
Wait,
literally be
Dusky,
better.
you can't be vegan and fuck animals.
You're
You
right,
can't be
you're right.
vegan
I'm
and fuck
saying that
animals.
there's a
That's not
lesser harm.
possible.
That would literally, as in they follow the vegan diet.
Possible.
No, it's
Well,
not, because
I know
because
that's
in
true.
order to be vegan, you
It's
can't
reduced the-
support
it's-
any
yes,
sort of.
yes, reduced-
Okay.
yes,
I don't even know what to say at this point. I don't... How the fuck can you genuinely make that point? Executioner, alright, bend over and spread. Yes, I would be down for that. But how can... Oh my god.
You're gonna do the smug bug. You're just gonna do the thing where you speak everyone over time like the insufferable cunt that you are. Because if you are, it's a waste of fucking time, isn't it?
Can you be a vegan and own a, like play fetch with your dog? Can you own a dog?
Yep.
Sure, but that's
Okay,
if you're sticking your dick in it, isn't it?
Sure. Well, no, not sticking your dick in it. But we're talking about what Naughty Princess did, right? What's like we were talking about like risk of harm or normalizing what she did. Like, what is the what is the difference in risk of harm from playing fetch with your dog compared to, let's say, putting peanut butter on your genitals and having the dog lick it off, or what in this video where the dog's trying to mount her? There's no harm. Like the harm associated with that is identical to that of playing fetch with your own dog. Like, what's the difference there?
The harm associated with that with is fucking stress. You're quite literally implanting stress on your dog. Implanting is not the right word, but you guys know what I'm trying to say. Like, you are actively creating unhealthy stress levels within your dog. That is the harm. If I had to really bring it down to its core. Okay? It's a very simple idea, and I really don't know how people don't understand this. We are made to eat animals. Also that, we have canine teeth for a fucking reason.
There's no harm when you play fetch with your dog. One, can I ask you, can you tell me the difference between shaking a woman's hand and going right up to her and kissing her on the mouth within 5 seconds of seeing her? Can you actually...
Yeah, psychological harm done to the woman, a feeling of violation, that she doesn't want that to happen. But like the dog, it's clear, like if you put if the dog is licking the peanut butter, the dog wants that, right?
Okay, wait, but you can use the logic from a child.
Not the other part of that.
The child doesn't know what they're doing, do they?
No, my whole intro was explaining why it's different than that, right? Because when we're talking about, again, like a child, you also can't own a child as a pet, right? There's certain rules in place, and we also care about the future well-being, like psychological well-being.
We practically treat our children like pets.
How do you know that? How can you tell that? How do you know a dog doesn't have psychological problems?
Okay, is there any evidence whatsoever?
You don't know that at all. You've got no idea. Well, we don't understand a dog's brain well enough. This is why the consent argument sucks as well. An animal cannot consent to having sex with you. We don't understand.
I have equal evidence that there is long-term psychological harm from having a dog lick peanut butter off your genitals as with a dog playing fetch. The evidence for both is equal as to whether or not there's future psychological harm for the dog.
If you had to guess what's going to cause more psychological harm, if you had to guess, would it be chucking a ball and they go pick it up and bring it back to you, or smearing peanut butter on your genitals and they lick it off? What would you guess?
Neither has any psychological harm for the dog.
Dogs have literally exhausted themselves to death playing fetch with automated fetch balls. Like, that's a shit argument.
Yeah, they can also get injured chasing the fucking ball. They can like knock into furniture. Like,
dogs have died licking peanut butter.
What's the harm?
But you're talking about a dog not understanding its own level of exertion and being taken advantage of by consistently playing fetch. Obviously, I wouldn't advise that someone take a dog out and just play fetch with them until they fucking die. Obviously not. I'm talking about one instance of going out to playing fetch, chucking the ball and bring.
Your society puts too much faith in studies, not enough in common sense. There's studies on this. There quite literally is studies on this. These people just don't know them.
There's risk with any activity you do with an animal. The question is whether or not this activity has any like special risk that justifies throwing people in a cage for doing it. And in this case,
Lactoid, wait. We have to leave this vacuum. Okay, we have to actually introduce practical real world hypotheticals. So you're telling me that if you walked into your neighbor's house and you saw them with smearing peanut butter on their dick, okay, just dousing it in fucking Skippy, okay, and a dog licking it off of it. You would not find any distinction between that and then if
Whoever
you saw them
made the
playing fetch with
long
that dog.
haul or dog
So
fight. What?
logically, there would be no distinction. I agree.
No,
with you.
shut the fuck up about logic. Okay, I'm telling
Yeah,
you.
as if that's what you think about. What's the logic inconsistency here? Would you walk in and think about the logic of it, you fucking retard? Would you walk in and think, what's the logical breakdown of smearing peanut butter on the genitals?
Yeah.
Get the fuck out of here with this, man.
Arguments are an exercise of logic. If we just wanted to like come in here and just bloviate about our emotional reactions to things, we could do that as well. Yeah, it's gonna be a little bit interesting, I guess, because I'm not used to seeing that in the same way that in the 1950s, if I came into a room and saw two men fucking, I might be kind of fucking weird. But
If I saw anyone fucking, I'd think it was weird, to be honest with you, whether they're gay or not.
It's somewhat of a private activity. So I walked into a room and I saw someone fucking a dog.
But it's not a private activity when it's in a video, is it? And it's put onto the internet. It's not a private activity anymore.
So all porn
it
follows that same logic.
Propagating it to children. If you're
Yeah,
an adult,
porn's not a private activity.
Engage in and watching that activity. In the same way,
What
when
the
you watch porn, you're engaging to watch like the sexual activity. I'm okay with adults watching porn, but not children.
Yeah, the video didn't rape you, Chad. You clicked on it.
I clicked on it. Well,
Yeah,
someone sent it
Shawshank,
to
that's
me.
normal.
I did watch it twice because I wanted to see what was going on.
Yes. Okay. Chud consented to the fucking video. Okay, because Chud chose to watch it. The dog involved did not.
That person raped you.
Listen, if someone wants to watch someone fucking a dog, good luck to you. I don't really care that much.
Well, yeah, okay, but right now we're talking about this in the context of if you.
But I don't think. But that being said,
you
wait.
get put in a cage. The cops come after you.
Sure, I don't even. Okay, well, you're doing the weird, whatever. I don't give a shit if they go to jail or not. Whatever. I don't
Then
care
fine,
about that.
I want to live in an authoritarian society if that. If
I
that's what
know
that means,
all
okay?
leftists are really fascist.
But wait. So, just because I don't have a problem with someone seeking that out, I don't think that you should have dog fucking on Pornhub. Okay, so what I'm saying is, right? So we shouldn't like. Well, it's not on Pornhub, is it? I'm saying it shouldn't. It's not now, and it shouldn't be. And it shouldn't be further normalized. You know, if it continues to be a niche thing on the internet, then I'm perfectly comfortable with that. Whatever, you can't fucking eliminate that stuff. But it's the normalization and the.
Okay, you shouldn't still say you're comfortable with something that you're just are giving up on eliminating. Okay, you should still be uncomfortable with that. You can accept the reality that it will probably exist somewhere, but you are fully okay. It's fully okay to say that you're uncomfortable with that. And in fact, you should say that you're uncomfortable with that. Yeah, basically, I probably would too. Have a good night though, buddy. We're the smartest creatures in the solar system, and yet somehow people still think that, fucking dogs is okay. This is the situation we're at as a society. Love it. Gotta fucking love it.
Pushing of it that we need to stand against. Now, fortunately, most people are against it, right? I mean, unless you disagree, do you think Pornhub should have a tab for fucking dogs?
Well, wait, would you make
Sure,
that same?
why not? It's not my decision. I don't own Pornhub. If you want to have it be like a specific dog fucking website, I don't care. That should be fine too.
Would you make that same argument for any extreme kink that could be like dangerous, like scat? Do you think that Pornhub shouldn't?
Yeah,
have a scat?
I don't think Pornhub should have a scat segment.
Should Pornhub have a gay section?
Nah, gay porn's alright.
That's a section. That's a separate argument altogether because you're conflating like the zoophilia thing. You're already presupposing that it's a sexuality or some sort of immutable characteristic that's like worth protecting. And these are not identities. These are behaviors. These are actions. There are editorial decisions that are being made when somebody makes porn and
Aliens
uploads.
would probably come down, look at this fucking panel, and say, "Nah, we're gonna wait another 100,000 years and hope that they fucking develop some sense of morality and not debate this topic."
This is like completely different, and you're gonna have to get into memes about like big tech and if they have a right to have TOS and stuff like that.
Wait a minute. How is the gay porn case disanalogous? I don't understand. Firstly, you're saying it's not an identity.
Wait, really quick. Are you telling me that you cannot tell the difference between two consenting adults having sex with each other versus like an adult trying to have sex with an animal that it cannot communicate with? That's what you're saying? You can't tell the difference between those two things?
No, I'm saying that I can't tell the difference. I'm just saying why is one bad?
The onus is on you to actually tell me why it's okay because right now
here's the simple.
Legalize it.
Here, hold on. I think here's the case, right? We're saying what really matters at the end of the day isn't consent, right? It's harm, right? The reason why
The reason there's harm stems down to consent. It all comes down to consent.
You can pinch a baby's cheeks, but not like rape it. It's because rape is harmful to that baby, right? Even though they can't consent to either one. And I'm saying in the case of animals, there are going to be cases, and you might argue these are like.
Do you see the difference between taking care of a living organism versus exploiting it? Very true. Go for it.
More important.
Yeah, and I'm saying, well, firstly, pinching a baby's cheeks has nothing to do with taking care of it, right? That's the first thing.
I'm gonna go fucking
The
crazy.
second thing,
wow.
in the case
of the year.
Yeah, in the case of dog fucking, there are going to be some cases where the dog probably isn't harmed, right? We could tell by its behavior. And in fact, there are cases where animals will actually pursue sex with humans.
Probably
right?
is doing a lot of work there. What the fuck?
Yeah,
do you mean?
but it's also doing a lot of work in the case of like playing fetch with your dog. You don't know. Like your dog might have nightmares about you playing fetch with you. You don't fucking know that.
Well, yeah.
Okay,
like,
if I can't know
you're
about the
appealing-
nightmares, how can I know about the consent? If I can't know about nightmares,
Here's what you can do for that one: is you can say to your dog, "Do you want to go play fetch?" And most dogs, assuming they have learned the word fetch over the time that you've had them, most dogs would get really excited at that word. And they would kind of like jump up. They'd be like, hell yeah, let's go play fetch. If you ask your dog, do you want me to fuck you? They're not going to have that same fucking result, even if they know what that means. Because 99.9% of fucking dogs would never try to do that, nor in any way tolerate it. Okay? That's why it is fucking abuse. This is not a complex concept. I don't know why it's being treated as if it's some complex context or complex concept. And also, you know, because I'm watching this for you guys should get Bailey something off of her wish list. She has to listen to this. Listen to me talk about it at
How the
least.
fuck can I know that they're consenting to have sex?
I'm saying they're not consenting. I'm saying consent is
That's what I thought.
irrelevant.
Yeah.
But how do you know that your dog is consenting to being picked up?
But I'm saying they're not consenting. The
Most
point is
don't.
they
Most don't
have
like
to-
it. Most actively
Yeah, but I'm
push
saying they
back
don't have to
against it.
consent. Who cares?
So the problem is whether society is right or wrong. Society expects that getting sexual with an animal will harm it. Even if they're wrong, that's what they expect. They don't expect that lifting a dog up is going to harm it. I think that's a pretty dumb argument.
Yeah, I just think this is
The
very
only-
disingenuous.
The only reason they think that, though, is because they haven't sat down and actually fucking thought about it. The only reason is
Okay.
because, really, when you boil it down, there's one passage in the Bible that says we're going to fucking kill you if you do this. And that's where all of this stems from. There's no actual
Well,
reason
to
why
be
they
fair, I
kill
think
the
there might be other well, I think it's mostly has to do with disgust.
Right, and where
And
does
just
disgust come from?
cases where people have like actually like harmed animals while doing this. But we're saying, look, in cases where there isn't a clear harm to the animal, why is it wrong? Right? And if you think it's we don't know if there's a harm. Well, we don't know if there's a harm in any case. So are you going to be against pets? Are you going to be against playing fetch?
The only way you couldn't know the difference between right and wrong in this context is if you wanted to remove consent from the discussion entirely, which you do. But continue, Chad.
All I was going
Yeah,
to
I'm
say
saying
is,
there's
I
no
feel,
consent. Like,
I feel-
why do animals even if consent was important to humans, right? Which I think to some degree
Okay.
it is. I think largely it's because humans value consent and autonomy much more than animals do, right?
How do you
Like,
know that?
Animals
children
violate
don't
each other's
value-
consent all the
But
time.
children don't value
Every
consent
time
and
animals
autonomy.
have sex, they can't consent. Like, we gotta go
Exactly.
stop
No
that, right?
animals in nature are consenting either.
Most species, not most species. There are plenty of species though, where the female involved would quite literally kill the male if they didn't want it. That involves consent. That to me shows consent.
Like even if they've got mating rituals, their behavior is defined by instincts beyond their ability to consent to them. They're following biological drivers. We have the capacity to be moral agents.
it would be
They
like
are
someone. It would be like
consenting
someone.
dog likes it.
It would be like someone with Down syndrome mounting you.
I don't understand.
I'm not gonna speak next.
There's the
Wait,
risk
but
of
how's that
harm.
an
I'm sorry,
argument against
what?
me? I don't get how's that an argument against my position, the Down syndrome.
Just pointing something out. Just pointing something out. That's all. All I was going to say is I feel there's a lot of disingenuous comparisons here, and people are acting like picking up a dog, right, is the same as opening up its area and getting your dick out and sticking your dick in it. When between humans, we recognize that the act of sex is substantively different from, like, you know, I don't know what the equivalent would be with an adult. You don't really pick an adult up, do you? But like, I don't know, having some other interaction with them. Sex is like meaningfully different from these other acts that we engage in, and there are certain like chemical things going on which we can't even possibly begin to hope to understand in an animal based on our current state of scientific understanding. So
Some
I
of
think
us
that, like,
Beatles
we can
don't
probably
act like
say
this
that
is
whilst the
anywhere
dog is
near
consenting to being
a
picked up,
popular opinion, though.
I think you're being dishonest if you're not saying that it's likely that fucking them is likely to cause them more distress than just picking them up is.
Chud, in
Not to
the video,
mention,
video you watched, real quick, Chud, in the video you watched, do you think that abuse was done to that animal? Do you think any harm came to that animal? Do you think that animal has any like likelihood of future distress at all?
Probably not. No, I don't think so.
Okay.
Right?
Sure.
I don't
So
think
in
I
that
can't
case-
say, but I'd have an abundance of caution and say there isn't really any need to have sex with an animal beyond some sort of like, you know, urge to do so.
I mean,
so,
there's not need to own a pet either, right? Like, I don't.
There's no need.
I still feel
Hold on,
pleasure,
besides
yeah.
like the
Yeah.
abundance of
Owning pets tends to be mutually beneficial for both the pet and the owner because generally pets without a home don't do very well. So a lot of times they go hungry. A lot of times if a good owner doesn't take them, a shitty one will, and that pet will end up being abused or neglected. Like, and then pets also give you a boost of happiness. And actually, like dogs, for example, when they're pet, do get a boost of serotonin or dopamine or whatever the fuck. So this is a mutually beneficial arrangement that has been seen and studied to be mutually beneficial.
Vosh and I. So you would agree that maybe your position is the only thing she did wrong was upload it.
It sounds fun
as
as
long
fuck,
she had
Beatles.
done this like in private, you would really have no issue with what she did, right?
If someone wants to have sex with an animal in private, like I don't think the police should knock down their door and arrest them. No, like do what you want to do. Whatever. Right?
Chud,
the
what the
issue is
fuck?
the perpetuation and normalization of it. I think we should stand firmly against. And it's funny because
Chud says, if someone wants to abuse their animals, nah, I don't think the police should do anything. That is literally what Chud just said. What the actual fuck is this panel? Why did anyone think this panel was a good idea to hold in any sense? What the fuck, bro?
because normally people say it's the left that are arguing for that, but it seems like you're the one that's actually arguing for bestiality this time
Well,
around.
no,
You're righty.
yes, right. I am arguing in favor of adults not being arrested or adults being able to do what they want, as long as it doesn't involve, again, children. And I've already explained my intro.
Even if it means abusing animals, yeah.
Well, you consider it abuse. You consider it abuse.
Ooh, fire wheels. I used to have a leopard gecko.
Based on the video,
He died.
Yeah, and we also used to like kill
Can
you
I
if you
finish
were
my
gay.
fucking point? Can I finish my point? We have those laws on the books. Are you saying that there is no way for you to discern when an animal is in pain or being abused?
The video, the dog was not in pain or being abused.
I'm
Wait,
talking
wait,
broadly. I'm
Yes,
talking
yes.
beyond
No,
just
you're
the
right.
video.
Yeah, we
There's a
can
blurry
discern.
line
I
there.
agree with you that like any reasonable person could discern if the dog is like actually in pain.
I'm not
or being
talking to a
abused.
reasonable person. I'm talking to
Sure.
you. Okay, and I'm
yeah,
asking.
sure. No, I know.
Can you tell when an
Because
animal's in pain?
I'm the
Can you tell when it's being
unreasonable.
abused?
I'm the unreasonable one that's too focused on logic. I know that's like difficult. But
That wasn't the question that I asked you. You said I asked you what your reaction would be if you walked in on somebody getting their dick sucked by a dog because there's peanut butter on it.
There's nothing
and you
wrong
said,
with
well,
that.
logically, I
assault.
start thinking
Wait,
about.
Aaron,
So not only do I logically think there's no problem with it, I wouldn't do anything about it. I don't think there's anything wrong with it.
Is the dog wagging its tail?
Yeah, the dog, like, okay, now if we're talking about like a dog being in distress, now it's a whole different conversation, and that you could have that be the standard for differentiating these videos into legal and illegal, which is the same thing we do with regular pornography. If we watch like we're looking at regular pornography, and we
Yeah, except for the fact that, again, there's no consent. Such as, did you guys know there's a lot of documents involved in porn when it's actually done legally, where there are records that need to be kept, there are plenty of contracts that need to be signed. Like, there are legal contracts that need to be signed, or else you can get in trouble for making that video with another person, especially when it's like a big company doing it, to an extent, on an individual level. But, yeah, so there's a lot of legal issues in porn that a lot of porn breaks. I'm not going to say that all porn follows it. A lot of porn breaks these laws. However, all bestiality porn breaks the laws because the animal cannot fucking sign a piece of paper. Crazy. Is the majority of people here non-dog fuckers? What does it sound like to you, Beatles? What do you think listening to this panel so far?
see women who are like obviously being abused, well, now we can step in and like regulate that. But as long as
It's
like
not
the woman is not
obvious
in
because
distress,
there are consent. There's
the
consent
dog
involved in
licking
some play
peanut
that can
butter
be
off the
violent and
dick.
stuff.
The dog licking peanut butter off the dick. Under what reasonable standard is that dog being harmed? Under the video Chud described, what the dog even he agreed the dog wasn't being harmed.
Well, to my knowledge, based on what I know, but I don't know 100%. I'm not like an expert, right?
No
and
one
the other
knows
problem,
100% anything.
Sure.
Okay,
So
is catnip harmful to cats? Do we know whether it's harmful to cats?
Whataboutism.
I mean, my understanding is
it's
catnip's been used for a long time. There isn't any cases.
That's just Twitch panels. So what it sounds like is Chud is the only one that's actually against it. Except Chud is also saying that I wouldn't want the police to do anything about it. Which again brings me back to why the fuck did Wick make this panel happen?
I'm aware of where catnip has caused like problems and stuff like that.
How can
But
you
here's
tell?
the
You can't
but
tell
here's
if
the
an
other
animal's
problem
being
as well.
harmed
But
every
here's
time
the
you see
but
a
here's
video
but
of
here's
catnip.
okay. But here's the other problem is
Roll through.
but here's the other problem we got too. When you have sex with another human being, there's a communication that happens. So if you're doing something that's causing pain or discomfort or there's some other issue, right? They can communicate that to you and that can be dealt with. Not necessarily the case with an animal, particularly if we're talking about like smaller animals that aren't in any way able to like, indicate pain in the way that maybe even like a dog could. So I think there's another practical concern that exists.
Energy, we're watching a fucking panel on the morality and should it be legal of bestiality. How the fuck do you think I'm doing? Oh my god.
Feedback from someone, that enables you to know whether you should continue to do what you're doing or not. So
The dog is interested in the peanut butter, and the cat is interested in the catnip. Like
Somebody
that's the
asked me
problem.
for
There's no way to
Yes, there
there's
is.
no way to
Blackfoot asked me if
distinguish
there's a
between
way
those
to.
Licking the peanut butter, yes, go ahead.
Do you know how clean dogs' mouths are? Would you say that they're clean or dirty? A dog's mouth. Answer the question.
Do you know how
I'm
clean
serious.
your mouth is? Have
I
you
mean,
this is
probably not
online.
that clean.
Can we just answer questions? Is that possible? Can we just answer questions?
Jesus.
Okay, first of all, what a fucking question. Second of all, they're dirty, I guess.
Okay. Yeah. Have you ever heard of zoonotic diseases?
Sure, I've heard of STDs, and
Did you know that infectious diseases can be transmitted from animals to humans and humans to animals?
Okay.
It's get an STD test and it's fine.
Is she gonna bring this back to COVID? Please bring this
Yeah,
back
an
to
STD
COVID.
test might not work.
Is there so?
No. Please bring this back to COVID because it's all the righties that are mad about this shit. Please bring it back to COVID. What is this energy? Okay, don't send me that shit. I'm not sure. Don't send me that shit.
Sure.
Yeah, but what
so,
if you
yeah,
just
yeah.
wear a condom? I don't get it.
There is. I
You
guess
have
you could
no
make the
way to
argument.
communicate with this animal. You have no
Right,
idea its hygienic status or anything like that. I mean, you're rolling your eyes, but that's not an
No,
argument.
no, no. I understand. So, but like, you could also agree this could apply to any disease, right?
Yeah, sure.
So
I never argued against
yeah,
that.
so I can't own a pet anymore because I'm interacting with a dog and giving it whatever I have by touching it, by letting it lick my
Kissing it,
face.
yeah.
Yeah. that's
No,
all
typically
given-
when people have pets, they take care of them, they take them to the vet, they get shots for them, they inoculate them.
Wait
for
a minute,
each-
you do that for your dog too. Wait a minute, hold on.
What the fuck? This isn't. Oh god.
What do you mean? Do you think that like
Beatles don't
people
ask
who
too many
abuse animals
questions,
do it-
especially
do
when
so
you don't wanna know the
opportunistically
answer.
For the most part.
Yeah, but we're not
Do you think
arguing that
we're not talking
we're
about
okay with
we're not
people
talking
doing
about
opportunistic.
we're not talking about dog rapists. We're talking about dog lovers. Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
So one issue that I heard
How do
there
you
with the
know?
STD
They're all
thing.
Rapists, to be clear, they're all rapists. But like, there is a distinction between those who are like violently doing it without consent for the animal and people fucking their pets and thinking they
It
have a
doesn't
deep,
even have to be
meaningful, loving
violent. I'm
relationship.
saying somebody asked me where's the harm, and I gave an example of how it could potentially be harmful because you
Although
have
you
no
just
way
gave
to
an example of how it could be
status.
harmful.
Here,
in this
I'm
specific
actually
scenario.
going to research this. I'm curious, like, what is the risk of a dog getting an STD from licking peanut butter?
Wait,
off?
Okay, so that girl is
okay.
also
Wait,
on
straight,
against
straight away.
bestiality,
I think like what
thankfully.
Straight is saying there, obviously, because I'm not a sick degenerate like you people are. But with the problem with these diseases, what they're called zoonotic diseases. Yeah, listen, virtue signaling against bestiality is totally fine, and I'll do it all fucking day. So zoonotic diseases, the problem with the Go for STD test, there are some situations like AIDS came about because people were eating bushmeat, they were eating monkey meat. Okay, now some people, maybe this is a racist thing, I don't know, said they were fucking the monkeys. Okay, I don't know how true that is. But the issue you've got is if you increase the prevalence of which animals having sexual interactions with humans, you're increasing the chances of these zoonotic diseases developing and spreading. And the feasibility is that something could happen in the future where you create a circumstance where some equivalent of AIDS or HIV or whatever it is comes present because of this increased prevalence of sexual activity. So I think there is also like a pragmatic reason to argue against
Yeah,
it, so we
Beatles,
don't bring about
that
some sort of
also-
fucking terrible disease.
What
Even
up,
fucking
Rufus? How you
COVID,
doing?
there's links
Yeah.
that COVID came from bats, and that was because there was no sexual. It's not even indicated that was because there was sexual contact between an animal and a bat. That was literally just because of interactions. So you think that that's not definitely going to be increased when you introduce like sexual interactions between humans and dogs or animals or like literally any animal, like monkeys. Another example.
Yeah, no, I haven't seen any
not
like I have not
storing
seen any
animals
like
was kind of
study or
extreme,
like sufficient evidence that engaging in
Yeah, we
dogs in
know.
this way like increases the risk of like zoonotic disease transmission.
I think it really depends.
and also here's the other issue.
So you're saying you got to see a study to not fuck a dog?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty
And
much
the
what
other
he's
thing
saying.
is, if we want to talk about like
Sadly.
the spread of diseases, like no, I think adults can like consent to like the risk of getting a disease from like engaging with an animal. So again, like HIV transmission rates are again primarily within the gay community, over 80% of new infections. That disease is primarily spread throughout that community. But I would never use this as an argument saying like you can't engage in sexual behavior because as long as you're like an adult, like there's no issue with that. Again,
And
so-
The argument becomes
Bestiality is bad for my religion, but from a secular perspective, it's not inherently immoral unless it can spread diseases. Either way, it's bad. From a secular perspective, it is inherently immoral. It is sex without consent. I don't think you understand the fact that secularity does still have morals. There are still general morals that exist in society without religion energy. It's bad, no questions. If you disagree, you're weird. Thank you. Thank you, Rufus. Thank you.
the argument becomes you should do it safely, not that you shouldn't do it, but that you should do it safely. That's how the
Right.
gay argument would go. Yeah.
Okay, but the issue is
and
you're
you should
thinking
do
of
that
it
safely, right?
You're thinking of it one way around. What if something develops and the animal gets a disease? Well, you've just given a zoonotic disease to the animal.
Yeah, but you can do it safely, and it's safe for
Is it
both
possible
parties.
to do it in a way that's 100% safe? For example,
I mean,
even
it's
if
not
you're,
possible to do
your pet
100%
dog's
safe
sick
for
too.
humans either. So,
So I'm
Are
looking
you
through it,
gonna
and,
are you
like,
gonna wear a mask around your
But
fucking
the di-
pet
but
dog?
the
Like,
difference-
obviously,
but-
you can get it sick a million different ways.
sure, but the difference is there isn't the same risk of these kind of new diseases developing between having sex between humans as there is in having sex with animals. So it's an extra risk factor that you're introducing for no discernible like
yeah, but we
reason.
could just say the same thing for gay people.
So here's
Well, not
like,
really. No, you can't make the same. You can't.
I'll be streaming before bed. Catch you later. Have a good one. Like, good luck with your stream. If you disagree, you're a freak. Yep. Yes, but we murder animals, so raping an animal is bad, but not en masse murdering them. No, because it is necessary for survival. Humans were made to eat meat. It is necessary for our survival to, in general, to eat meat. Therefore, us eating meat is fine. It is in no way necessary for us to, do things such as fucking animals. So, fucking animals is not fine. I feel like it's a pretty simple concept, and your questioning of it is weird, to say the least. Putting on the mess Tate got himself into, I think that he's a fucking idiot, and I also think that he's guilty. Circle of life, yeah.
Same argument about gay people, because you don't have the same risk of these zoonotic diseases, which, you know, ravaged us time and time again.
I mean,
COVID is an
higher
example.
risk of
AIDS,
HIV.
HIV is an example. Yeah, but that's my point. HIV is developed as a zoonotic disease in the first place.
And then it was spread by the gay community primarily in the United States.
Oh my god. Dude.
Okay, the reason it was spread by gay people is not just because of the thing in and of itself, it's because of the poor response to it. That's one of the reasons it spread so prevalently. But fundamentally it came... Sorry, go on.
You have to have
No,
the
Ronald
sex for
Reagan
STD
ignored.
to spread.
Ronald Reagan ignored the AIDS epidemic
Let's,
within the United States.
But you're able, to deal with it much more effectively between humans, and
This
you're able
is
to have
so-
protection that we know definitely.
The fact that this can even be a debate is just beyond me. Bronze, welcome back in, buddy. How's your night going? Who was the Times Person of the Year in 1938? I don't know. Why the fuck would I know? At minimum, 80% of meat consumption is unnecessary for human survival. If we went on vegetarian diets and only used what animals are necessary, minimum 80% of animal deaths would drop. Again, there are things that we were built to eat, okay? And if someone would like that to be in their diet as much as they would like, then that should be in their diet. If you're going to talk about excess in the food industry, that's a completely different conversation. Okay, it's an entire food industry thing. It's not a meat industry thing. Okay, and also a lot of the animal food industry is not even abusive, and at some point animals have to die anyways. Okay, at some point in not very long, these animals will be dying anyways. Other animals kill each other for meat as well. Yes.
Works, okay, and you're able to, you know, have medication and the treatment of it and stuff like that. Not so with animals.
Meat is good. Meat is amazing. Yeah.
About dog fucking
Not
get
even
made by
Loki.
humans. So in the same way that all of the agents in the HIV epidemic are humans who can change their behaviors or be given infrastructure to improve their outcomes, you could theoretically do the exact same thing with dog fucking. So even that is not distinct between dog fucking and the HIV epidemic. Like, the problem is that the disease wasn't tackled, not that the disease happened. I don't think you can put in place any policy or denormalize something.
But why
to the
don't we?
extent
Why
that
don't
you'll
we
never
just
have
skip
new
to the
diseases
part?
popping up.
Why don't we just skip to the part where we don't put additional risk factors in that could increase the likelihood?
And if someone wants to have sex, since animals are primed for sexuality, I said it's immoral from a secular perspective, no more than our en masse killing of animals. Again, it comes down to consent. Every sexual activity must have consent. That's why you can't fuck kids. That's why you can't fuck animals. Exactly, Beatles.
That's a conservative argument that they can use for justifying the same shit for not having gay sex. That's like literally
Actually,
a primary
no.
fucking argument
Actually,
they make.
no.
Yes.
Actually, no, because you could.
Have you not seen the monkeypox discourse?
No, I have not. I was
Okay,
too concerned
right,
with
they
dog
say-
fucking discourse this week. Sorry.
Sorry, fair enough. Sorry, you were doing your research.
Yeah.
The problem with monkeypox, the monkeypox discourse, was that it was being spread in the gay community because it was prolonged physical contact, and so people were spreading it in grindy clubs with fishnet shirts and promiscuous fucking, right? And that tended to correlate with the gay community. And so the conservatives were using that as an angle to say, well, the gay community needs to stop being promiscuous, stop grinding at clubs, and stop having sex because they're spreading a disease.
That is a complete. That is a.
What the fuck kind of a spillover conversation are you two having? Did you two come from Adventurous or some shit? What kind of a spillover conversation is happening right now? Someone fill me in. Animals can't consent to being put in cramped meat factories and killed en masse either? Yeah, and we already addressed that. We already addressed the fact that, first of all animals kill each other for meat. And again, this is a survival tactic rather than a abuse tactic. Energy or Bronze, one of you explain what the fuck this conversation is about right now.
A complete bastardization of the
Or
conservative
better, both
position
of you
on
do
that,
it.
okay? It wasn't the gay people, not maybe some far-right people or whatever were saying it.
Oh,
but
I
the
debated someone on this, and that was their take. But sure, there might be some less insane versions of that take where they're just like, well, they should just be careful.
Okay, so I've got to account for like the random schizo that you spoke to in this. I mean, I'm talking about broad perspectives, okay?
Those are the perspectives I saw. But
Okay,
sure, fine.
right. You're so fucking insufferable. Do you know that, mate? Do you know how fucking annoying you are? Okay, so the
hope he
perspective
does.
from most people that I
Something like-
saw,
I'll switch my name again.
okay, was not that gay people are having sex totally. It's there's this thing that's ravaging the gay community. It's primarily being spread amongst the gay community, which is true. Maybe just cut back on the fucking crazy anonymous piss orgies for a couple of weeks while it gets sorted out. That was like the more reasonable position that I saw. You know, yes, there was some anti-gay shit and stuff like that. I get that, but obviously, you know, humans have the ability.
Yeah, Like, did the sheep consent to getting murdered by the wolf? No, it's life. It's always gonna be that way. Yeah. Opinion on Zach and Kate? I think that they're idiots. I think that they have an inability to look at actual facts that disagree with their points and critically analyze situations. I think they're extremely hypocritical and don't have consistent viewpoints. Yep. And they're pussies because Zach doesn't want to have another debate. He's a little scared to have another debate. He's not. Dog whistling is bullshit, so you assuming a dog whistles out of things could very well be absolutely nothing and you just being a little pussy.
Need to have some sort of level.
Hey.
There was a thread that was going around.
Hey, energy. Nothing has been said in my chat to insinuate Nazi. We're not gonna do that. Bailey, why are you crying? Yes, you can come up on the couch. You don't need to ask my permission. You are always allowed on the couch. Are you trying to say hi to stream? I don't know. I don't know if they can see you. Here, if you come way over here, really? If you come way over here, they can see your nose. And I'm sucked into here. Yeah, Beatles, you better stay. I'm watching this fucking panel for you, so you have to stay at this point. Yeah, Griffiths, exactly. See, he got kicked 109 gyms, which is an anti-Semitic dog whistle reference to how many counties Jewish people have been kicked out of. Okay. So him saying that even him referencing that is not anti-Semitic. Again, referencing how many counties Jewish people have been kicked out of is not anti-Semitic. It's not anti-Semitic to talk about these things, right? What I'm saying right now is not anti-Semitic. Energy. Again, you're a little bit of a fucking bitch. Be nice.
And it was this dude, he went to this pissology and was talking about monkeypox. Like,
So if I go to Fox News, that's the take that they have, and not that gay people are being overly promiscuous generally, and that's why this disease is coming from. If I flip on a
Fox
segment on
News is
Fox
right.
News, well, okay. So this guy is also demonstrating the conservative opinion that I'm saying was the mainstream one. Like, this seems like a Fox News style argument that was being disseminated, right? Like the
What was the
mainstream
Fox
in a
News
country,
argument?
it's not to- I don't know. Like I'm
No, I don't think he was footing racer. I think at one point, what I remember him saying was something along the lines of, I'm conservative and I still think you're an idiot. So, being nice is pretty hard on the internet. Well, then you'll get stamped down in my chat. One of my rules is respect. Remember?
saying that if we flip on Fox News right now, I'm pretty sure that they would have gone in that conservative direction that I was saying. Not the reasonable, maybe if the gays stop fucking for just a couple of weeks, everything will turn out fine. I'm pretty sure that's not something that fucking talking heads on Fox News were saying. I'm sure they were digging deeper on the, gay degeneracy side of that argument.
Possibly,
yeah. But they were arguing from conjecture.
Yeah,
You
well, that's
don't
the
even know
mainstream
that-
conservative position, Chad.
Is
You
it the
can't
mainstream?
pretend that Fox isn't. Yes, absolutely. Yeah, it's the big. Okay, we're not gonna. Let's not get off a tangent. Fuck. I don't know what you think the mainstream conservative position is.
So
Maybe you
one
think.
of the-
I mean,
yeah.
well, all I'm
The-
saying
the
is, like-
primary reason for the primary reason why STD transmission rates are so high is
Mirage, yeah,
the
did.
rates of sexual promiscuity within that community.
He streams on YouTube still.
Oh, and also
and
just
that
biological.
was-
Yeah, I mean,
I don't think it was a perma ban. I think it was a temp ban. But yeah, he got yeeted off in the middle of a stream a couple weeks ago.
it depends how it's been
biological element,
argued.
We're talking about HIV. Yeah. For
If,
sure.
if the argument was, this is being spread, monkeypox is being spread amongst the gay community because there's a high level of promiscuity amongst those people, to me that's just true. The prescription is what's important. If they're saying gay people should stop having sex forever, obviously that's wrong. If it's gay people should moderate their sexual activity in these areas where it's spreading until it's sorted out, then that I would agree with that. I think that's a
Yeah,
reasonable
so we
position.
could
and
just
the
make
same thing
the
for naughty princess,
prescription
yeah.
for zoophilia, right? You could just say
Zoosexuality.
or zoosexuality. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, here we go. He's gonna come in. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Sexuality.
I'm
Right, so
kind
you
of
can
tired of
say
this
you
whole
can-
thing of just
Yes. Well-
relating homosexuality to zoosexuality. Again, because it comes back to one very important factor being fucking consent. And it really amazes me how idiotic these people are. Even the people that are against it seem to not really understand this point very well. And it's scary. It's a little bit terrifying how they don't understand this point. None of you guys even made the fucking earthquake happen. It just happened. God damn it. Alright, what damage do we got? Oh shit, I'm gonna flood probably. Okay. Yeah, Beatles, I'm gonna have to side with that one. Energy, because you know you're already on a short leash. We've been over this many times. Because you're already ban evading, so you're already on an extra short leash. Hold up. We're gonna look up what the fuck this guy's saying. Okay. Yeah, that would suck, Bronze, and you wouldn't support kicking people out of 109 gyms, would you? Okay, how about this, guys? How about this? Y'all are gonna cut the conversation about Jewish people, okay? That conversation is over. Either of you talk about it again, starting when this clock above me hits 11:04. Either of you talk about it again, and you are getting timed out. There we go. That's how we're gonna deal with this situation. It's equal for all of you, and no one can complain.
Just let him make the argument.
I mean, look, this is just semantics. Who cares?
No, you're getting to it. I mean,
yeah, make your argument.
My goal is
This is why you're
normalization.
here.
Okay, I disagree with Lactoid's goal there. That's where we separate. We're on different paths now, buddy.
Yeah. So here's because what happens when you don't have normalization is you have this lady lose her
He was
job.
gonna say, Dog, say your fucking piece, please. Otherwise, I'm gonna say it for you.
Wait, well, what's my piece? I don't get it.
With the fucking disease spreading shit. I'll forget it. Yeah, fuck it. All right.
No, no. What I was saying is that you could just moderate your sexual behavior so that you're not likely to spread disease to the animal, but you could still fuck it.
There you go. So he's saying that he can give Chud's version of the more reasonable conservative argument in favor of zoophilia, in the same way that and that you're the one who's being the extremist, in the same way that some conservatives who
Wait,
claim
what?
were extremists were saying that all gays should stop being degenerates and stop spreading monkeypox.
The people in the opposition, do you think I should be allowed to breed dogs? Like, should I be allowed, like, you know, basically put two dogs in a room and let them fuck?
No, I don't think you should breed dogs.
I think breeding is unethical.
I think you should have like a license for it or something because of the amount of unethical activities that has happened within breeding. But it's not that you shouldn't be allowed to do it at all. Also, I got very distracted by all of you guys, so I don't exactly know the points that were just said, but we're going to breeze past it as if I do. Shapiro, Carlson, Shapiro. What the fuck? Okay, let's continue.
But we're consistent. So
Hey,
the other
I
three
am
are
too,
gonna have
buddy,
problems.
and I'm consistent.
You're consistent in the wrong direction.
But why is breeding animals immoral? I don't get it.
Because
There's
apparently when
already-
animals fuck, it's like a problem.
Well, actually, no. Wait. That's very different.
No,
okay?
it's actually
There's
fine when
material.
animals fuck other animals.
Okay,
I'm
why?
saying that
Why
there's
is
a
that
problem
fine?
between.
What? Okay, fuck me. Okay, hold on. So first of all, the reason breeding animals is bad is because if it's dogs or cats, let's say, fucking 100,000 dogs and cats get put down every year in shelters because there's an overpopulation of them and they're continuing to be bred. So there's obviously a direct material harm that's being done there because there's an overpopulation of these animals. When it comes to the specifics of just letting two animals fuck without actually impregnating anything getting impregnated, I would say that
Yeah,
is
we're back to
as
the vid.
coercive
The
an
video
act of sex
videos.
as you fucking the dog as well. Like, there's no difference to a dog being able to consent to being fucked by a human or being fucked by a bigger dog. There's
Right.
no
Well, no. Wait, Smallbug. Let's go off on that then. So in the
All
same
right,
way that we should, like, according to these people, like,
No, yeah, let's go off of that. Which one can we control? Okay, right, if we're gonna go off that because you're insinuating that both are bad, then sure, both are bad. Which one can we control? Oh, right, we can control humans. Right, us being humans, we can control what we as humans do. So, us controlling that and not allowing humans to fuck a dog, there would then be at least somewhat of a solution to the issue that you have just put forward. Congratulations, you just fought against your own point. Fucking idiot. Yeah, Griffiths, welcome into the fucked up panel.
stop someone who's about to fuck a dog. We should also go stop a dog that's about to fuck a dog, right?
How does one logically follow from the other?
Now, one is harder to do in our society. One is harder to do than the other, right?
Oh,
like,
it's
if I go to the
pragmatics. the
No,
resource.
for me, no, I want to stop all of it. Yeah, motherfucker, I've chained myself to slaughterhouse trucks. All right, I'm
You
doing
think
this
that
shit.
when we're saying that you should prevent animals,
One of
you
those
should not
people.
breed animals, or you should prevent them from mating, we literally mean that we should go up to every single pair of animals that we see fucking each other and pull them apart. I'm just saying we should have comprehensive conversations about people knowing that they should like neuter and spay their animals, so they don't even get to that point.
Hold on.
But then
Do
you're
you
making the
think
same
we
argument,
should
it's just
like
more
have the
pragmatic.
police? Should the police go
We should
after
neutralize it.
people who have sex with a dog?
Yes.
I'm sorry, say that again.
Oh,
should the police go after? somebody who has sex
Yes,
with a
they
dog?
fucking should. There should be no other answer to this question.
Are we going pro ACAB on this one or not, Aaron?
Look, if
Which
we're
direction
all
are
in
we
favor
going?
of legalizing this, then I think that's a
Are we pro,
testament to where we
anti-cop?
are as a society, right? We're like,
Are we cannot be all in favor of legalizing this.
I think we
Thank
all
you,
are.
Wick. Thank you.
No,
Wick.
no, no. I'm not in. Wait.
Or
No,
sorry,
sorry,
decriminalizing it. My bad. I know. I
No, Lactoid, I want to keep it criminalized.
No decriminalization, no legalization. What the fuck is this? What the actual fuck is this panel? Aren't all dog fuckers? Arrest all dog fuckers? Yep. Yeah.
And I want to criminalize the other 98% of the ways that we
Oh,
exploit
okay.
animals.
Well,
So
Smug,
that's-
I'll ask you then. You want to keep it
I'm
criminalized?
authoritarian
The
today,
police,
okay?
the police come and like arrest somebody who's going
What are
to
you
like
crying
fuck a
about,
dog,
Bailey?
but you all
Yes.
are you in favor of like the police going and stopping a bigger dog from fucking a smaller dog?
Yeah, I think
No.
the cops. Now,
Bailey
there's
doesn't
better
like this
time-
panel,
there's better
guys.
things that
She's
they could spend their
crying.
time on. But yeah, like I would actually stop 2 dogs fucking. Absolutely. In a scenario
You
where I
want
didn't like
something?
get shit for it.
Wait, but I don't understand.
Hold up. If I pretend to get up, I'll be able to tell if she actually wants something. What do you want? You just want attention? Okay, no. Get away from my green screen. Don't touch my green screen. Come here. Sit. Now I gotta fix my fucking green screen. Bro, why did you just sit on my green screen? That was rude. I fixed it. It fixed itself. Alright, green screen fixed. You know, if a man is a biological dad, he's a literal motherfucker. I mean, yeah, that is very true. Assuming that he's still with his like baby mama, that is true. Energy, I would respond to you, but here's the thing, is every time secularism comes up, you do this thing where you never accept any explanation for anything, even when it has been adequately explained. So I'm not even gonna address your comments about secularism and morality because they are fucking idiotic and you come from bad faith. Okay? To put it into perspective, you are poly in this situation. Alright? I'm not gonna talk about secular morality with you because you never will understand it because you're closed-minded as hell about it. Continuing.
Why? Like, why?
I wouldn't do that.
Yeah.
But...
Wait. Would you stop one animal from eating another animal if you could?
Oh, absolutely. What, like a living animal?
Yeah, of course.
Would I stop an animal predating another animal? Yes, obviously. Sorry, if you wait, this is literally like a common thing in society. Sorry, motherfucker. With those videos where
So you would let another animal, you would let an animal starve? If he was hunting for food and you were just gonna stop him, you just let the animal starve instead?
they release a little rat.
No,
and
no,
a
we're not
person
talking about
swings
that.
by.
Smug, let me ask this because
Well, in nature, it's happening.
You're walking down the street, you see the
Energy, do you want to know? Because we have this conversation about every other fucking stream. Alright? I'm tired of it. You bring it up every time and you never actually listen to the arguments and then you copy and paste the same fucking question. Alright? I'm over it because you don't know how to actually engage in the conversation. You write off secularism and it's stupid and it makes me just want to write off every single thing that you say. You're lucky that I'm not doing it. Now, we're done talking about morality and secularism. If you bring it up again, you're getting a timeout. There you go. I'm laying it out for you. Again, you can't be mad. You shouldn't even be talking in here because you're banned. So, there we go.
woods, right? You see in the woods a cougar just chopping down, trying to chasing a deer down.
Yeah, assuming
But
you
had a
don't get
gun.
harmed. Assuming you're
I
not
would-
getting harmed.
I would scare off the cougar. Yeah, absolutely. Assuming that I could do it without risking harm to myself. Oh, obviously, yes.
Well, how does cougar supposed to fucking eat? What is the cougar like? How's this cougar supposed to fucking eat? You know what you're doing. You're harming that cougar.
look.
That's
listen,
fucking animal
An
abuse.
ecological
You-
collapse. This motherfucker.
You
is
all know.
gonna cause.
You all know. Okay, listen. Or maybe you don't. Like, we don't. I don't want to make this about my biocide conclusion. Okay, let's stick to the topic. But I will take that to the logical conclusion. We can talk about that some other time. Okay.
You want
I
to
will
like
buy every
eliminate
bullet you give me.
predators.
Yes.
I mean, I have heard some people make that
consistent.
position. I mean, it's consistent. I'm
Moral.
not
It's moral
necessarily
too.
arguing against it, but
Okay.
I don't really see why
It's
we should prevent
consistent,
animals from-
but except it creates more harm, so it's not really that consistent. I like meat, I like food, bro. Same. Bailey, what is wrong with you? Hold up, guys. What do you want, Bailey? Do you want water? You want water? Yeah, I think she won't. Yeah, give me a sec, baby. Water. I was wrong. I was wrong, guys. I was wrong. I think the bitch has to take a shit. It's gonna be a second more than we thought. Be nice in chat. If I have any mods, keep an eye on everyone, especially the ones that like to bring up sus shit. I'll be back in, what was it, 11:12? I'm gonna say 11:14. I'm gonna hope that she poops real quick. Alright, let's go. Yo, we came back in and she got the Zoomy immediately. Also, 11:14. I'm amazing. Go get your toy. Go. Don't touch my green screen. She's got crazies, guys. She's got a bad case of the crazies. Energy, you are quite literally wrong. I can go through the chat logs and see you say this just about every other stream. Yeah, you may not be able to accept it, but I do actually go through my chat logs when shit like this happens. Alright? And I know how often it fucking happens. Also that, Alex. You're not, Energy? Wow. Okay. Suddenly, I am unaware of what a content farm is. Because if he's not... Okay, anyways, continuing.
Breeding? Like, I don't get it.
Well, the reason why we don't go out and
Why can't I hear anything? What the fuck?
dictate natural
There
selection
we
is
go.
obviously because we don't, whether we admit it or not, we don't value these fucking animals in the same way we do humans.
I do.
But
That's why I'm dictating natural
Unless
selection.
Yes,
you're
that's
gonna go
true.
stop
No
a
one's saying that
coyote
we
from
are.
eating a goat, like
But
you,
we ought to.
Wait, but even
but we ought to.
Exactly.
Okay, some of these guys are
wait,
saying
but
that.
even
I
if
take
we
that
did
back.
value animals as much as humans, why would we prevent
can't,
them
but
from
we should.
eating? I don't get it.
No, the reason we don't do it, the reason we can't do it, sorry, the reason we don't do it is because we can't. Or rather, the reason that, you know, people who are consistent on this don't do it is because they can't. It's not a reasonable thing. It would be like if I was saying we need to go to anarchism immediately tomorrow. That's not a reasonable thing to say, in the same way that we can't say that we would stop predation. But it is still a moral act that's consistent with the moral framework.
Wait, but why?
What about like the
understand
ecosystem
predation,
though?
but
What about the ecosystem and the fact that there's an
Wait,
equilibrium in nature that needs to be
I
sustained?
think we're getting off topic, right? Let's just-
It's my fault. Look, you know what? I will. This is. I'll just concede for the sake of this debate. We can Lactoid. We can buy
Zach or Hassan? Wait, which Zach? You mean like adventurous Zach? It's the only Zach I can think of.
My point
No,
is
I'm
that we should
stuck on
respect
that.
animals'
kill all
bodily
of them.
autonomy and leave them alone.
Okay, all right. The
No,
bottom
I
when it comes to
wouldn't
the
care if I
No,
saw them.
stop, everyone,
Hassan,
stop,
for sure.
Stop, because this is wild to me. Okay, that
Oh, you actually want this? Okay.
This is wild to me that you think that we should just stop predators, carnivores, from eating
I don't
meat.
think that. No, I don't think that.
Smug
from
obviously
breeding.
does.
He's saying they're gonna stop them from breeding, right? That's what
No,
he's saying.
Smug's saying stop them from eating, right?
My understanding is
Oh,
that
no,
you don't
no,
want
wait,
to
wait,
stop
it's
predation.
Wick. No, it's further than that. Wick. Okay.
No, I understand you want to kill all carnivores. Full
I
stop.
thought you wanted to just sterilize them. So
Not
they
just,
don't
not just.
procreate.
Okay, all right. So assuming like, but now we're talking about utopian bullshit, so it doesn't matter. Assuming a Star Trek level of total control over the biosphere, why would you allow, given that you have the choice now, why would you allow that level of mass suffering to continue occurring on a daily basis? Why would you allow deer to starve to?
This is the dumbest fucking hypothetical I've ever heard. Vosh or Hassan? Probably Vosh.
Death, degenerate from parasites, and live in fear and like a nightmarish existence every single day under your total control of the earth. Why
I mean,
would you allow
I
that
could
to
see a
continue
case
happening?
for what you're saying.
Animals, yeah, because Lactoid doesn't actually give a shit about harm to animals because he's consistent. But the rest of you who do care about animals enough to not want to fuck them should be consistent with my fucking position on this. So this choose one, Lactoid and dog fucking, or me and killing all life on the planet. These are your options. This is the Mass Effect.
Why? Because Hassan is very academic in a bad way. Hassan has this idea of everything, and everything is very theoretical, but he's not very good at the actual application portion of it. Vosh is slightly better at the actual application, I think, from what I've seen, which would make me choose him over Hassan. Just in terms of like how good they are at what they want. That's what I'm judging this off of. Not like I wouldn't want any of them, so that's not really very relevant here. It's bad faith because you don't listen to the responses to your own questions and then you copy and paste your own question. Energy. That is why. MTG or AOC? MTG, but they both suck.
Wait, but why can't I be in
You can
favor
look at
of getting rid of predation, but also fucking animals? I don't get like what's wrong with. Like,
Wait,
if
what?
we-
I'm against predation and fucking animals.
No, but why can't you be against predation but not against fucking animals?
You could. I mean, yeah,
Because, because in both cases you're revoking something's bodily autonomy against its consent. And I
Wait,
care
but why?
about the consent of
But
animals.
why? Wait, but why should we care about the consent of animals? Like, I understand. Like, okay, so animals feel.
You've been failing to make that argument this entire fucking time, motherfucker. You haven't been able to explain why we shouldn't care about the consent of animals.
Because I don't think animals value consent, nor do they.
They don't
you
need to.
understand?
Children don't value consent, but we value consent around children
No,
because
but
we know
the
that children are
reason-
likely to be harmed if we don't.
Yeah, but the point is, it's about harm, not about consent. Who cares
So,
about
wait, so,
consent?
so hold on, that's my point. The end result of your logic, though, is you have to be against then all interaction with animals, right?
I think no. I think that you can have interactions with animals that are wholesome even without their consent.
Sure.
Yes.
So
in the same way
what-
that you
what-
can
what's
give a
the-
child a happy life.
Well, but
Sure.
it's about
Whoa, hold on. What's the
consent.
basis of like you say wholesome? Like, why would a dog?
Okay, it's things that are harmful, yes. Like the action that is problematic would have to be harmful in some way. He's right there. However, still, at the end of the day, it's harmful, at least in part, because of the lack of consent. Jimmy Kimmel or Conan O'Brien. I actually don't know enough about either of them to really make that choice. I did. Anonymous. Fucking panda, fucking energy. I did. Alright? Because what I said was secular morality can still include the idea that consent is good. Therefore, anything non-consensual would be, oh, right, bad. And there you go. There you have why pedophilia and why bestiality are bad. It's a really simple concept, buddy. Trump or AOC? Trump. They both suck, but Trump.
Perfectly enjoying licking. the
I also
peanut butter
don't like
off
your
of,
hypotheticals.
some
your
jelly.
Oars,
Why would,
Rufus.
like,
Don't
that-
like him.
Why
Fuck
would
you.
interrupting that benefit the dog?
It might not necessarily benefit the dog in a vacuum in that specific moment, but discouraging the idea of humans getting a like sexual pleasure or really any like physical pleasure in that way from animals would probably will lead to less harm overall.
Yeah, is there any evidence of this at all?
Sorry, there's no evidence of this.
Yeah,
What do you mean?
there's no evidence of this at all. I don't think that
I can give you. I can make this really. I can make this
I don't
really.
think there's any sufficient
I can make this
justification
easy for you. I can make this easy for you. You have two societies that are identical, except in one of them everyone can fuck dogs legally, and in the other one no one's allowed to fuck dogs. In which society are more dogs harmed?
I mean, I think the society in which you could safely have sex with dogs, the dogs would be happier overall.
Okay, let me. No, the fact that there are sex
What
acts occurring
in the
between humans and
fuck?
dogs on a greater scale means that the harm is more likely.
Wait, but I thought
To the
the
dog.
argument was about the
No,
permissibility.
it depends on like the action. So like we can narrow what actions.
You realize when you allow it, you make it easier for people to get away with fucking up. You do realize that. So if you were to allow this, you inherently make it easier for people to get away with whatever you wouldn't want to allow. And you're also just allowing people to fuck animals, which is morally horrible. So there is no positive to this. I really can't believe that this has gone on for as long as it has and has not been shut down or anything. I understand why Wick deleted his VOD. He should have probably thought through this panel a little more before he even had it. But I understand perfectly why he nuked that VOD. I would have also if I had somehow put this together. Energy, we already responded to that. I am not responding to it again. All right? You got it? Circle of life, exactly.
What hold on, we could, right? We could narrow the scope of like what activities are actually banned and what activities are okay. And like the peanut butter, the video of Naughty Princess, like whatever she was doing, all that's like just fine, okay? But like maybe the dude using a hamster as a fleshlight, okay, maybe now we say like that's obviously
Yeah, so I'm like on Lactoid's side here. Like I think if you have a video
Wait.
right where the dog is clearly not really being harmed in any way.
You can't
like,
say. Yeah, but you can't.
What if you use a pencil on a hamster? You're not using a fleshlight.
You're
You're fucking a hamster with a pencil. Is that okay? Because it might, be small enough.
If it
What the fuck is this, bro?
Okay, just wanted to get your position on that.
I'm not sure about a pencil.
Sorry, I didn't hear what Chad said.
Depends how big the pencil was, I guess.
No, sorry, I didn't hear what Chad said.
Is it sharpened? I don't know.
Repeat that for me?
Just check, not the pencil end, the eraser end. If you get the eraser end in a hamster's pussy and it's small enough, and is that all right?
Too much friction, Chad.
Lube it up.
You said eating things is natural, even though sexual desires are also natural. So here's the thing. Eating things are required to survive. Sexual desires are not required to survive, especially if those sexual desires are inherently harming your species' chance of reproducing. That actually hinders your survivability.
Okay, that's better. Yeah, then. You've got one of those tops for your pencil, that kids had back in the day. Just a hamster stuck on the end of yours.
Y'all are missing like a really important point here, which is that what like people
Enlighten us,
or
Darwin.
kids. What's that?
Enlighten us, Darwin.
I will. Thanks. Anyway.
Oh my god! No! Sorry. Okay, Karen.
So the reason
What the fuck was that?
you so you guys
That
aren't
was-
concerned if
that
you
was
saw
weird.
a child
I didn't like
pencil
that.
fucking a hamster, you wouldn't care.
Well, the reason
child, maybe not.
Well, yeah, okay, so in the same way that we would be
child
concerned
and
about
adult.
Child, I might care, yeah.
He's just going to
An
say
adult,
because he
no.
cares about. So, like, in the same way that we would care about a child picking the wings off flies, but not being concerned about them eating a burger. Like, it's about
Yes.
the fact that they are distinct from. And actually, this is one of the few arguments that you could theoretically make, and I'll give it to you for free because you guys are failing this embarrassingly. There is a. If you were to fully normalize dog fucking, then this doesn't apply anymore. But in our current society, with a gradual normalization of dog fucking, one problem that you'll end up with, and one of the reasons why societally we find dog fucking abhorrent, is because you are crossing a boundary that society has set, and that means that's going to be correlated with you crossing other boundaries that society
That's my
has set.
argument. There's utility in these things beyond just the ethics of it.
Yeah.
Because this is an antisocial
I mean,
tendency.
it-
If you normalize this,
it's a
going to make it more
slippery
difficult
slope.
to be able to determine
However,
who has a propensity to
I
harm
think it's a
human
pretty
beings also.
valid slippery slope.
Right, so that is the closest to a good argument you can get. But here's the problem,
No.
Aaron. Wait.
I don't think every slippery slope is invalid. Eating McDonald's is great. At that vegan teacher, yeah. Energy. For the most part, it is extremely difficult, right? If we're talking about our natural state of being, for the most part, eating plants cannot actually sustain you in the way that eating a meat can. Obviously, there are ways to do it. I'm not saying that it's impossible. But if we're talking about nature, if we were, again, going back to our original roots, you would not be able to effectively sustain yourself just eating plants in most environments. So again, we come back to the point that it is natural for us to eat meat. It's also historically been extremely necessary for us to eat meat. Therefore, we should be allowed to eat meat. It's a very simple concept that, again, not surprisingly, you don't understand. Bailey, stop fucking barking. Okay.
Let me do it. The problem, Aaron, is that if you fully normalize dog fucking such that there's no negative attachment to it whatsoever, then that no longer rings true. Now it's just another part of society in the same way that in a fully vegan society, someone who ate burgers would be treated as a complete insane murderer.
No, hold on, Smug. This is like the other element. What I was going to say is that like this applies to any kind of like what is seen as socially deviant behavior, right? There's studies that link having tattoos with mental illness, right? And there is, right? There's studies with having different colored hair is directly linked with mental illness.
What types of games? Whatever I feel like. I play Cities, I play Civilization, I used to play Minecraft a lot. I don't play it a lot anymore. Bailey, what the fuck is wrong with you? What are you crying about? You're not... Go lay down. You're fine. Go lay down. Do you want me to play with your ball? I'm not doing that right now. I'm sorry. We're getting an earthquake, guys. What else do I play? I played Bloons for a while. I play whatever I feel like in the moment, basically.
It's not because the hair dye causes mental illness. It's because
they're women.
Statistically, people with mental illness are more likely to get their hair dyed. That doesn't mean we legalize like dyeing your hair, even though there's a direct correlation there. In the same way that, like, yeah, it might be that the people who like decide to have sex with animals are like, more
why
likely to be
society.
mentally ill.
We're not explaining it as a justification. We're explaining it as why society finds it abhorrent, right? And where that's sourced in. It's the deviation from the norm that correlates with other deviations from the norm that might be
narrow enough then for me.
I've got to be honest, Mugwell, maybe you disagree on this, but I think we should focus more so on things like normalizing things like trans people rather than fucking dogs. That's probably a priority that we should focus on.
I totally agree.
We can walk and chew gum at the same time, gentlemen. Walk and chew gum at the same time.
So you can't really. No, that's not really true. No, you can't change.
Injustice anywhere is an injustice to everyone.
You can't change broad social, like, you know, there's been a definite succession of like different social groups that push for acceptance over time. Maybe we'll get around to the dog fuckers in the future, but to be honest with you, before the dog fuckers, we probably got to get around to the furries. The furries are probably due their day in the fucking sunlight, you know.
Yeah.
So I don't know, but for now,
furries. No,
this is just a political
if you're concerned, Smug and Straighter, if your concern is about, and to you, Chud, as well, if you're concerned about normalizing this stuff, does not furries having sex with other furries also part of that pipeline, part of that normalization chain that happens? So if you are concerned,
listen, you're not going to get me on this one.
Impact,
I think furries
right?
should be locked in prison merely if they put a fursuit on.
Fair enough. What do you think, Straighter Aid? Are you
Wait, you think who?
I think furries should be locked in prison merely if they put a fursuit on.
Fair enough. What do you think, Straighter Aid? Are you
You've just ruined American football for everyone. The mascots are all getting imprisoned.
Good.
I'm here for furry rights.
Furry pipeline.
Hey, I'm here for furry rights. The furry conventions and people getting expensive ass fur costumes and
huge
suits and rolling
correlation.
around in parks and convention centers. Like,
there's a
this is
huge
what it takes for them
correlation.
to avoid having sex with animals, and go for it.
But there's a huge correlation between those who engage in furry behavior.
I hope you checked with
Is there?
No, I don't. I'm making sure.
We know that you are. Like, I don't know.
I don't know if I can finish this panel. I really don't. All right, Griffiths, have a good one. Ever play retro games? No, not my thing. Furries, the most harm they do is by being a little cringy. Yeah, it's a lot of harm. The cringe is a lot of harm. You want to know? Actually, furries got brought up at my family Christmas Eve this year, and it's because I was talking to my cousin, and like my mom was eavesdropping, and we were talking about furries because my cousin saw a furry in my hometown, and so we were talking about this, and my mom goes, furries don't exist in real life. Like it's just this joke that happens on the internet. And my mom genuinely didn't believe that furries actually existed. So we had to show her pictures we have of all of the times that we have not interacted with. We have seen furries in public, in real life. And she was jaw drop amazed at the fact that they actually exist. I don't know how she didn't think they existed, but that's where we were.
That's because
I can believe that.
Yeah, but that's
It
because
makes
people
sense.
who are likely to
Yeah.
be zoophiles are probably going to be attracted
But
to
that's
that kind of stuff. Right?
well, that's
I say to each their own, but if it is a kink of yours and you are coming back to consent, unconsensually involving someone else in your kink, I have a moral issue with that. So
the thing, right? Like, and if anything, that's good
Sexuality.
news, right? Because that's good news because you want people who want to fuck animals to be fucking furries consensually rather than fucking animals. So that would even be a positive thing. So by deleting furries from the planet, Chud, you're actually going to be removing one of the few outlets that dog fuckers have. So now you're gonna have to go hunt down all of them and like imprison them too. And like you're just gonna just give them an outlet, let them fuck other dog fuckers in fursuits. There you go, problem solved. Bish bash bosh. No more dogs fucked.
I mean,
Yes,
this.
there's more. Okay, look, there's more chance of a human, actual human, even though they're furry. So actual human in quotes there. There's more chance of them being harmed, right, and their consent being violated than, well, to be frank, a dog has no consent. He has no ability to consent. They have no.
therefore, their consent will always be violated.
Wait,
it does not apply. The standards we put to animals do not apply to humans, and we should stop applying the standards we apply to humans that we apply to animals. We just should stop that.
Wait, so you're saying that
You're wrong, Wick. You are very wrong. To each their own has a whole new meaning nowadays.
two humans having
Sometimes,
sex have a higher chance of like a psychologically destructive outcome than a dog and a human having sex in a in a non a way that the dog can't recognize as abuse. You could use that same argument for children, and we're not okay with that, right?
No, we can't use that argument for children. And you yourself even admitted, right, to basically saying that the reason we care about consent for children is because if they don't consent, there's gonna be harm, right? There's very likely to be harm.
Well, no,
Like,
there's
what
not.
you
Yeah,
really
yeah, there's
care
not.
about. Hold on. So what you really care about is the harm, not the like bodily autonomy.
Okay, Drew, what?
I care about the harm, but
What
also
the fuck?
the likelihood.
What kind of a
harm,
start
right?
is
So, like,
that?
if we
Okay,
normalize
well, that's
an
what I
action
Welcome in,
that causes
buddy.
more harm. Yeah, right. If we normalize an action that causes more harm, and one of the two parties in that action can't consent, so like I'm okay with BDSM because both parties consent to a potential increased risk in physical harm, but the dog or the child can't consent to the potential increased risk of harm to them. So that's the distinction. Both parties have to consent to the increased risk. The dog and the child cannot.
Yeah. So,
With a
but I'm
child,
saying
there's
in the
actual
case.
risk, though. But with a dog, in certain circumstances, like the video that Chud's talking about, I don't think there's any
In that
measurable
specific
increase in risk.
in that specific video, I can imagine that the dog wasn't materially harmed.
But
But
she got
society-
fired.
Well,
Good.
yeah, because
She lost her
because we
job.
want to denormalize it, right? Like we
No,
want
but
to
what if you
Andrew,
just- what if you
no,
denormalize
we're
the
not
actual-
doing
you
that
don't
today.
normalize, like,
Yeah.
engaging in
What will
responsible
be
behavior.
Normalized.
What would
Okay, all right,
be?
all right.
What would
Do you
be?
think someone should be fired for pedophilia, Lactoid?
If they engage in like sex with a child, I don't think that can be done safely. So I would think they should be fired. But just being a pedophile, they should.
How can that
I don't
not be
think they
done
should be fired.
safely? I'm not gonna describe, but I imagine there is probably a
There's
scenario where.
psychological- we have studies that shows there's.
Hey,
Do you think
let's
that
be
even
very
non-
careful. Let's be very careful on this line of analogy.
Okay,
Yeah, yeah.
so,
Lactoid,
my
do you
point.
think that non-offending pedophiles could be teachers safely, like school teachers?
Probably not. The risk they have.
No.
towards
I'm not
children,
really
I think
sure
is
about
concerning.
that.
But they can live in society safely if they receive adequate treatment.
Okay, interesting.
Because again, I care about children. I actually value them, which is why I don't eat them and I don't own them. But animals, because I eat them and I own them.
But why do you value? Wait. So why do you value children differently?
Oh God, motherfucker.
Okay, fine. We don't have to do it. Fine. You can just be inconsistent. That's okay. I thought
It's
you
not
said that.
inconsistent.
That's
I
fine.
think it's really
It's
clear.
right.
Just answer any
It's as
question. Every
consistent as
single
any
question that
fucking-
you
This
ask
is so
Lactoid,
stupid.
I'm not sure if it
you
is.
have
This is so
beliefs that
fucking
you disagree with
stupid.
them. You just-
It's as consistent or as inconsistent, Smugglebug, with any of your foundational axioms as well. We can talk about that. That's like a really deep fucking vegan conversation, which we already apparently don't.
I think yeah, I know. I just think those axioms are more abusable. Like I can use the same logic for a lot of things, but we don't have to get into that. That's fine. Another time maybe.
I've got a quick question.
All right.
If you had a daughter, would you be happy if you walked in, and would you be comfortable if they were fucking a dog?
To be frank with you, I don't know if they'd be. I'd be happy if they were any kind of sexual minority, but
I'd
I
be
wouldn't
happy for
stop.
the
But I
dog.
wouldn't stop them.
We're asking with the dog though.
Wait, you wouldn't
Including
stop them?
dogs. Including
Wait,
dogs.
sorry. What was the question?
You
So
wouldn't
if you had a
stop
daughter,
them.
that,
You wouldn't
if
look and watch.
you had a daughter that was 18 years old and you found out she'd fucked a dog, would you be completely comfortable with that? Bearing in mind you think there's nothing wrong with it and it's totally fine.
Like, I'll be morally okay with it. Not maybe I would be like grossed out, but that's
What the
a little
fuck is the
different.
point of being?
You would be
morally
grossed
okay?
out. That indicates some sort of morally not okay with it, in this sense, right? It's not like someone throwing up. What is adequate treatment? Honest question. Required therapy, often, very often, probably like at least twice a week at the very least, but I prefer like every day or every other day type treatment, and also medications to reduce sex drive.
With something if your actions are not going to be congruent with that belief, because
they
you
would
would
be.
probably severely punish your daughter, or at the very
And that is not enough for everyone. I'm not saying that's enough for everyone, but that is like that would be like the baseline, right? And then if that is obviously not working, more than that, possibly like institutionalization, things like that.
least take her to a doctor or psychologist, something. Intervene in
wouldn't.
some way if you caught your
Not
child having sex
necessarily.
with an animal? Really?
So you wouldn't take any action. You just be like, that's a bit gross. That's a bit gross, but I'm not going to do anything about it.
Are they an adult?
Yeah, they're like they're 16, the age at which you.
The dog or the daughter?
Wait. So let's because obviously if you're okay, well whatever the age of consent is where you are. If they were the age of consent and they fucked a dog, would you take any action with it, or would you just go, well that's totally fine. I've got no moral issue with it, so I won't take any action. And if they were like, I want to fuck a dog again, you wouldn't try and stop them.
I mean, I guess the case by case. You know, I would have to like. I don't know if I would say yes or no. I mean, I would have to know more details.
No, have
Yeah, but
conviction.
what
The answer is yes.
details do you need?
What
We
if,
can-
what if
I
it was
can
your
give you them.
son? What if it was your son fucking a female
same.
dog? You would
Yeah,
find same thing. So, but even though there is an increased risk of harm there to the dog, you don't care about the dog, so you don't care about the.
Well, yeah, so I don't, but I mean, I think that you could engage in this without risk of harm, like for you guys, but for me.
Okay, if you saw that the dog was being harmed in that situation, you would then intervene.
I mean, I probably would if it's my fucking dog. Yeah.
Okay, but what if it's the neighbor's dog, or what if it's just a stray dog?
Why is it different when it's your dog? Why the fuck is it different when it's your dog? That literally shows the inconsistency going on here. Because if you were consistent, you wouldn't give a fuck if it was your dog or someone else's dog, because it's morally okay, right? Remember? Consistency is key, boys and girls. Consistency is very fucking key.
Intervene. Yeah.
If it's a neighbor's dog, it's kind of illegal.
Unless he's like opening himself up to like legal liability.
Yeah, that's a little
So you walk into your son sadistically cutting up a dog for their own amusement, and you're fine with that.
Wait, so
it's not illegal. It's a stray dog or something. No one gives a shit.
But you take that as a sign of a further psychological problem.
Yeah. If they were doing that, I would feel in danger for my own safety. I wouldn't really care about.
No, Dad, it's just dogs. I only do it to animals because you
So
told me
if-
animals
let's
don't
say-
matter.
Right, if I believe that,
You told me animals don't matter, Daddy.
If that was convincing enough, then sure, yeah. But I wouldn't be convinced.
So you're
easily.
fine. So you come in on the Friday night, and instead of going to the club, your 18-year-old son is chopping the legs off dogs and watching it roll around in a bloody pile in their bedroom, and you're fine with this.
Yeah, boys will be boys. I don't know what you want to say.
Oh my god. Okay, I don't.
I'm not committed to as strong as a position as that. You know, I
I
don't
don't
think
know.
I have to be
This
committed.
is the least.
What the fuck? What the fuck? What the actual fuck is this panel? Where are they going? At this point, they're going to actual, like, animal abuse that they can all agree is animal abuse.
I think this is complete
Being
copium.
okay.
If you walked in on your daughter sucking off a cat or fucking a dog, there's no way you would just be totally chill with it. I think this is just one of those things where you're saying it to win the argument. I think you would be outright disgusted and you would take action off the back of it.
I can't prove to you otherwise, but I'm telling you, like, I would not give a fuck. I would feel like a little bit like, wow, that's kind of like, I'd be disappointed in the same way if she was any kind of sexual minority. But like at the same time, like I wouldn't like.
Sexual minority?
Yeah.
You'd be
Like,
oh,
you and I, wait,
okay.
Blackwood, you would put
I
that on
wouldn't
the
stop
same
her.
level as someone who, if she was just a member of the LGBT community.
But you'd be disappointed if she was gay.
In principle, but not on.
D to the
So at the
LGBT.
same level,
Not the same level. Not the same level.
Okay, so if you walked into
The
your
same principle,
daughter,
though.
to your adult daughter, having sex with a dog, you would feel disappointment on the same style of, maybe not at the same
Yeah.
level, but the same
Yes.
style of
Yeah.
that you would if she was having sex with another adult human female.
Sure.
Is that what you're saying right now?
Yes. Yeah.
Lactoid, what the actual fuck? What the fuck? I mean, I'm at this point I'm not surprised, but like, what the fuck? Yeah, energy, it will never actually work.
But I would never stop her because I believe in consent.
Okay.
Also,
out of the air.
you cannot be talking about this shit in my stream.
Oh, okay, wait.
I don't have to agree with everything my kids do to not be a good dad. What the fuck?
Wait, Lactoid, hold on, Lactoid. Would you be okay with your daughter being gay in a future where being gay is the sexual majority then? I'm serious. I'm serious.
I mean,
Okay,
not
listen,
a
I
bad
don't want to
question.
get into a lactoid.
You never
I just want
answer
to
a
ask a
fucking
question.
question, Lactoid.
I don't know. I don't fucking
You
know.
fucking dodge everything.
you
laugh
cannot-
it off.
you
I
It's
dodge
fucking
everything. You
Sorry,
said that I use logic.
I mean, he was answering questions.
Just
so it's not big.
He's
Yeah,
biting
I heard
bullets.
him. I don't get
Dude,
it.
like you can, hey, stop. You can say a lot about Lactoid tonight, but you're biting them bullets left and right.
Yeah, no,
Hey,
I
God,
respect Blackwood.
He's a
Yeah, he's making himself look like a fucking douchebag tonight. Yeah, I mean more so than usual, but yeah.
But he's a champion.
He will explain the underlying logic, but when I ask him to apply his principles in real world examples, then he wants to back up and say, "Well, I don't know what I would do," or like, "I don't know, I don't think."
But
it
that's
would
just
matter,"
one
and he's really
specific
fucking-
case. Like, he just generally doesn't know.
I want to add like nuance and explain the loaded questions that you give me every once in a while. Yes, I do.
Oh, they're gonna be loaded because your shit is insane, bro. Like,
Yeah,
obviously,
so
we
this is like
need
not-
to make serial killing look bad. Actually,
I'm not
So
being-
loaded
I'm not-
about
I'm not-
asking
I'm not
what
being
actions you would
deposed.
take if you caught your daughter having sex with a dog.
I'm not being
Why is
deposed.
that loaded?
I can answer things in more than just a yes or no, right? I'm answering the questions directly. Everyone here acknowledges that I'm answering the questions directly.
the only question you dodged was mine about the gay majority.
I said I didn't
No,
know.
but
I'm
here's
not
the
dodging
thing.
that.
Right, here's the thing. I just want
you
to point
answer
out.
with, "I don't know," I'm
any-
feeling
Look,
I was dodging
like,
it.
if LGBTQ
I
was a sexual
interject?
majority, I'd probably have like a lot less of a problem with it.
You wouldn't be scared about straight replacement. the straight replacement.
He would be. Let's
I
be
mean, I have issues
honest.
with, like population shit, but that might be.
Okay.
He's fucking
Yeah, I
lactoid.
mean,
He would have an
I think
issue
that
with
to
it,
your
very
question,
obviously.
when you're asking how would you react, right? You're not
We all
only
know
taking
who
into
he is.
consideration morality there. A person might react negatively due to other reasons like social pressure.
I know, and I
like,
want to understand what those reasons are right now, currently. Like for them personally, for the people who say that, like, oh yeah, like like maybe you're somewhat morally permissive of it. But I'm asking you what that looks
You
like
would
when
join,
if
probably.
you want to, if you're
I
interested in
wouldn't be
normalizing it,
surprised.
like examples of people of you coming across people actually engaging in this behavior that you're claiming you're okay with. I want to know what you would do, or if you would really just have this like, you wouldn't care.
Yeah, so in cases where it's clear or at least as clear as it could be to us, right, looking from like an outside perspective, that the animal isn't really being harmed, right, and that the person is perfectly like sane, they're not like just torturing the animal because they're like a sadistic fuck, right, and they have healthy
How
normal
do you
relationships.
how do you
day-to-day
think
with
that
people.
you
They just,
prove that?
sometimes
How
they
do
just
you
want to get off with their dog and they put a condom on and the dog is wagging its tail, it's excited, I think that's fine. It's
Do you look at
weird, it's
abuse
gross,
as only this thing that can manifest as something that's sadistic, but it's possible to abuse another person or a child or human being by other means, by exploitation, by taking
I
advantage
never
of them that
I never
outwardly look
said, yeah, but I
that
never
outwardly
said
look
that.
neutral but are actually not and
No,
predatory.
I never, yeah, so I never said that abuse only occurs when the person is sadistic. I'm saying if the
You
person
never
is
said
not
it,
like
but you're acting
sadistic,
like it.
right, or abusive or whatever you want to say, like they don't have like some pathology, right, that's gonna
This
make
is a
them.
pathology. Zoophilia is a paraphilia. It's not even a sexuality.
But I'm saying if it's not a pathology that manifests in itself in a way that's harmful, or that's likely to manifest itself in a way that's
Well, I
harmful.
know you don't think it's harmful. I'm sure you think it's a fucking sexuality, right?
I don't think there's a difference between paraphilias and sexuality. I think that's just like something we made up, right?
What the fuck? Paraphilias are very similar to kinks. They generally involve harm though, and they also generally are much more extreme. I mean, that's why they involve harm. But that's what a paraphilia is. And then there's kinks, none of which are sexualities. None of these options are sexualities. Would he fuck his son or his dog or his son? Both. Probably both.
We just drew the line.
It is kind of a marker of societal recognition.
He would be the type of person to be like, I need to fuck the gay out of my son. And do that and think that there's nothing wrong with that. And think that there's nothing hypocritical about that.
Yeah, I mean, paraphilia is literally defined as just a sexual like preference, right? That's considered
Sexual
abnormal.
Not everything that is a preference is a sexuality. If I have preferences for blonde people or people with red hair, that wouldn't suddenly mean that I was like a blonde sexual, right?
Yeah, but if there was a specific community
yeah, I
and
don't know
whole,
if I agree with that.
like a following about that, yeah, like anything can become a sexuality, I think.
Yeah, I mean,
I
like
don't think
if
it's-
you're a
it's
gay
not
man,
an
like
argument.
you're like into like you have a preference for like dick and abs and or the fuck that like.
Wait,
Yeah,
homosexuality wasn't a thing in like Rome, right? Like it was sexuality was redefined away from the actual physical acts. So I don't think you can really say that like
Yeah, I don't
sexuality
think
is culturally
orientation should
determined,
be
right? Doesn't matter.
considered like I
Wait,
don't.
why do we have to go all the way back to ancient Rome? I'm talking about how
We
they're
don't. I was just
now.
picking the most well-known example.
I'm saying the distinction between preference and orientation
Rome heads, okay.
is sort of somewhat arbitrary. I mean, I guess you could say orientation is more
Entirely
ingrained,
arbitrary.
right? It's harder to change. Like,
Yeah,
generally
so
people.
we should
Oh,
focus
I'm
on the
not
harm, not
disagreeing
on
that,
the
like-
sexuality component.
This is fucking this is brain rot. The fact that this happened is horrible, and this entire conversation is brain rot beyond belief. And I don't know, man. I'm the more that this goes on, the more that I am actively losing respect for Wick. I like Wick. I have really nothing against him. I think he's a cool dude. But this was a very badly thought through, poorly thought through decision to hold this panel. Because like he should know where it's going. I'm not assuming that he will. I can assume stupidity. But I feel like this is going the exact way that you would assume a panel like this would go. Yep, Beatles, exactly. Then make your own content, gay Hasanabi. Wait, what? Me? I'm making content right now. Do you mean make my own panel? I don't have the reach to do that. That's why Wick does them. It's because he has the reach to do it.
Yeah, so I don't think that this is really germane to what we're arguing, right? The point is,
It's not
Jermaine?
Who's Jermaine?
What?
Jermaine Jackson.
Okay, so just real quick for the viewers at home, like just a small note. We have a new emote that has been uploaded in honor of this panel. We just uploaded it now, so make sure you spam
You
that.
uploaded an
if you
emote
like,
in honor of this panel?
Wik TV,
What?
Wik TV puppy, right? don't get excited, dog fuckers, please. And if you're really liking this content,
I guarantee
please give me money.
WebPD was fucking
Anyway,
responsible for
carry
this.
on. Go on.
We need
Wait, where is the email? I want to see it.
No, it's on my Twitch chat, right? No,
Yeah,
please don't look at no.
please
You,
subscribe.
That was on Discord.
avert your eyes, okay? You specifically, you Lactoid and
Me and Money.
Rhubarb. Don't
What?
look. Okay.
What?
Stop
Look,
playing.
Okay.
I personally don't
I'm
think
just
sexual
gonna
identity
ignore that
is
and we're gonna move on
any kind of
and pretend I didn't know.
sexual minority.
Because I don't want to
and
deal
with,
with going to look at that right
with
now.
the exception to pedophilia, I think there's unique concerns there. But I'm not that, but I am an ally, right? It's due to sexuality. I think that unironically, I think what we've seen here on this very panel
Is it actually, Beatles?
Just a lot of fucking bigotry, not a lot of like logical, cogent arguments.
Is it
why people
actually?
arresting these
Are
people.
you
The only
just
bigotry that I'm seeing
guessing?
on this fucking panel is from you when you compare the disgust that you'd have for your daughter having sex with an animal would be the same disgust that you'd find if you caught her having sex with another woman.
I would accept it, but like,
I mean, disgust is
like
disgust. You can't really control
if I
disgust.
came into like any kind of like, well, now this person's gonna have a harder life and it's my own child. Of course, I'm gonna be a little bit disappointed, right? I mean, you wouldn't.
He's kind of doing the left-wing thing of acknowledging his implicit
Gay
bias.
children,
That's actually
but
not a terrible thing.
Yeah, thank
Like,
you. Right?
Like he's being honest about the fact he has a bias. He's not justifying the bias. He's just saying that's the feeling I would have.
Right, and it would not be a legitimate feeling to act on because she can have sex with a woman if she wants to because she's an adult.
Or a dog.
That's
Or a dog.
Or a dog.
Yeah.
Lactoid is my
He's
favorite.
admitting it, but that doesn't make it good. All right, that's where the mistake comes there. Is because even if you admit it, I mean, yeah, it's good that you admitted it, but that doesn't make it good that you have that feeling. So that would be your
I mean, it's probably
response
more
to that
dangerous
situation.
With a big pussy.
Legalize pregnant drinking?
Can
Sure.
the zoophiles say what their favorite breed is? Like, what's the hottest breed?
Oh, Beatles. That's fucked up. I'm giving him an action music intro. He's back. I think is this the same guy? Is this the same guy from last night? Is this the same guy? It actually might be a different guy. Razor Boy, are you the guy from last night? I can check. Hold up. I think I can check my like timeout history or something. How can I check this? Oh, first time chatter. All right, it's not him. Never mind. I'm sorry for the rude introduction. Kind of rude. Welcome in, buddy. Because you're new here, where are you from? What are your general political views? Just so you know, there is another man by the name of Racer who came in last night who is a raging fucking misogynist, who said that women should be treated worse than dogs, among other things. So, there is some anti-Racer bias in here, just so you're aware. It's not about you if you hear people talking shit about Racer. I'm sorry that you guys have the same name, but welcome in. We're happy to have you.
Is anyone here actually a zoophile? They're fakes. They've not even fucked an animal. It's bullshit. I was
Again, they're
expecting
not
dog
allowed to
fuckers.
say.
And Chud.
Well, Dog just said he likes huskies.
I'm thinking
Chuck is the only one who immediately clicked on the dog fucking video, so I can see why he's disappointed.
I like them only
It's more of a
platonically.
platonic thing. Yeah, it's more of a
Yeah,
platonic.
yeah, it's a non-sexual
John's
interest.
best friends. Yeah,
It's a medical interest.
exactly.
Look, I understand we have to be circumspect about this, and I please do, right? But at the same time, there are people, because I want to be clear, like when putting this panel together, these three, Lactoid, Rhubarb, and
Okay, so this better be his explanation as to why the fuck this happened.
Dog here are the first three that said yes. But there are so many people who wanted on this panel to defend dog fucking. There are so many people who claim to be actual zoophiles, who claim to have had multiple relationships with multiple dogs. This is an epidemic. Even right
Where
now.
are they? Where? I want the person
I
who's having a
know.
relationship with a dog.
Wick, that makes it even worse. That makes it even worse. I'm not gonna lie. What's your opinion on Florida's Don't Say Gay bill? It's not a fucking Don't Say Gay bill. It's a don't talk about sexuality or gender issues until people are in, what, like 3rd grade or 5th grade? One of the two? It's not a fucking Don't Say Gay bill. That's just bullshit. The only issue I have with it is it does prescribe a age-appropriate sex ed that would be determined by some like legislature or group or whatever. But that specific group that was put forward to determine that does not exist in Florida as of right now. I'm assuming that it's being put together, but at least last I checked, that group to determine what age appropriate means does not actually exist. That's the only flaw that I see in the bill. But yeah, if you're one of those people out there, chat, this goes to you. If you're one of the people that genuinely thinks it's like a Don't Say Gay bill, I urge you to go read the fucking bill. Yeah, Gager, exactly.
Dog.
Epidemic.
Not these
Oh
fakers.
fuck, you guys can't see this.
Just saying, this is
It's very big of them.
It's
It's very big of
Zoopidemic.
Factoid and Dog and Rhubarb. It's very big of you guys. Thank you for being on this panel and being
Yeah,
pro
for the
dog
only one
fucking.
standing up for a oppressed minority, 100%.
Clarify, I'm
You
not
wouldn't expect it
pro-dog
from me, but here I am.
I'm anti-dog.
I don't expect much from you anyway.
Oh, Rhubarb
yeah.
said
I mean, that's facts.
dog.
No one
You were
expects much
presented
I didn't get to
from
do the
him.
intro. I cut those short.
Yeah, that was my
You were
fault.
presented to me
Oh,
as
Rhubarb,
pro.
if you're not
I
a
wanted
dog,
to
if
do
you're not a
that.
dog fucker, I'm sorry.
No, I'm a zoophile. I'm not.
Oh my
pro-dog.
god.
What?
Unethical.
There you go.
He's like one of those. He's
Wait,
a non.
wait.
What animal?
He said it so casually. He said it so fucking What? I'm sorry. What? What the f... Yo, he's just... What? I do like cities. It's good game. It's a good game, Racer. They do when it comes to knowing if they're being preyed on by family members. See, that's the thing, is I think that elementary school needs to be taught about consent. That's what it is, right? Because if kids are taught that they should not be touched in ways that they do not like, right? This goes down to the most innocent of things, right? If you are uncomfortable with someone hugging you, you do not have to let them give you a hug, right? Having that consent talk and having talks about what healthy relationships are, not in terms of dating, just in terms of healthy relationships in general, having those talks in elementary school, I think are extremely valuable to children. But you don't need to talk about sex. You don't need to talk about gender. You don't need to talk about any of that. 5th grade, like puberty introduction sort of shit is good. But still, you're not talking about sex. You're not talking about dating. You're talking about healthy relationships and consent. Yeah, exactly. Most are within families, which is why you need to have these early on in elementary school, and you should not be allowed to take your kid out of that type of health or like sex ed class, because it's extremely necessary for kids. It's the only way that we can actually avoid abuse, really, in my opinion, at least. Yeah, Beatles, exactly.
Your animal. What
He's a
animal is your
non-offending
animal? It's
pedophile.
not dogs and what? Horses?
What? Horses
I
are
feel like
hot.
it's gonna be
Goats,
foxes.
monkeys,
Fox.
otters?
How do you
Okay,
get
okay.
this?
It's a fox in the
Can we
profile
let the
picture.
zoophile speak, please? So talk to us. What's going
I
on?
think otters are hot.
Have you ever
can see
sex?
that.
Have you had sex with any animals?
It's like Vaporeon.
I tasted a dog's penis once, but
How did it
How
taste?
how did it taste?
it
Yeah.
wasn't sexual.
It wasn't you.
Why
you
are
were
we
not
asking
like
these
the dog's penis?
questions? Why are we asking more
Yeah, I have
questions
fixation
into
on, like,
this?
taste and sense, like odors.
Oh, nice.
In what
Non-sexually
world is it a
active.
good idea to continue
Oh,
asking
he's
questions about this
He has a
and just let
fixation.
him
Come on, listen.
talk about
This
this?
King King.
Literally, in what world is this okay? In what world is what is happening right now okay? Does anyone know? Does anyone think this is okay to just talk about it? Bro exposed himself. Holy shit. Bro exposed himself a while ago. Bro already exposed himself and he just kept going.
Neurodivergent
Oh,
on this
oh.
Discord, you know.
Lactoid,
God.
don't you want to celebrate? Isn't this beautiful? Listening to him describe these glorious, beautiful acts of sexuality.
This person
Oh,
should
yeah,
clearly
I
not be
do.
fucking arrested. That's ridiculous. You guys want him to be put in a cage.
I never
Insanity.
said that.
Aaron, has he done?
Yeah.
Wait, Aaron, has he done? Aaron, has he done more harm by tasting the dog's penis or by eating a single burger?
Probably eating a burger, right?
Aaron.
Probably eating a burger, yeah.
Okay, so he should be in prison for the burger, not the dog penis. There we go.
I
We got
don't
it.
No,
believe,
I
don't
disagree.
believe in punitive justice.
I heavily
though. That was
disagree.
why
I
when
think
Lactoid
you
asked that, I was
fuckers are
like, okay,
idiots.
that you think it is. So,
You
like, how
fuckers
would
on the
you say, like,
panels are
there's
absolute
there's other
idiots.
ways that you can deal with people who are fucking
would you
dogs
deal
besides
with
just
that?
throwing them in
True.
prison.
No, it's a derail. Okay, fine.
No, I'm
Right,
curious.
you want to get into
Gregory,
criminal justice
yeah,
memes?
I want you to know.
Let's roll.
Say you knew, okay? You knew that your next door neighbors, they were having sex with animals, okay?
Mhm.
All the time, all sources, horses, dogs, kitties, the whole
yeah.
menagerie.
What do you think about the death penalty? I think it should be extremely rare, like even rarer than it already is. I think it should be used for cases of multiple crimes where rehabilitation has been shown to be ineffective, and to where especially where they still pose a danger when they are in prison. So, for example, Ted Bundy still posed a danger when he was in prison because of the amount of times that he escaped. Right? There are people who pose a danger because of their ability to manipulate guards, like these sort of things. They have to commit an extremely heinous act, be a reoffender that has been shown that rehabilitation doesn't work, and it helps if they are still a danger even when they're incarcerated. That's like my standards for death penalty. So it would be very, very rare, but it should still be there for those cases. Except for when it comes to marijuana bong addicts. We have rehabilitation doesn't work in poverty-stricken USA. Studies of USA-based rehabilitation methods do actually have positive impacts in lowering the recidivism rate. So you are just incorrect. They don't work as well as in other countries. I'll fully admit that, but there are studies showing that they have an influence in lowering recidivism.
Okay.
All of it, yeah.
We're just going at it.
It's a real
How would you
solution.
deal with this?
I wouldn't be punitive with it in the same way that
Okay,
I
so
want
you're saying how I
non-offending.
wouldn't, but how would you?
Yeah, I can tell you, but I'm just like
Please.
starting from there because people think that like the only way to deal with these things would be to throw these people in prison or like mental facilities, but that's not what I'm saying.
Guys,
I want
hold
people
up.
to be able to.
I have to know if I fucked myself tonight. Who thinks that Baja Blast has caffeine? Does Baja Blast Zero Sugar have caffeine? Fuck. I didn't think it had caffeine when I got it. Fuck. I'm not sleeping tonight. That actually makes a lot of sense. That actually makes sense why every time I get Taco Bell for dinner, I end up staying up late. That's fucking crazy, bro. I am an idiot. Yep. Okay,
to
moving
express
on.
that they need help or someone to talk to and get and seek treatment and help for these afflictions, not to feel so scared that they can't even like openly talk about it. But I don't want them to feel so comfortable that they could just brazenly go fuck animals and stuff like that without social
It's the
repercussions.
pedophile argument. It's the pedophile argument. Like it should be discouraged and stigmatized, but they should be enabled towards help. And
Yeah,
the,
I would
the
respect any
stigmatization
zoophile-
is there to
yeah.
push them towards help. Yeah,
I would
okay, that's
respect
fine.
any zoophile who doesn't offend and tries to seek help for their mental afflictions and their compulsive behaviors around animals. Yeah,
Okay,
that's
are you
fine.
in
That's commendable. I respect that.
therapy for your
Well,
dog
hold on.
penis licking?
So you accused me of dodging. Wig asked a very simple question. Your neighbor was
Thoughts on the border? What do you mean by that? Like immigration policy? I think that we need to have a faster, quicker, easier immigration system, and at the same time need to still be harsh on illegal immigration. I think that the majority of illegal immigration happens not over the border, but from things like overstayed visas. And so the idea of building a wall is a waste of time. I'm not like opposed to it per se, but I think it's a waste of time and a waste of money. You guys, yeah, a lot of you guys are new. You guys can pick my brain about whatever the fuck you want. I'm here for that also. We can get as off topic as everyone wants. We got plenty of time considering I just consumed, what is this, probably like 32 ounces of Mountain Dew, basically. Do you know about the housing first right in Sweden? If so, what do you think about it? I feel like I've heard about it. Let me see if I can get a very brief summary to like jog my brain. Housing first, act, or right. Oh yeah, so it's to deal with homeless people, correct? Or am I wrong in saying that it's to deal with homeless people? If I'm wrong, please correct me. I think that it is important, but I think that, for example, if it were to be implemented in the United States, I think that there needs to be a little bit more requirements, I guess you could say. And by that, I mean to deal with homeless people, I am perfectly fine with free housing. However, I think that free housing needs to be conditional. For example, if you are a drug addict or severely mentally ill, you need to be in treatment to be receiving that free housing. And if you have none of those issues and you are simply homeless, you need to be actively looking for a job, and there needs to be proof of your applications and such in order to get that free housing. So I think that you need to be actively working to improve yourself, improve your situation in order to receive benefits like that. I don't think that you should just be entitled to them out of nowhere. Yeah, exactly, Tate. The wall is not fully built. It wasn't, but Biden also continued to work on it. I think it got like relatively close. Maybe. I might be wrong, but I wish I was Galaxy Brain. What? Most jobs won't hire you if you have no fixed address to flawed logic. That's what the housing is for. You get the housing and you immediately have to start applying. Your address can be there. I also think that like if we have these, we should have like some sort of system where homeless people can also use it as their address. So like, I don't know exactly how like mail and shit works, like the logistics of that, but I feel like there should be a way that this is essentially also a mail hub to where they can use it as their mail address or like fixed address for things like applications and stuff like that, so that it's actually possible. What if someone is disabled and homeless? Well, that's a different story because we have disability, and we also have a lot of disability resources. Depending on your state, Washington has a lot of disability resources. Bro, what? What do you mean, bro, what? What doesn't make sense about what I said? Never mind. What? Okay, buddy. But yeah, if someone is disabled and homeless, that has to do with the disability system rather than the homeless system, and that needs to be addressed through the disability system. See, because like I think, for example, unemployment is way more vast than it needs to be, and some of that money can be repurposed and gone towards the disability system. And also, I know the Republicans don't like this, but the trying to push away from Medicare and Medicaid and all that stuff actually hurts disabilities, because a lot of the disability funding is done through those programs rather than through just like disability funding by itself, if that makes sense. Oh, not me. Okay, cool. Any other questions before we continue? I mean, you can still ask questions once we continue, but there you go. You guys are getting to know me, newbies.
Fucking animals, like, and let's say that he refuses to stop. What do you do?
Are you legally allowed to own an assault rifle in the
Yes.
state?
What do you do when your neighbor's fucking a cat? What do you do? What you call the cops? What do you do?
Yes,
Yeah,
you call the
probably.
cops.
In the same way that if I caught my neighbors doing dog fights or cockfights, or like any sort of animal cruelty, like right now, the systems that we have right now, even if I don't personally agree with them, the best that we can do is report it to the local authorities. Yeah.
And then what do the cops do?
I don't know the policies surrounding this shit.
What would you have the
They
cops do when
should
they showed up at the house?
arrest them.
What?
That's what
I don't
I would
know.
have
Like
them do.
probably they would find them.
They would find them.
Go take him to
They
jail.
get
bro.
them
I don't
arrested.
really don't know. If
Would
you're
it
asking
depend
me
on
like
the animal?
Come
Would you have a
on,
bigger
bro.
fight
Lexoid,
versus
wait,
would you do a
Lexoid, you're being unfair. Wait, hold on, Lexoid, you're being unfair. Like obviously,
no, because
there's
I can't
a
tell if you're
distinction
asking me
between
like what ought they do, or
Exactly.
if you're asking me like what will they do.
What
Because
about
if you're
you
asking me what will they do,
or is it
I don't
today?
know.
I know what they will do.
What about oil production in the United States? I think energy independence is important, but it's not everything.
Like the dictator or whatever.
But given like international situations, I think it's more important now than it has been in the recent past.
You find out like, oh, this guy's fucking a cat, and like and he refuses to stop. What would you do to stop him from fucking the cat?
And you're saying in an ideal utopian
him a
society
dog
that I'm in charge of.
Yes.
Okay, I already fucking explained it to you that these people would get therapy and help, not be thrown in
He
jail.
refuses to go to therapy and help. What do? You force him to go to therapy?
Take the cat away.
Yes.
You take the cat away for a start.
Okay,
You
yeah,
remove
okay,
them
so
from
you're talking about using force and throwing people like someone.
Yes, this is how we enforce laws. Yes, I
okay.
don't think you have a problem with this.
Well, I think that's like incredibly evil to do towards like a sexual minority who's not hurting anybody.
Well, it's hurting the cat.
They're hurting the fucking animals. Jesus Christ.
If you look for
I cannot wrap my mind around how some of these people genuinely think that it's not harmful to animals to have sex with animals against their own will. Jesus Christ. We need to stop supporting Saudi Arabia. Yes and no. I know you're new and you weren't here last night, but I had a big talk last night with one of my buddies about U.S. intervention in the Middle East, and in order to have any sort of intervention in any of these countries, you need to have some presence in the region, and that happens through allyships. To be honest, there's no good ally in the region, really. There's no country that has not committed pretty horrible things in the region. So you have to pick your battles and fight them. Saudi Arabia is one of the best in terms of economics, and just as bad as the rest of them. Cutie, yes it is. I'm very sad that we are covering this, but chat spoke and said that they wanted to cover this, so we are doing it. But anyways, welcome in. Because you're new here, where are you from? What are your general political views? And I'm sorry that this is the time that you joined. We did not normally cover the fucked up shit like this. We didn't cover the fucking pedophilia panel that happened a while ago. But apparently this one chat wanted, so it's been real fun. Oh, it's been real fun. It gives me a different outlook on all of these fucking people, including Wick, even though I do like Wick. It's just, this was a very bad choice by him, I think.
window and you see someone fucking a cat, how are you to know that the cat isn't having a terrible time of it? You just can't tell that. Because a
Yeah, but
cat...
if you look through, that's an argument too. Because if you look through a window and you see a cat rolling around, blazed out his fucking mind with catnip, or chasing a laser pointer until he gets anxiety, but which by the way is a real thing that happens to cats.
it is
In both of those cases, it is a real thing. Then in both of those cases, the cat is being harmed in a way that's difficult to see for most people. We don't see cats chasing lasers as something that's dangerous to the
Solid,
cat. But
cutie.
it is.
Look,
Like
man.
it fucks cats up mentally.
Okay, but the risk of a cat getting fucked up
You're
from
all
having a
good,
dick
buddy.
put in it versus getting a laser pointer, much greater with a dick getting put in it, I would say.
I don't know if that. I
Thought.
mean, we have studies
might
for
have
the
been a
laser
better
pointer
example.
thing. Yeah, cat might have been, but we have
What about
studies
a
for the
dog
laser
licking
pointing
out a
thing.
woman? What about
I
that?
don't know if we've got studies for the fucking thing. Like, if
So
a
the
cat
dog's
is
not
licking
gonna-
your
I
penis,
think, okay, listen, I'll
like,
grant
licking
this,
your
okay?
penis is
I
better
wouldn't
than
call the
laser pointer
cops
thing,
if there was a
based on
dog licking
evidence.
peanut butter off some fella's dick. I probably wouldn't call the cops for that.
I would.
But if the dude was balls deep in a dog, yes, I would. Okay?
Do you care about the
At
harm,
least
not
you
about
have
the
that, Chud.
Hey.
Chud, you willingly went out of your way to watch a video of bestiality actively happening and then pretty detailedly described it to all of us. All right, I don't have a lot of respect for you right now, but at the very least, you would call the cops. I guess that makes it slightly better, considering everyone else on this panel. Find it odd how Biden says we are losing democracy, but he supports a monarchy where women and the LGBT. Oh my babe, my cancer stick, as some of y'all would call it. Because Racer Boy, again, foreign policy is almost never a total positive. There's almost always negatives, especially when you're doing foreign policy in the non-Western world. There is no fully win country that you can side with. There will always be a downside to these countries.
Tell, Lactoid.
But
No,
wait,
you
I
can
think...
tell. You can obviously... Okay, motherfucker. The dog is expressing everything that would indicate the dog is having a good time, okay?
But you could say that with someone with Down syndrome. Someone with Down syndrome might look like they're having a good time, but I'm pretty sure you would agree that you couldn't have someone have Down syndrome in the house and fuck them. They've not consented, but they don't know what's going on, and they're giving all the signs they're having a good time.
If you make the dog calm,
I will not
great
make that
job,
case.
Lactoid.
The reason why... like, Down
Shawshank,
syndrome is-
if that is a fucking hamster video, I'm gonna open it. We are not gonna watch a hamster video. No, we're not watching this in the middle of this fucking debate, all right? It's really in poor taste. I'm sorry, my friend. It's in very poor taste.
And different is, again, there's like, I think, unique risks of harm there to a person that, that's something that we morally value. We
But
also
their
can't-
brain is fucking
we al-
lush. They're not going to
we
know
al-
either way. They've got the
we-
same
we
brain
al-
as a dog, basically.
Yeah,
What in that
well,
situation?
Unlike Smugmug, we haven't had this conversation yet, but I'm not necessarily basing this off of intelligence. I'm talking about, like, are they a human being? Are they a person? And if they are, right, then, like, not only do I value them more, I'm not going to slaughter them, I'm not going to eat them, and engaging in sexual activity with them, like, comes with unique risks to that person.
Yeah, he already
That-
bit
that
the bullet.
That simply is not the case when it
He
comes
already-
to like, a
he
dog
already
licking-
bit the worst
licking somebody
bullet.
off or fucking a
Are
dog.
these people grifting? I don't think so. I really don't think so. And also, Wick said a little bit earlier on that there were a bunch more people that were pro-bestiality that had messaged him about this, that he declined. So, yeah.
And
So-
here's the other thing, right?
If
So
someone's
wait,
Down
wait,
syndrome in your house, you put peanut butter on your dick and you let the Down syndrome person lick it off, and that'll be okay with you, yeah?
As long as it's not harmful, are you okay with that, Lactoid?
I mean, if it's not harmful, I'd be okay with it. I don't care. If we could.
I mean, it makes sense from these two, but Lactoid is the only one who's
These
actually
people-
consistent here. So what's the deal?
I feel like the only thing happening here is that none of these people give a fuck about consent. Not even the people that are anti-bestiality give a fuck about consent here, which is interesting. Interesting to say the least.
Not consistent. What do you?
You're consistently wrong.
He's trying to, like, for those of you who don't know what's going on, and I don't blame you, okay, he's trying to wrap his head around the latest question that's been posed to him. And by him, I mean Lactoid. Lactoid is the gears are turning. Can you repeat your question for the audience?
Let me ask one clarifying question. Like,
Sure.
For this hypothetical, can you guarantee for me, like, the risk of harm associated with him doing this, would be equivalent to, like, I don't know, like playing frisbee with the Down syndrome man?
A little bit backed up here, guys.
Because if
in
yes,
this
then
little
I
area.
think I have to say yes.
I mean,
Well, you don't have
okay,
so
I would say that we perhaps lack an understanding of, like, the brain to really know, like, what impact that would have on someone with, like, Down syndrome. I,
Well,
mean,
can
I
you
don't
play
know for sure. But...
frisbee? Can you play frisbee with a guy with Down syndrome?
Sure,
I'm
but I
thinking,
think,
okay,
but I think the problem is if I was to look at a human being that can.
Do you think a Down syndrome person would lick peanut butter off of them? Like they're not Oggleville, like the so intimate? Yep. I feel like every single thing that's happening in this panel is a bad take. Even when it's a good take in relation to the rest of the panel, it is all bad takes. There are very few actual good takes in here. Which is... what the fuck? Why did this happen? Who thought that this was a good idea? That is a rhetorical question because we all know who thought this was a good idea. But, like...
sort of consent and stuff like that. I don't think that there's much risk of playing frisbee with any human being, but you know, going against their consent and getting to lick fucking peanut butter off your dick is going to cause some problems. So if it's someone like Down syndrome or some sort of issue, I think I'd probably be pretty comfortable playing frisbee with them. But the peanut butter thing, I'd be a bit like, well, that's a bit
That's
weird
why
to
I'm-
do that. You know, a bit odd, and it
that's why
could
I'm
cause
ins-
problems.
Right. That's why I'm insisting on you have to, in order for me to say yes, you have to guarantee in the hypothetical that the risk of harm is equal. Empirical.
Well, do you have to
that's not the
guarantee, or
only
can
important
you-
thing.
But we have way more empirical evidence for that this would be harmful to a person with Down syndrome than it would be for a dog, right? There's really, unless somebody has
Well, the
something that I
person-
haven't seen.
Well,
think another revolution will happen in
Same
Iran.
developmental level as like the most intelligent dog. right?
So to be perfectly honest with you, I haven't been like up to date on everything happening in Iran for probably like the last month-ish. But from what I do know about it, I wouldn't be surprised. I think that what's happening right now is more of a there's more of a possibility of it than in previous attempts at revolutions and also previous actual revolutions. So I wouldn't be surprised, basically. Why do I identify with the Republican Party? Because I'm a libertarian, and generally in the way that I see that, and also in the drawbacks I see to that, the Republican Party fits. I agree more with their policy than with the Democratic policy. Obviously, I don't agree with everything. I feel like that. I mean, you're brand new, so it might not be clear to you, but there's plenty of things that I disagree with the Republican Party on. I just agree with them more than the Democrats, and we live in a two-party system where if I vote Libertarian, I am throwing away my vote. So, see, here's the thing. That's not even going to get you a ban because I don't ban anyone, but I am going to delete that comment, and we're going to have a little chat. One of the basic rules of my chat is that there must be respect between everyone. So what you have just said perfectly exemplifies a lack of respect. So if you would like to come back and talk, you are welcome to. However, try some respect. Who was that? I don't know. It was a new chatter. Who the fuck knows? It's Twitch. Are we really surprised? The revolution is successful. How would Iran and the region? What? What do you mean?
Same level of intelligence, and therefore this level of capacity for like psychological harm as a result of the act.
Basically, like a dog.
You treat them the same.
brain and
This is
human
about your
body.
human
psychological though, right?
Okay, but this is the thing, right? The critique is of your Chad is doing name the trait, but from the other fucking angle.
Yeah, it is ultimately
Yeah, yeah.
name the trait. I get it.
Yeah, yeah. Oh my god, wait, he got vegan to me on the God
Let's
damn
go.
it!
Bring
I
the
got
vegan
off just
debates against dog fucking.
son of a bitch!
How would Iran and the region change? Iran would probably go back to similar to their old, more liberal situation before the US got involved. The region, I don't really know. I don't think that anyone can really accurately predict that. That was a big ass meteor, guys. I don't think anyone can really accurately predict what would happen in the region. I think that you would have a lot of unrest. And I would be interested to see what Russia would do about that. That's probably where I'll leave that one. I think Democratic can be cringe, but Republicans have lost all respect to the culture war takes are crazier than the liberals. Yeah, but again, the culture war is not all of politics, right? With most culture war issues, I tend to agree with Democrats. However, that is not all that politics is, right? There's a bunch more that affects everyone in our day-to-day lives than just the culture war, which again makes me go towards the Republican Party because the Republican Party tends to handle the rest of the stuff a lot better. I don't think either party handles the culture war well. I just tend to agree with the Democrats on the culture war more, if that makes sense.
He got me.
Okay.
Wow.
Anyway.
Okay. Yeah. Anyway. So I guess. This is...
Wait, really quick. I just
Please.
want to argue against this idea that like consent does anybody on the pro zoophile side, you guys don't value consent at all? Harm is
I
the
mean,
only thing that you look at.
I suppose I value it insofar as the person or animal in question values it.
One, how can you ever know that? But two, I would say there's utility in prioritizing consent over just evaluating whether or not something is harmful. Because like
Can you expand on it, like examples? I tend to prefer the Republican approach to things like foreign policy, taxes, because again, libertarian. I tend to prefer the approach that goes towards minimizing government. And again, in the culture war issue, that tends to not be Republicans. I will fully admit that. But in pretty much every other issue, it tends to be Republicans. And a lot of things that Republicans want to do, even in the culture war, is pushing things to the states, which I think is very important because we have a lot more representation for each individual in their state rather than at a federal level. I think the majority of things should be done at a state level rather than a federal level. Iran probably would become a U.S. ally. I'm not entirely sure, because a lot of the revolutionary stuff happening is done by the younger generation, which tends to have a pretty decent hatred of the U.S. because of, history, very recent history included in that. So I don't necessarily think that they would be super gung-ho about it. I wouldn't be able to know who did it, who would win there, the Russia or the U.S. It'd be pretty close. Consent, there we go.
Like
Yeah.
the example of forcing somebody. Yeah, I do, but I don't think that most people think that. Yeah, I was about to say I think consent is something that people understand to only be in between like humans and humans, not humans and non-human animals. But that aside, I'm not going to turn into a vegan debate, so I'm not going to turn into a vegan debate. But I'm just saying that there's utility beyond just evaluating whether or not an action is okay based off of how much harm ends up occurring because of that action. Because again, like with the example of somebody who's mentally handicapped and you are playing frisbee with them, like it's not harm.
What is the link, Energy? Tell me what the link is before I click on it. When was the last time a revolution happened? In Iran? I mean, there was an overthrow of the government a couple times in like 1950 to like 1970 or 80, something like that. There was 2 overthrows, one of which was the U.S. But I believe there was another overthrowing of the government. What do you think about guns? I like guns. I think guns are super cool. I think we should be allowed to have guns. No, in the world? I don't know. I think there's attempted revolutions decently frequently. But I don't know when the last actual successful revolution was. Some retarded shit on Reddit? Great, I don't care. But yeah, Beatles, I think that there is a very good case to be made for licensing when it comes to guns, but that's about it. Yep, I do plan on staying.
Harmful technically, but if that mentally handicapped person was in the best way that they could communicating to me that they didn't want to do that, if I forced them against their will, even though I was trying to back up and say, well, it's not harmful for them to like be forced to play frisbee with me, I think we could all agree that something wrong has occurred there. No, something immoral or unethical.
I think yeah. So here's the thing. Yeah. So I think the problem with that intuition is because we generally do see being forced to something harmful, right? When you think about somebody forcing you to do something.
I also don't believe in unregulated capitalism. I think that just simply does not work, right? That's one of those things where I say that it's a pitfall of libertarianism, to where I wouldn't actually vote for that. I wish it could work, but I understand the reality of the situation to where that just won't. But again, Republicans are not actually free market. They tend to be more protectionist than free market. And I think protectionist policies work well. Fully free market doesn't. If you like guns cause more harm than good, it's a principle thing. And also, the US is very different from other countries in specific ways, such as compared to a country like, let's say, England. We have a lot more people living somewhere where they have to protect themselves from wildlife, or where the police response time is damn near 45 minutes, okay? Because they live in the middle of jack shit nowhere. In the middle of jack shit nowhere in a way that just simply doesn't exist in a lot of other countries. Specifically ones that are cited about guns, such as England. So you have to take that into account, because in some way the people have to be able to protect themselves. So you mean in the US? Let me land, buddy. So that, on top of the principle that you quite literally cannot take away all guns in the United States, on top of the principle that the majority of gun murders happen with an unregistered gun in the first place, making guns, outlawing guns or anything like that wouldn't actually fix the issue, because you would still have that majority of murders that are still committed with guns, with guns that are not registered, aka not legal. So it's the idea that just taking away guns would magically fix the problem is very unrealistic.
You're emotionally Yeah, yeah, you're sort of emotionally responding to it. So in a way, it does come down to harm ultimately, right?
Like for example, we could also like you would force the person with Down syndrome, like if they weren't eating enough that day, you would force them to eat like their vegetables that day, wouldn't you?
Well, yeah, but there's harm that can be demonstrated beyond just like violating their consent in that respect. It's like they're no
Right.
more consenting to being malnourished than they would be, or like it would be worse for them to like they're not consenting to being malnourished, you know, any more than
Well,
they're.
malnourished is simply like a state of not having something. So we know that the benefits of like having the broccoli in their system is better than the harm that comes from forcing them to engage.
Well,
in
I'm
that.
replicating this beyond just a discrete example. I'm assuming that you would probably have to, on multiple days, multiple occasions throughout their adolescence, kind of force them to eat certain foods, right?
Yeah, of course.
Right. I'm saying like there's benefits there that outweigh the harm of violating their consent of encouraging them to eat
Exactly.
certain foods, right?
Yes.
What's your idea to solve the heavy gun violence? I'm gonna ask you a question first. What type of gun do you think is the most common in gun violence situations? This is just for a baseline so that I know that we're on the same page here, on the same level talking about this, because I think there's a lot of misconceptions out there, and I would hope that we're both on the same page. So I wanna get that out of the way first.
Okay, but like there's a line that can be drawn there at some point, no?
Yeah,
Or you're
well,
saying that line?
no, there's no line that can be drawn. It's just it's like an individual calculation every time. If it's good, like if the benefits outweigh the harms, and like they should do it because they can't consent anyway. So we should be having them do like the ideal decision for their own well-being every time.
But I'm saying that like okay, like another example would be like if you said I don't want to vaccinate my child because my child.
A pistol or a larger atomic rifle. So again, it's mostly not automatic things. There's semi-auto. Semi-auto are decently popular, but they're also not what a lot of people think that they are. It is pistols, like handguns, that are the most popular weapon of gun violence, right? Which is also one of the most popular weapons of self-defense. So it would be kind of idiotic to get rid of that one, because again, you have the things of criminals already having access to all of these illegal guns. So you still have to have people's ability to defend themselves against illegal guns. That's just the situation that we're in the United States because of the lack of regulation on things like the border that we have. So moving on from that, you have the mass violence issue, which is a very small subset of the issue, but that one is primarily shown to be a mental health issue, right? There are very few mass murderers who don't have other mental health issues or extremism issues. Okay, and then when it comes to the majority of gun violence, which comes down to just individual acts and gang violence, as with me being a Republican, I think you can assume this, but you need to have a hard stance on any gang activity to try to tamp out gangs as much as possible. I don't think it's possible to fully tamp out gangs, but trying to limit their impact as much as physically possible is extremely important, and that can be done through things like community policing and also sentences for gang involvement. Mental health also applies for those situations because that tends to be an issue in poor communities as well, where they just either are told to ignore it or don't have the resources to be able to access it. So that's where you start by having a extremely heavy hand on gangs, right? More so than we already do. And you get mental health treatment. That's pretty much where it lies. And you also provide the opportunity for futures for people. Because a lot of people will join things like gangs or commit super stupid actions because they don't feel like they have a future. So allowing people to be able to see their future, whether that's through education or vocational training, things like that, allowing people to see that they can actually have a future would help to reduce the stupid actions that people primarily do in their late teens and early 20s. That's racist? Sure. Yeah, America does have a super bad mental health crisis. We've been new this. If you haven't been new this, you're stupid. And people like Tate really don't help with that situation.
Child does not consent to getting vaccines. They're saying that they're resistant to shots and vaccines. They don't want it. But I would also argue that like you need to think of the ramifications of not vaccinating your child. Like, do you think your child would be meaningfully consenting to getting measles potentially, or smallpox, or some other sort of infectious disease? Like, they probably wouldn't really consent to that either. So
ignoring hamsters as species? I'm not ignoring. I said that I would watch it after this. Really insightful. Thank you. You're welcome.
Consent to prevent a greater harm of they wouldn't be consenting to again malnourishment or disease.
Well, the problem is violating someone's consent doesn't always trigger a trauma response. When somebody's raped, it's traumatic. It's not just somebody's consent was violated. When a person with Down syndrome is forced to eat vegetables, they're not traumatized, but their consent was obviously violated.
I kind of have to. I hate to do it, but he's kind of right in that the over
Okay, in some scenarios, yes, consent can be violated. Hot take, yes. In the scenarios of someone is unable to keep their own selves healthy by their own consensual actions, that consent can be violated. We can see that in things like when you go into treatment for ED, and because of your ED, you don't want to eat or something like that. I think it's okay to have your consent violated a little bit and be in some way forced to eat, especially if you're on the brink of like starvation, if you have anorexia. Situations like that do require a breach of consent. Wait, I ignored you. You said something? What'd you say? Fuck. I'm scrolling. How did I ignore? What? I don't see anything from you. I don't see any messages from you. What did you say? Repeat yourself. If I ignored you, repeat yourself. Please. I'm sorry. I did not see. I don't see any messages that are from you. Oh, you redeemed your Bailey treat. I wasn't scrolled up on that thing. I'm sorry. For some reason, I was scrolled down on my like activity list thing, so I didn't see what was at the top of it, aka the Bailey treat. Everyone want to see Bailey? That was more of a rhetorical question. You don't get to say no to seeing Bailey. She is the light of my life, and she would like to take over stream for a little bit and get a treat in return. Hey, come here. Please do not leapfrog my chair. Hold on, I'm gonna get behind my chair so you can't leapfrog it. Come on up. Good girl. Don't leapfrog. Sit. Don't hit your head on my mic. Okay. You want a treat? Yeah. Of course you. Remember, you eat it right into the mic. That one's perfect. I'll get you a full one just for that. Alright, everyone. This is Bailey. This is the light of my life. Sorry, Alex, for anyone new. This is my dog. She used to lay on the bed behind me in stream, and she would sleep all stream. So a lot of people thought she was dead. That's the context for my bio that says, some people know me as the person with the dead dog, or something like that. That's because she used to sleep in the background of all my streams. Let Bailey talk to stream? She is talking. Beatles? You can leave. You're allowed to leave. Yes, we do have 4 cats. I'm still a dog person though. So Bailey decided to lay down on my chair. What do you guys think will happen if I like sit on her? I'm not gonna like actually put my weight on her. What do you think will happen? I want to see what she does. Bailey, what if I just... Oh, suddenly she's right back up. She wasn't a big... Oh, she's leaving? You wanna go? You can go. Wanna go? You tried to go. It's okay. Go on. Go on. Go. What are you doing? Hi. What's up? You're still on camera, see? You see yourself? You're over there. Don't bark. I saw those eyes. Lay down. Lay down. Atta girl. Alright. Dimitri, Mirnan, Minerva, and Graceland. Okay, her name is Gracie. We just started calling her Graceland out of nowhere. Yeah, we live together when I'm home from school. So right now I'm at college, so I don't live with her right now. But like, I live with her when I'm not at my college apartment. Suicides also account for gun violence in the government's research programs. That kind of skews data. Yeah, but there's plenty of studies on it that do like count out suicides. Don't just look at the government data. Shall we continue, guys? Are we ready for more brain rot after the quick Bailey intermission? Sorry, I have way too many chords going on right now. When did we make her full name Grace? I was not aware of this. I didn't sign off on the birth certificate change. This isn't Fortnite. Tony, I'm sorry. Tony, I don't like Fortnite. Fortnite makes me feel like a child. Welcome in, buddy. I feel like it's been a fat minute. Missed you. We're playing cities though, Tony. So you get a game. Also, Tony, it's a very fucked up panel. I'm warning you because I know you're innocent as fuck. We're covering a very fucked up panel. So cover your ears if you so wish. You're a child. I am an adult. I am a legal adult, and I'm about to graduate college. All right, you can't call me a child. You watched part of yesterday? Did I not see you in here? I'm sorry.
Fixation on like there are studies that demonstrate
It's not the most important thing to me. It's just like one of many things that's important to me.
Sure, but like in a society where we didn't say that this was a terrible thing that happened to you and explained that this was a traumatic event, then it wouldn't carry the same weight, right? I'm not just saying that is
intuitively that makes sense to me. I don't know how.
Racer, I think you and Tony both like Fortnite.
Psychologically, this is also true. Like if
you just lurk. Okay,
I've done writing on the on fucking communities that overfixate on trauma responses to like childhood abuse. That actually has worse outcomes for victims of childhood abuse. Like if you overfixate on the trauma of that, then you actually end up with worse mental health outcomes for the victims of that because society is telling you constantly that you were, so terribly violated and your life has been forever tainted, blah blah blah. So like similarly, you can in the other direction. Like
okay, Alex, I'll take it.
Society,
I'll
then
accept
there would be a lesser
it.
trauma response from the person.
Well, that's also like with trigger warnings. Like that's the exact same logic behind it. Too.
Exact same thing.
All the studies
trigger warnings
are bad and like are really not good for someone's well-being. But like, and the reason is because it associates like the trauma as part of their identity.
So I think the problem is there's very normal acts that you might do to like.
Also, fair warning, I accidentally was just not paying attention to a lot of that. So
brushing their teeth. Sure, but then the thing is there's fetch is not something that's necessary that you have to do. That's something that is generally a pleasure activity. But like brushing their teeth is necessary. You have to brush their teeth and have good hygiene. It might be that you have to force them to go to school so they get an education and can develop and move forward. Like there's lots of things like that that's going to happen.
There's a middle ground here, actually. I'm curious about this. Let's take something a little bit more neutral, right? Let's say that there's a kid, there's a Down syndrome child in a school, and all the kids are making fun of them.
ATS? What's ATS?
For their amusement, and the kid has no idea that they are unable to comprehend that they are technically being victimized there, and all the children are victimizing them, and they're having a great time dancing for everyone. Like where do you like is that okay or not, Lactoid? Because technically there's no harm being done to the Down syndrome child, but they are clearly being like in some way victimized and ridiculed in a way that they can't understand.
The logic that I go forward when it comes to like children or the mentally disabled is they can't consent, and so they we can compel them to do actions, but the actions need to be beneficial for them. And if the action is
right now they're talking about when is it okay to violate consent. American Truck Simulator, I've never played it. What's a spicy take you have? Do you want to hear the spicy take? That's like halfway my take. All right, I wouldn't push for this, but I wouldn't necessarily be upset if we had a test for either. No, just test to be able to vote, not like a literacy test. A test on the basic functions of government and possibly the basic ideas of what is on the ballot that time that you're voting. I would not be opposed to that because I think that we have an extremely uneducated voter base and it wouldn't be a bad thing to have a more educated voter base. But I wouldn't actually push for that because I don't think that minimizing the amount of people that can vote is an overall good. It would be a good idea. It's nice in theory. Tony dropkicks Beetle's ass onto a barbecue grill, cooking them until they're very well done. Delicious. Pro told him, Nightbot. Nightbot's got some problems with you, Beetle's boy, obviously. But you can always dropkick Tony back and see what problems Nightbot has with Tony as well. Because I think Nightbot has just got some anger issues that comes out when you do the dropkick command. Not gonna lie.
Having fun. They're enjoying dancing. That's the problem.
Yeah. If they're actually having fun, then like what I wouldn't stop them. But like what I might do is the other children who are having a good time at this, like in their mind at this person's expense, I might like be concerned with their behavior, and I might like individually reach out to those kids and try to like figure out why they're having this kind of sadistic personality and try to.
Yes,
if you saw this through
like
the window, you wouldn't call the cops.
Oh my god.
Sorry,
I didn't hear
In,
that.
in a, good one. In a roundabout way, I would say that it is harmful towards that child. And like Lactoid was saying, I agree that like the onus is not on the disabled child to stop engaging in the leisurely activity. It would be on trying to communicate to the other students like why they're bullying or contributing to like ableist attitudes in society.
Exactly.
Yeah, so that
not
would
like
be
that, but in more approachable language, you know.
But that would be, why do we want to reduce ableist language towards or like ableist behavior, that kind of like development of discrimination between these?
I think
This question is the most underrated issue. What do you think about the embargo in Cuba? I will fully admit that I don't know enough to feel like I can have a solid take on that. I think that Cuba has done good things and has done bad things, and in some senses deserves it, and in some senses in the current day maybe doesn't. I feel like that's like the most I can say, because I don't know. I'm not like fully educated on it, so I couldn't give you a solid take on it. Yeah, exactly, Cutie. That's why I'm saying I wouldn't actually push for it. Like, theoretically, though, in a perfect world, it could be a decent idea. But I also am one of those people that's in favor of, like, a mandatory senior year civics type class that would help to teach these things. I also think that you should learn these things in social studies. But, you know, obviously the American education system has its shortcomings. I'm not going to deny that, which is also why, again, like I said, I wouldn't actually push for that.
I think right? Yeah, well, yeah, it could.
Okay,
I think, hold on.
Let me
I
bring it
think
home.
a bunch of
Let me
people
bring it
who are
home.
sadistic is not a good thing.
Okay, right, I agree. So to bring it home, I think that we should reduce the normalization of victimizing animals, even if animals aren't technically being personally harmed.
Little bitch
even
boy
if they
beetles
enjoy
over
being
here,
fucked feathered by their owners.
homeschooled.
Because you end up creating a society. Because the bad ramification is that it continues to lead to the harm to the animals.
Wait,
because you're creating a society in which the consent of the animal is not being held to is not being part of the conversation.
When we're talking about like regulating,
it's the same exact fucking thing.
No, so this I
It
guess
is.
No, it's not. This is I think maybe like a political difference.
I'm
but,
still gonna blame you, Beatles.
We're talking about like regulate again. If children can't consent, we can talk about regulating their behavior to try to get them to like not be sadistic. It's probably not a good thing for their own well-being for a child to be sadistic.
I think it's
but,
bad.
But I'm not in favor of regulating an adult's
animals.
I'm not okay with regulating an adult's behavior, right, or whether or not they're being sadistic or not. And I'm also not okay with regulating an adult if they want to fuck a dog.
Wait,
but I would be okay. I would be okay with stopping a child.
This is inconsistent. No, this is actually your first. Your very first.
He would not stop an adult from fucking a dog, but he would stop a child from fucking a dog. He does realize that, like, in most cases, the child is not the one at fault. In a lot of situations. Right, the child, like, legally, generally, the onus is given that the child is not at fault. Obviously, there's situations where that's different, but generally, the child's not at fault. And he's just saying the child is more at fault than an adult would be in the exact same situation. That is what he's saying right now. What are your thoughts on Russian sanctions? Deserved. The fuck? Man, I want to have a discussion, but you're giving me lukewarm takes that you're not 100% for. That's like the hot take that comes to mind. I can't think of like a spicy take off the top of my head, but if you talk about issues with me, then you'll probably come across a take that you think is spicy. Because also everyone thinks that different things are spicy. Okay, you win, but you know I found your dad. He got lost getting milk. That's facts. He did. Just kidding. That's Alex's dad. Alex, give your hot take. Chances are I probably agree with her hot takes, so she might be better at giving hot takes for us.
It is because, or rather, it's inconsistent given the facts. And the facts are, we know that people who harm animals have negative outcomes.
If they cut up the animal, not if they're just like having the dog lick peanut butter off their dick.
It's not the same thing. Wait, let me fucking finish. It's also the case that if you take people who aren't sociopathic or, you know, pathologically sadistic, and then you put them in a situation where they're killing animals repeatedly, they end up with negative mental health outcomes. Even in a society where that's normalized, they end up harmed as a result. If you're killing a fucking cow in 6 seconds,
who's being put in a situation where they're forced to have sex with animals consistently?
Oh, okay. Forced to have sex. It's not about being forced. It's about normalizing it. Unless, okay.
Alex,
actually,
what's our hot take of the day?
I'm not be okay with a child working in a slaughterhouse.
Right. But Lactoid, do you think that an adult human is being victimized, is being forced into a slaughterhouse if that's the only reasonable job they have access to because they're an illegal immigrant? Okay, right. So there you go, Wick. That's the answer.
Yes,
he doesn't think that they're.
If you don't get more offensive around people you're comfortable with, if you don't get borderline racist, ableist, homophobic, you're a boring person. I'm not saying you have to be offensive, but you say things you would never say publicly, and if you don't, you're a brick. I would have to back that. I'd have to probably type no. Fuck you. No. Yeah, I would have to back that one. Oh, erased stuff to say that. What? Erased stuff to say that?
Adults can consent.
So that's choosing.
Children can't. That's the distinction. So a child cannot consent. Like we can mold the personalities of children to some extent, and we don't let them work in slaughterhouses because that's not good for them. But we also don't let them smoke or drink alcohol. But when it comes to like, hey, you're becoming an adult, well, now you get to make the decision whether or not to harm yourself, whether that's working in a slaughterhouse, smoking, drinking, or fucking dogs.
Yeah, but it's not just smoking or drinking. Those slaughterhouse workers end up with like greater levels of domestic violence as well. There's a negative impact on society.
Do you have evidence of that?
Yeah, I do actually. Yeah, it's literally called the slaughterhouse effect. It's
So,
very
so,
well
that,
known.
so that's interesting when we start talking about like effects on other people. And I think at that point, like a weighing needs to be done between like the action that we're letting people do and the actual societal ramifications. And if you actually can prove that like there's a sufficient level of victims that would outweigh the amount of victims.
Cutie, I'm glad that you admit that. I know a lot of people who would never admit that though. That's why it's spicy, because a lot of people just wouldn't admit it.
Okay.
That's why I'm
I do have a question for you, Lactoid, right? This has been asked by my audience. Portland is burning asked this, and it's a good question, and I'm very curious.
no.
Exactly when does a mentally disabled person lose their ability to consent? Is it like at a certain IQ point, or are there another? Is
But
there another condition?
consent shouldn't be viewed as a binary, like yes.
Yeah, exactly. It's not like that binary system. It depends on what the type of consent we're giving it, right? Is it consent for care that keeps you alive, right? In terms of like eating, drinking, stuff like that, where this person does not want to die, they just do not have the means and capabilities by themselves to keep themselves alive? Or is it consent as in, I don't want to go to the park and then being forced to go to the park, or I don't want to have a relationship with you and then being forced into that relationship? There's two very different kinds of consent going on. More than two, but like that's just two examples. Chat did pass the vibe check, Alex, for sure. All right, Razor, have a good night, buddy. Thanks for stopping in. Hope to see you again. And make fun of my whole Mormon family. I feel bad sometimes. I give my dad the F slur pass, so I mean.
So no, there are degrees of consent.
Yet Lactoid has said
yeah,
that-
so legally, I would say we have to like have it be somewhat of a binary. This is sort of like the question of where should they.
What are these degrees of consent? What are these degrees of consent we're talking about? What's that about?
There are. It's just we set a line on the spectrum of consent.
Yeah, so like a person could be more or less informed or be in better or worse position to give consent. So let's say a person who's drunk is probably going to be in a worse position to give consent than somebody who's sober. But then again, it depends how drunk they are. Are you tipsy or are you like blackout drunk, right? If you fuck someone when they're tipsy, people will say, well, that's kind of not as good as like fucking them when they're sober. But you know, it's like, I guess it's okay because people are willing to take the risk. But if you're blackout drunk, it's a little different because you don't know what's.
You know, my spicy take that a lot of people don't seem to understand is, if you're, okay, some people, maybe even some of my normal chatters won't like this one. Let's take a scenario where two people are hammered and they fuck. If one person calls R on that because of the intoxication, the other person has equal right to call R back, and therefore null and void. That might be a hot take. Some people might not like that. Not like that one. But there we go. There's a semi-hot take on a social-ish issue.
On at all, right?
Yeah, there's a fuzzy line of drunkenness that can lead to it either being on one side of your decided line of consent or the other. So where we put that line is where we often have arguments about things like
Agreed.
Andrew
Solid,
Callahan, for
solid.
example.
I would put it. It would be for me a like legally. It would be like a case by case independent like analysis of the person.
No excuse
And
for
if
getting
they're
drunk?
mentally
What?
incompetent,
What do you mean?
You know, if they're not mentally of the standards of what we set as an 18-year-old should be, then I'm okay with designating them as mentally incompetent until they hit those standards. That's what we currently do.
Dude, our mentally competent people can barely hit some of those standards sometimes. Let's be honest here.
Continue to do.
I also don't know what your
That's
standards
not-
are
it-
specifically.
it's
we don't really
pragmatic.
have
It's
standards
whatever
set for
we have.
competence of an 18-year-old.
Then, Smug, question for you.
Yeah, what's up?
Would there ever be a point where an animal can be like, say, they're like Airbud or Lassie? They're extra smart for an animal. Okay,
ooh.
they're really, really cognizant. They're really, they're smarter than other dogs. Okay, they're not like other dogs. They're the cream of the crop, the most intelligent.
Beatles? Okay, wait, hold up. If two people get hella drunk, you can't blame either party. If you have a sober person and a super drunk person, that is a different story. You can consent to getting hella drunk. That doesn't mean you consent to getting fucked by someone, right? Do you understand those distinctions? You went further than I did, and I feel like my take was pretty far.
Would there ever be a point where you think that they?
Well, not like far in terms of whether it's right or wrong, just far in terms of normal acceptance. What are you saying then? Explain
I
yourself.
think the most relevant example is the dolphin. I'm sure everyone knows the story of the dolphin. That was the big
Yeah.
Dolphin? Are
Yeah.
dolphins okay to,
honestly, I would say that dolphins are closer on the spectrum of consent. I would say that they're closer to being able to consent than a dog is. Absolutely, yeah.
Can I ask
But
for
then-
the pro
but they're also
dog
rapists.
fucking side? Like, what conditions would have to be met if you saw somebody engaging sexually with an animal before you would say like it's harmful to the animal? Because you guys are saying like, oh, you can tell that a dog's having a good time when like it's wagging its tail, it's not biting, or I guess.
Yeah, I was making an assumption based on what he said, but he's saying if someone gets hella drunk, it's their fault, which has an implication that I feel like it was fair for me to make that. I'm giving him the chance to correct my view on it. I'm not saying what I said is completely true and all be all. I feel like that's fair. I feel like I'm giving a pretty fair shot here. It's definitely context, but I personally don't think just because both parties are drunk, it's R-word. Exactly, no, that's what I'm saying. Solid. Feels like a combination about somnophilia. What the fuck is that, Alex? Your Discord link? What the fuck? I set it to not expire. Why the fuck did it expire? Okay, I'm gonna fix that right now real quick. Hold up. Let's fix that. Invite people. Edit link. Max number of uses, no link. Or no thing. Expire after never. Generate new link. Copy. And now we go to Nightbot. And commands. And custom. And fuck, okay, I gotta look at this on my bigger screen. I'm blind as hell. Wait, did you look at the Discord tab thing or the command? I think the command is usually more up to date. I just updated it again. I can see if I can fix the tabs real quick. I can probably do that. I might hear myself for a second. Okay, mute myself. There we go. Edit panels. Link. Go there. Okay, everything should be working with active links. If I'm wrong again, let me know and I can see if I can do anything about that. But everything should be working there. You found a valid one? Yeah, there you go. No one is ever in voice chat, or am I just always asleep? I mean, that's on you. I don't actually keep an eye on it. You guys can join the voice chats whenever you want and stuff. I'm in voice chat when I'm going to be taking like call-ins and stuff. But I don't know how much you guys are on. Okay, wait. What did Beetle say? Just saying in general, I'm talking about someone getting drunk and then blaming someone else for something, not talking about two people fucking. So you're not talking about rape. I know a person who is hella abusive and he blames the beer. Okay, yeah, no. I agree with you there. In context, probably should have said that the first time, but I agree with you there. I'm on a bit when you weren't properly. Yeah, Chester, you're in fucking Australia. Obviously, we're gonna be on at different times, probably. Anyways, continuing. Yes. I should just sit in voice chat and wait. I join it every once in a while if I'm like bored in gaming. I sometimes join it to see if anyone wants to talk.
Other features and stuff like that. But would there be anything that somebody who's trying to have sex with an animal could do or see on that animal's like face or body language that you would say like, okay, this is like now you're actually raping that animal, or no, you don't think it's possible? Like whether they enjoy it or not, do you care if the animal enjoys it?
Well, I would care, yeah. So like if the dog is trying to pull away, if it's trying to like escape, if it's yeah, it could be biting, it could be scratching, it could be.
Wait, Alex, I asked you. Did you respond? Sex with a partner that's asleep if consent is given, as long as both parties have equal power, it's fine. Oh wait, is that somnophobia? Somnophilia? Okay, that is. I probably shouldn't have searched that. That was probably very dangerous to try to search on screen. Or on stream. Anyways. I mean, I don't think we were talking about that. It's kind of a close topic, but I don't think we're talking about that. Sometimes I don't see the color pink. Okay, Alex? I don't like... Maybe I just don't like pink. I'm hungry. Tell me what happens in a minute. You should bring the boys in after the stream. Bring the boys in? What do you mean? You want me to join the voice chat after the stream? Maybe. So we can all... Okay. Let's see who hates it the most. That's what Americans do, isn't it? It's not usually a very common topic of conversation. You're saying it's related? Yeah, that's fair. Bro, colorblind? Sometimes. Sometimes I'm kind of colorblind. It's because everyone else's names that pop out more than pink on my thing. Because I'm not actually watching through the Twitch chat. I'm watching through the Restream chat, which has different colors for all of you guys. Kind of. Actually, Alex and Chester, you guys are the same colors as you are in my Twitch, but Beatles isn't. Anyways.
Wait, what is that? Is that
It says,
rape
please stop Shaggy in Scooby-Doo's voice.
or even if it's like, even if during the act it's like it seems okay, but then after it seems extremely depressed or distraught, it's like, unable to eat or something like that. If you look sick, then yeah, I would say those are all examples of.
Okay, so if it looked distraught after having sex with it just one time, would you say it was appropriate to have sex with it again at a later time?
No.
No. Would it be rape?
Well, it would be abuse, yeah.
But would it be rape?
Yeah.
I don't know, Alex. I really don't know.
Otherwise?
I kind of like. No, not exact. Well, not exactly.
Chester.
Well, that's your point,
no.
right? Because you're
No,
allowing
it
yourself
doesn't
to
sound.
There are other
potentially harm it with the unknown,
considerations.
and then you
Well,
start caring. That doesn't make sense.
Well, there are other considerations prior, right? So, for example,
I try to. I try to listen to her. I'm just blind
I mean,
sometimes.
you wouldn't just stick it in.
Sometimes the glasses don't do their
The potential
job.
for harm you've just admitted is the potential psychological distress that the dog could end up with afterwards. The fact that you've accidentally, Aaron's got you. You bit that bullet and you're fucked now.
Well, how am I fucked?
Like your dog. Because you're saying
the rule
that
is
you
the
do
dog has
care.
to top. That's the only rule. It's like,
Kind of, yeah. Like the point.
Is that your rule for it, Lactoid?
That's Lactoid's rule, yeah. But he's a
I
bullet.
mean, in
so
reality,
you
my
can
rule is
privilege.
like whose property is it? It could be trespassing. That's like the only restriction I can think of.
You are trespassing in my dog's
and then,
vagina.
yeah, you can't trespass.
No. Okay, but continue, Smugbug.
What the fuck?
But like,
This conversation.
right? Because like the dogs
Right
are
who
gonna eat and they back
isn't
up and
aware
you're,
is
like,
a little bit fucked up.
Sure, but anyway, let me.
Did
Yeah, you
anyone
fell
tell
into
that
it,
yet?
sure.
the dog
Anyone get
landed
that from this?
Okay. But yeah, the point here, dog, is that you because you've said that you care about the psychological distress of the animal, and you've agreed that there is a potential for that psychological distress the dog is this is Schrodinger's.
Chester, I think it would have to for sure be gone, right? And the other one, no one heard, but this one, it would just be gone.
Willing dog, right? Like you've got a dog that until fucked, the state doesn't collapse into it being harm or not. But the fact that there is a potentiality of harm means you're saying me getting my dick wet in a
Who's
hot
fucking
Great
with the
Dane is more
sound?
important to
Wick's
me
fucking with the
than
sound.
potential 10,
Yes,
20, 30%
it is
chance there
degenerate
is
as
that this
fuck.
dog will be psychologically ruined after the fact.
I'm hoping that we're nearing the end. I feel like it's been a while. We should be getting close to the end.
Psychological harm is probably not there.
Okay, so what percentage? Okay, so what percentage of potential rape would it need to be for you to rape a woman
What's
in order
happening?
to get your rocks off? Like you need to be able
Why
to
can we not hear
explain
shit?
what level that you're willing to commit to fuck something without being sure.
You
that
guys
there's,
can
like,
hear shit. I just can't hear shit. What the fuck? What's wrong with my headphones?
in place there that you won't do material harm after the fact.
Wait, Smug, there are ways
not
to
really-
ensure with humans that it's not rape.
Okay,
There
I
are ways
fixed
to
it.
say it's definitely not, right?
Well, he's been talking about how he can read.
I don't know what
dogs,
was just
like,
talked about, and I don't feel like going
behavior
back.
We don't have
So
those
I'm
rules
sorry.
that we have between humans who speak the same language, or at the very least have an ability to communicate via like like to try to negotiate these things using your body language or verbally.
Yeah, but okay, but
with
who-
dogs,
I think-
like animals that we
And they can't
communicate
retract
with,
consent during the act. So there's lots of issues there, right?
Yeah.
Wait, why can't they retract consent? Yeah.
This is why. This is why. This is why. This is why.
Well, they
this is
can't.
why-
We can't
Well, I mean, they
communicate
can't
with them to
retract
know.
consent, but they can try to like get away, right?
Oh no, dog! You've stepped in it.
How
did I step
Yeah,
in
no,
it? I don't understand.
You have because you basically admitted that there is a material chance of harm as a result of having sex with the dog, and that if there is a material once you've established that there is a harm, you yourself would be unwilling to continue fucking the dog, which means that you do care about harm to the animal, and so you now need to explain what the pro-con analysis of that is. For the dog are you willing to take that chance that the dog, because here's the thing, you can only find out, again, Schrodinger's dog, you can only find out whether the dog wanted to be fucked after you fuck it. With a human,
I mean, it
can
can be during
preemptively
the
find
act,
out-
though.
Right, but if they revoke consent during the act, the difference is that means that retroactively you raped them.
This only applies.
Whereas with a
I don't
human,
really
they
see
can cut off
how.
the consent.
Smug, real quick. This only applies to dogs being fucked. Dogs fucking, they will sometimes do that whether you want them
So
to or
if
not,
dog-
right?
if
They'll
dog was
grab your
there, then he
leg,
shouldn't
they'll
fuck
go.
dogs. If dog will retreat to the position of peanut butter licking only, then he can
Okay, here's the thing. This entire conversation is fucking idiotic. That is what I have to say. The entire conversation is fucking idiotic. These people don't have any sort of moral compass in going into this conversation, right? I think everyone who went into this doesn't really have that moral compass. I think that's what I have to say about this. Why does it say it's not connected? Oh, down here it's not connected. Yeah.
No, God, please,
Yep.
no, no,
Yep.
no.
Yep. Yep. It is sick, Chester. But your good friend Beatles in chat wanted this.
Can escape, but that's not the position he held earlier. So we
Yeah, so I'm saying, well, I guess what I would say would apply to the peanut
Mm-hmm.
butter licking position as well, right?
Oh,
I'm
wait, are you
saying
retreating
that-
to your position? Are you conceding the other side of the argument then?
How am I conceding the other side of the argument?
Because you have to explain how that dog, the collapse of the probability from that dog being either raped or not.
I don't really see the collapse of
Let me
probability
re-explain it.
example.
Let me re-explain it. You can't establish consent prior
Uh-huh.
to fucking the dog, which means that you only find out if you raped the dog after you've raped the dog.
Well, it's not
Whereas with
about
a
consent,
human-
it's about harm, right?
No, it is about consent because you yourself have stated
I
that
don't
there is
care
a
about
potential. Hold on. You do because okay, fine. Consent, harm, right? That your problem is that you don't know whether you're going to harm the dog.
Why the fuck does he feel so intent in saying that he doesn't care about consent? Like, I feel like that's kind of a red flag that this dude is just super intent on not caring about consent. Anyone else agree that it's kind of a red flag? On the here for cities, and this is what I get. Hey, you know, sometimes it happens. It's actually, there's like 5 states in the US where it's not illegal.
Until you've harmed the dog.
Yeah, so I'm saying that there is going to be a potential for harm with any action with the dog. But the point is, while you're taking...
Why take the risk of
you know-
potentially harming the animal then when you don't
Yeah,
even need
what's
to have
the
sex with
benefit?
them? There's
I'm
no
saying
benefit to
with
doing so.
any- But I'm saying with any like pleasurable activity we do with the dog, there's a potential for harm, right? I'm saying
Yeah,
we
so
can
justify it.
analyze...
But a dog has to go for a
justify-
walk. A dog has to be exercised. A dog needs that to happen. Not much like brushing a child's teeth. They have to brush their teeth for dental hygiene.
Oh,
a dog has to
Beatles.
be walked.
This whole
A
panel's a
dog
red
doesn't
flag,
have to be
yes.
fucked by
Yes.
you.
That is why Wick nuked his VOD. That is why I am guessing Chud is actually going to nuke his VOD. I just got this before he nuked his VOD. I'm assuming that he's going to nuke this VOD as well. But everyone is going to nuke their VOD on this, so we're covering it beforehand, just so there's evidence that it fucking happened. All right? Just so that we can see this in case this turns into a bigger thing in Twitch poll, which it probably will. Let's be honest here. Okay? So that we have this to look at when the fucking drama hits, because it will hit. What's on the roster after dog fucking topic? We do have stuff on the roster. I haven't really decided. We have a lot of different things on the roster. We have a couple debates. We have... Let me check real quick. Without spoiling it for you guys, because I don't... Fuck. I don't like to spoil my content. Let me check what's on the list. Okay. We've got a Common Ground Conversations video. Another really fucked up debate, to be honest, and I don't think it's gonna happen today. I think that's enough fucked up debates. Hunter. We've got intense LGBT debate rematch with Smug Girl Boss. Don't know what the fuck that's gonna be about. We can finish the Do Women Really Have It Harder if we want to. We have a debate on self-defense. And we have a couple other Hunter ones if we feel like it. Yeah, Chester, no. We can talk later if you want, but we're not going to talk about... I'm not going to bring someone on to talk about this. Because... Bad idea. Bad idea, I think. What other games do you play? I feel like I already told you this. I play like Civ. I play... Every once in a while I'll play Bloons. Every once in a while I'll play Minecraft. I haven't played it in a while, though. I will play... I have a Star Wars Old Republic I've been thinking about playing on stream. There's a couple others. I don't want to close it all right now because I have to close this background to be able to see the list that's on my desktop. So I can't actually show it all. Just boring because it's a solved topic. I just want to finish it out. We should be really close to the end at this point. I think they've been talking about it for 2 hours. Maybe an hour 40. Somewhere around there. So they should be getting to the end of this.
A dog
But
doesn't
I'm
like,
saying-
play tug of war though with you with like a rope.
Sure. They don't have to. Yeah, they don't have to like play tug of war. Play
I
fetch
think dog
specifically,
trade
they
is
could just be a
discouraged
walk.
that.
What if the dog stops wanting to play tug of war? Well, then they stop.
The point is, there's gonna be a point. I don't know.
Emotional distress
so
that he was
hold on,
talking about.
well,
And
let
you
me-
committed to rape. You literally said that it would be rape if you were to continue engaging with the sexual act with that dog
Well,
once they've
technically
demonstrated in a
speaking- well,
different,
hold on,
in some way that they can.
Let me clarify. So
that
yeah,
they
so
don't want to be having sex with a human.
Also,
so let me-
also, before you clarify, I'll let you clarify, right? But while you clarify, there is another question for you specifically, Dog. From
Analogies help idiots
and
comprehend.
If you could answer as well, I think we're
Yeah.
all curious. What are some examples of consenting behavior from a dog? And then you're,
Yeah.
when you're
Yeah,
showing
Beatles,
up
this
to
is
a
what you
dog,
voted
wanna
for
make
us to
sure it's
watch, though.
consenting, What are some of the ways
This is
that it
your
engages
fault.
in fuck-seeking behavior from you? Let's call that.
Okay, so the first thing I would say is I don't think animals can give informed consent. So technically, any sexual act with an animal is rape. I'm just arguing that not all instances of rape are like wrong, right? If they don't.
Rape is bad by definition.
What?
What the fuck are you saying?
Some rape is okay. Is that what you're saying?
If you're
Wait,
defining
some rape is
something,
okay.
What?
yeah, I'm saying some rape is okay. Yeah.
Wait, what's up? Wait, hold. Explain which rape is okay.
Yes, I'm saying in instances where it's probably not going to cause harm, right?
Okay, so
No,
what?
this is why
So,
you need
wait,
So
wait,
if some-
wait.
I'm sorry? I'm sorry? Okay, now we have a not all rape is bad panel. Yeah, what the fuck? What have I gotten myself into? I know I'm at the end of it, but what the fuck have I gotten myself into? Also, Nick, it kind of scares me that you just bought coins. Alright, don't fuck up my game too bad, please. I beg of you. Okay.
Take this to this. Chad, you take it. This is yours. Fine.
So if someone is in
continue.
a vegetative state
the
and they're
layout.
not going to know what's going on, is it okay to come into the room and fuck them? And you're raping them because they're not consented. Can you fuck them? If someone's blackout drunk and they don't know what's going on and they don't realize what's going on after, can you come on their face as long as you clean it up afterward? Is that acceptable?
Yeah, so I would say so the reason why we might want to go against that is simply because people basically want to be insured against the idea that somebody's gonna come on their face when they're like in a coma
Wow,
or
so we came
whatever.
up with consent, right? So rape is bad. Yeah, thank you. You
No,
got
but
there
I'm saying in the
hundreds
case
years
of
later than everyone
animals.
else.
Yeah, but I'm saying in the case of animals, it's not really clear that they value something like consent. So why would they care?
Because oh god, we're back to this. A child can't value consent either. You're looping, motherfucker. Right?
No, but
You,
if a
you need
child's
to
gonna
explain it. You need to
presumably
explain-
a
you need to
child
explain-
presumably is gonna
You
be
are
harmed
looping.
when
So
they're.
when you say some rape is okay, you are only referring to raping animals, or are there any instances where you can rape a human?
Okay, so in the case of the Down
in a vacuum.
syndrome person, right, when they're like never gonna, they're always gonna stay Down syndrome, and let's say that you
So you
think they're
can rape a
probably
Down
not gonna
syndrome
be.
child so long as they never realize the implication of the fact that you raped them.
I'm
Okay,
saying if there's a
enough.
potential for harm, yeah, sure.
He needs to
Okay,
bite this
wait.
bullet.
What if there's a child, an 8-year-old child in a vegetative coma they're never
What
going to
the
come out of?
fuck?
So they're never going to know, they're never going to be harmed, they're never going to know what it is. Can you sneak into the room and rape the 8-year-old child in a vegetative state? Yes or no?
If they're never gonna come out of it.
Hell, I'm calling it audible.
Yes.
No,
Yeah, Wick, as you fucking should. As you should have earlier in this fucking little brief conversation, at the very least. What the fuck? What the fuck? He could be a troll. Wick is pretty good about not bringing on straight trolls onto his panels. I don't think he's a troll. I think he's actually this fucking stupid.
Or no? Yes or no?
This is the most
If
important
they're
part.
never- Look, if they're never gonna come out of it, and like the parents don't care, I mean, yeah, sure, go ahead.
Wait,
Oh
but
my
the
God. No,
parents don't find out.
no.
The parents
no.
don't find out. That's
Jesus
the only harm that can be
Christ,
done. Is the
No.
information.
No.
Well, okay, so if the parents don't find, I mean, so
Stop
it's,
talking. Please, for the love of God, stop talking.
No, you need to kill him.
We got
You're gonna be on an FBI list, my dude.
Yeah, we got
Go
no,
ahead.
no.
Yeah.
I'm calling it. I'm throwing a flag on the play. We're not doing this. Okay, this is.
why did
It
it got too
Wick, it
spicy for you, Wick?
It already
At
happened.
least
against
there's
your
some
consent, against
standards
your will.
here. At
Okay,
least
well,
he's
can we rate
stopping this conversation. At the very least, he's stopping this conversation. Now, when we got him, yeah. Literally everyone arguing in this thing is fucking stupid. Even the ones that I like, I mean, on their viewpoint on the actual topic, the ones that I agree with there are still fucking idiots and are arguing this in the most dumbass way possible.
We raped.
This is a brain dead panel.
No, I'm saying no. Okay, it happened. Stop. Okay, we can
But
stop.
Dog doesn't care about consent. He's not going to listen to you, Wick. He can't stop.
Bro!
Exactly. Can't stop.
He's a dog. He's a dog. He's a different species. He doesn't value your consent. He only values the consent of
he's
other dogs.
trans-species.
Okay.
Okay. Do you want us to get back to Schrodinger's rape then? Because I feel like
What
that was
I
the
want to
material.
do, what I
Oh,
want to
cool.
do,
is fucked up. Sorry.
no,
Okay.
is I know that Rhubarb has not had a chance to explain his stance. Oh my God, it can't be as bad as that.
But
So
we're all
gonna
okay with
give
fox
him-
fucking, so I don't
We're
think
gonna give him the floor for a moment to have the stance, to have his say, okay? And then I don't know, gang. I don't know if I want to keep doing this. We might just call it.
Now is when you call it, Wick. I mean, like,
but
fair,
Rhubarb,
but
your floor is yours. Take it away, brother.
Yeah, I am a zoophile, and I am arguing against bestiality, and it's just very disheartening what happens.
yeah, Beatles. That is what he has said.
Really weird post hoc rationalizations for why it's okay to do this and that, with no concern of how
You admitting that he won't win them makes them awful, makes them bad arguments.
it makes other people feel and how it just disgusts them, and it's just not okay to do these things and proudly boast about it and expect to have a platform where you're allowed to be something. Like on Twitch, you're supposed to be something. Well, you're supposed to anyways. It's just really disheartening. And panels like this, I don't think that they are going to get to the root of it. I think that it's just going to platform a lot of confused and upset people like this dog guy. He's just making a huge ass out of himself, and it's just exploitative and just very dehumanizing and just really disgusting. Like,
Well, I mean, he wants to
sure
be
the dog's going
dehumanized,
hurt
right?
anybody. Yeah, I'm sure that whoever's hosting this is going to make money from it, but it's just really disheartening.
Why did you bother turning up then, you fucking beast enjoyer? Also, why are there so many dog fuckers in Eto?
You can still show up if you inherently disagree with the panel, because you can show up to express that. I don't think that inherently disagreeing with the panel means that you can't show up. Oh, to be fair, Chud. He's just not presenting them well. He has presented his arguments, and his arguments are still idiotic and immoral.
Your Discord server, what's that about?
True.
That's Toko's Discord server, and she's mentally unwell.
I'm like all the mentally sane people on the pro dog fucking side in this call right
Okay.
now.
Okay,
Normal.
Least mentally
they're
ill
just
Twitch
gonna be
panel. Let's
testers
go.
and just
Gang, this I don't know if I
I'm
want to do an
not normal,
after
I'm
panel. I
supernatural.
don't think I do.
By the way, Rhubarb.
Yeah, good, Wick. Don't do a
This is
fucking
getting
after
fun.
panel on
Guys,
this
What's
shit.
it?
That'd be
No.
Rhubarb, you
What do
can.
you
You
mean?
know what? No,
This is
hold
what
on.
I'm here
Rhubarb,
for. What do you mean?
an
Come in
after
here,
panel on
you
this
can
would
come
be
here, in
horrible.
here, all fucking high and mighty, after sitting quiet on a panel. You had the platform to push back against ideas that you didn't like, and you sat there like a little fucking bitch. You had a moral obligation to
I
push
pushed
your
back
own
against
fucking
you.
morality there. You didn't. You sat there
can't.
like a fucking
Sorry, I
coward,
can't.
letting the world pass you by.
It's not an interesting argument to have. It is inherently rape because there's no consent.
I got this. I got
Something. Okay, good.
Give me
Go.
one sentence. I got it.
Unless that person has expressly said, if I go into a coma, you can fuck me, that is rape.
Fail at everything you attempt in life except your own suicide.
I am more.
Wait,
I am
we
more
cannot have
successful
this.
than you will ever
Shit,
be, my
Whoa,
dog.
we cannot
Alright?
do
What
this.
happened?
Good luck.
Here, okay, gang. You guys want outros?
We did it. We got exactly what we needed out of that.
You want outros?
Oh,
Do
man.
not let that man anywhere near a hospital do not let that man run a hospital, ever, just to be clear,
Yeah.
okay?
The dog is to be banned from all
We're ending into hospital
NHS.
specifically.
I didn't even finish
Yeah.
explaining my position. Like, we can't go
We're
out.
gonna
on
have
this
a
thing.
we're gonna have an outro. We're
Position,
gonna
you
have an outro.
fucking patience
We're
in.
gonna have an outro. We're gonna have an outro. This has been terrible, and I hated almost every second of it. I'm going to take this jar of peanut butter.
And you continued it. And
I'm glad
you
it made you
just
laugh
let it
because
go
I'm
on, even
done
though
with
you
this. No
hated
after
it.
panel today, gang. We're just gonna call it quits. We're gonna end
Yep,
it. I'm gonna go.
seems
Come
legit.
on, the after panel
Yeah,
would be
come on.
so
You really
much
after
fun.
panel on
We
this?
want an after panel. We
You
want
want an
to.
after panel?
You said there were
prematurely,
actual
bro.
dog
Come on.
fuckers who are lining up.
True.
I want the
Yeah.
panel to do
No,
this.
Wick, we will not. Chud, please speak up. You gotta stop him cucking his own content, man. Come on.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, why did Rhubarb leave? I don't understand. Why did he
Please.
get so mad?
He got
Why
told
can't
me
he
to
just
kill
give the
myself.
argument?
You
He
can't
told me
talk
to fucking
somebody
kill
dead
myself.
on Twitch. We can't do that. He got kicked. So
Oh, okay. I thought he left.
yeah, he might have wanted to leave too, but he's also gone.
It's a shame. You made his.
I mean, it's
timing
all
look better.
it's
That
all
was
very well flexing about other people
Okay.
committing suicide.
Okay, this panel is over. They're just talking about the end of it. What the fuck? What the actual fuck, bro? It's a fucked up. It's not a fucked up argument if you do it properly, but it's not like I'm interested in arguing at that point. The thing is, any argument that is pro bestiality is inherently fucked up. I don't care if you what hypocrisy you're pointing out or anything like that. It's still inherently fucked up. Pretty fucked combo? Yeah. That happened today. I am surprised that happened today. Wick is getting himself into hot water. What was this? When was the pedophilia panel? Was that like 3 weeks ago or something? He's staying on the ball with getting himself into hot water. But that was bad. That was pretty fucking bad. I wouldn't have ever watched it if it wasn't for this stream. I wouldn't have ever watched it if Beatles didn't recommend or didn't say that I should. Anyone got eye bleach? No, but I have normal bleach. Actually, I don't even have normal bleach. I have like a bleach cleaning stuff that has bleach in it. That was the most interesting thing that's happened this whole week for me. I'm glad that you were interested. Is my phone focused right now? Okay. I think we're focused. If we're not, please, if it's not focused, please tell me. I can fix it. I'm just too blind to be able to tell. That was bullshit because of the topic, Chester. Don't try to act like that would actually be a good debate to have. Alright, guys. I did just have a bunch of caffeine. Should we do another super long stream? I did one like a week ago. Do we want 2 really long streams in short succession? Because I have another video. It is 3.5 hours. It is a 3.5 hour debate. We'll be watching it on fast speed and everything. Do we want to watch it? It's about self-defense. It's Fabian Liberty and Andrew Wilson, the guy who hosts Crucible. Exactly. What kind of arguments could you throw out as a dog fucker? Beatles, learn how to spell, please. Okay. Let's do the self-defense. Let me change stream titles and stuff real quick. How do you spell defense, guys? Is there an S? Oh. I'm kind of illiterate. Don't mind me. Alright, Twitch is updated. Let me get YouTube updated. Bada bing, bada boom. Okay. Shall we get started on this? Hold on, let me skip to like the actual part where it starts, because usually there's a pretty long intro. And look at that, there is a pretty long intro. Never mind, Fabian Liberty is on. It was a shorter intro than I thought. I skipped forward way too far. My bad. Okay. Bada bing, bada boom. Bada bing, bada boom. And now you guys get subtitles too. If you're one of those people that enjoys subtitles, I have those on here for you now. Let's go. Oh, let's
right into it. Fabian, how you doing tonight, man? You're muted, by the way.
Does he look different than normal? I feel like he looks different than normal, or maybe I'm thinking of someone else, but he looks different than usual.
Hey, I'm back. Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, I getting over that that lovely new version of Kuth that's going around.
Oh, really?
So what are we talking about? It's just titled self-defense. I'm sure like in this intro time we'll figure out more of what it actually is.
Dude, it took me out of commission for like 2 weeks.
No shit. Huh.
Yeah, like I had like one wave and then another wave, but I'm feeling good. Yeah, you don't need a moderator when you have 2 people that actually argue in good faith. And that's an incredibly rare thing in the
It is an incredibly rare thing.
Space.
Well, I mean, we'll find out if one was needed or not by the time we're done with this, I guess.
I don't plan on being too mean.
Yeah, so let's kind of dive into it, man. I'm gonna let you open because you kind of had you had brought this up. You had mentioned a response to my Twitter, and I.
What do you think about pedophilia being casually talked about on TV, like Herbert the Pervert on Family Guy? I mean, I think it depends on context. like comedy shows, I don't think comedy should be criticized a bunch. I don't really think that there's an actual point in criticizing comedy that much. But I can't think of many examples where it's openly just like talked about casually. So I wouldn't be able to give you that much of an opinion because I don't see it really.
Kind of want to know what your problem is with what I said and where you stand on this whole shooting so we can get into it.
Yeah, so I mean, I had been arguing with a bunch of people
What
on this
shooting is
because
this?
it's a bit of a hot take that I have on the Taqueria shooting, right? At least in conservative,
Taqueria shooting. Oh shit, I heard about it. Let me see if I can make sure that I'm right. Okay, so it was the armed subject. I'm gonna go over this one more time to make sure that we know what we're talking about. Okay. At 11:30 p.m. Thursday, police say Washington stormed into the taqueria, pointing a fake gun and demanding money from customers. And he got shot by a patron, it looks like. I'm pretty sure that's what happened, yeah. But he got shot 9 times. Okay, so guy came in to rob a taqueria. Guy got shot 9 times by a patron. And now it's self-defense conversation. Cool. Why can't we ever joke about male on female pedophilia, but we get consistent jokes from TV and comedy about adult female teachers raping their male students because the world is fucked up about sexual assault happening to men? Why are you so fascinated by that shit? Wait, what? By what? I don't know, I feel like the female raping their student joke is more Republican joke, no? It's kind of a men joke. At least in my experience, I've heard plenty, just like between friends even, jokes about it between men that are Democrat and also men that are Republican. Not me. Okay, solid. Okay, so this is about the Taqueria shooting. I'm gonna update titles. Is 9... My title is gonna be, is 9 booms still self-defense? Because I'm trying to keep everything as TOS as possible. But I think that is a pretty solid title. Okay, ready to continue? Okay, let's go.
Libertarian spaces where, when talking about self-defense is something that most people kind of like believe that, like, if someone pulls a gun on you and they're, brandishing a firearm, they're threatening your life with a weapon, right? So often we even use that as an analogy, like the pointing the gun at you, right? That it's an imminent threat to your life, that any form of self-defense is justified. And I don't think that any and all forms of self-defense, well, let me rephrase. I think self-defense is always justified, but I don't think any reaction.
So my take on this, it has to be equal or less than the threat being presented to you, right? So if someone is threatening to punch you, you cannot claim self-defense and shoot them, like as an easy example. So it has to be at least on a similar level of harm as what is being threatened to you for it to be decently valid. And obviously it's a very case-by-case issue, and I think arguing and debate like this is kind of stupid because of how case-by-case it is, but here we are. Most people I know think it's kind of fucked. Well, then you know a lot of good people, but there are plenty of shitty people in the world.
Is necessarily
people who don't
justified
understand
at
it.
a certain point. And in this
It also all depends on how people are raised. Because if you're raised, again, to think that men can't be sexually assaulted, which is where that whole thing comes from, well, then obviously you're going to have specific takes,
I agree with everything that occurred. The only thing I disagree with that I think is unjustified is the final shot. Now, for anybody that hasn't seen the video, I don't think Andrew or I can actually show you the video on stream because it violates TOS. Shows a dead body, right? However, a man comes into
As you
Taqueria,
should. Don't fucking show
brandishing
dead
a firearm,
bodies,
attempting
even
to
if it
rob the
wasn't against
establishment,
TOS.
potentially attempting to murder
It's disrespectful as
all
hell.
the people in there. Who fucking knows? He walks past an individual who's ready and armed, right? Concealed carrying, like a responsible gun owner, and then moves past him again. And when he does so, the guy unloads on him, walks over to him, finds the firearm on the ground, kicks the firearm away, and then goes in for an execution shot to shoot him while he's on the ground, not moving, in the back of the head. That final shot, to me,
Yeah, I would agree. That final shot doesn't sound justified. What do you guys think? Chat, what are we thinking?
is an unjustified killing. And the lefties, of course, they all fucking agree with me because they all hate guns and they hate the idea of self-defense. So any fucking crack they can find to like find people to argue.
Yeah, basically, once you had, I guess you could say, like, neutralized the threat, you're done. Your self-defense is done, right? There's nothing, anything more you do cannot be labeled as self-defense because it just isn't. At that point, it is malice, it is revenge, but it's not self-defense. As a Satanist, I think all murder is justified. Well, buddy, I don't know what to say to you then. You're wrong. What was the question? So in this case, was self-defense justified? The case of a patron who shot a attempted robber 8 times and then did an execution style shot after the robber was no longer armed or anything.
You or bicker about this they'll use. But that's basically my stance. Like, we can get into it, but I don't find that people are actually justifying self-defense here. I don't find that when you break it down to like the ethics and really say like, well, what makes a killing justified or not justified, that this doesn't actually fit parameters, that most people are just feeling a sense of justice. They're feeling a sense of like, that fucker got it because he's a piece of shit, obviously, and they're happy about it. But when you ask them, well, like, what makes this justified? I'm not seeing good arguments. and so I challenge you then, I guess, to give me a good argument as to why the execution shot specifically was justified.
I think there was a little bit of loaded language at the last bit there, the execution shot. You consider that to be an execution. I don't. Give me a second and I'll lay my case out. But before I do lay my case out, though, I just want to make sure that we can get the get what happened down. Make sure I'm not characterizing this any differently than you would.
Yeah,
Dan walks in, he's robbing the place. A bunch of people are on the floor. He's brandishing his guns his gun at multiple people. You agree that that's true?
Yes.
Okay. He's obviously threatening them for their money. You agree that that's true, right?
Yes.
Okay. So he turns around as he's leaving. Guy gets up, shoots. I counted 4 times, and then as he approaches, he fires 4 more times. After
this roundabout is so fucked, guys.
he grabs his gun, he fires 1 more time, almost point blank to
I think we can watch this faster. I think we can deal with it.
the head. You consider that to be what we're discussing then? So I'm not.
Yeah. And
Okay, cool.
I'm stating all the first 8 shots are justified,
Yeah.
and I don't think the 9th shot is justified.
Yeah, got it. So let me
And
kind
also,
of.
for the record, for everybody, nobody here, as far as I'm concerned, I tried to find info, but I didn't do a ton of research. Nobody knows how many of those 8 shots connected.
No, I understand. I understand all that, but let me make a case. So
I mean,
don't
that is
actually
important to
talk about
note,
my personal
but
life very much on
also
stream.
it matters more at what point was he unable to commit harm back to the person. So people in your game are probably depressed. You're probably depressed.
Because I don't want to. As you know, I have lots of enemies who have literally tried to kill me in the past, and I would, I don't want them to keep on doing that. But I'm going to give you a little bit of a preface for my expertise in this field. So I've been a professional gunsmith since I was 22 years old. It was the first field I ever went into. I've been a federally firearms licensed dealer in 4 states. I've also trained everything from prison guards to military on post. And I did that and still do that to this day. So I guess we'd be going on 16 years now. I'm in every sense of the word a weapons expert. Also, I'm in every sense of the word an expert in the field of law when it comes to self-defense shooting. And I'll send you the proofs if you'd like, because I know that you won't release them, but I've been called into many court cases as an expert witness. Many of the cases have actually hinged on my testimony. So that's a little about my expertise. Let me try to get you guys to understand the
So
justification.
you're just trying to prove that you are indeed the Godfather?
Right. No. I don't, before we get into the, how do you know that? How do you know that? How do you know that? I just,
Oh, no, for sure.
I am still going to double check him though, because I do know a lot of law. I'm not going to pretend like I'm a weapons expert, but I do know quite a lot of law. So I am going to make sure that he's not just talking out of his ass because he has said that he's an expert on it.
For sure.
I
I'm
just
only
wanted to set
interested
it-
in the ethical question, not
Yeah,
necessarily
so
the
we
legal.
will-
2 or 3 shots will kill, assuming depending on where you hit and if you hit, right? Because what he was saying is we don't know if he actually hit all 8 of those shots. We just know that they were fired.
We're going to dive in. I want to dive in.
We can get into that
because I think both of them are important because we have the law because it's informed by the ethics. That's kind of the point. So as we dive into this, try to understand a couple of things. First and foremost, there's something called panic shooting. Nobody ever takes this into account, panic fire. In Vietnam, there was a firearm made, the XM15A1, later allocated the M16A1. It was made by Eugene Stoner. It was a fully automatic light infantry rifle. The problem that they found in the trial runs, especially when McNamara commissioned them from Eugene Stoner, was that when the soldiers were firing, when they were under fire, even simulated fire, they would dump the entire magazine because they panicked. They panicked. It's written into most of our self-defense codes that panic fire is something a layman's going to do, especially when you're talking about control.
Yes, but panic fire only accounts for those 8 shots. Panic fire does not account for the final execution style round. A tsunami was detected. Oh, lovely. Oh, fucking lovely. I am so happy that there was a tsunami detected. So happy.
A situation. Police officers are trained for it, but even military with exceptional training are prone to panic fire, which is why I bring up the XM15A1, later M16A1 to A2, et cetera, to the modern AR-15. When a person gets up and he
My
begins
town
to
will
fire
never
his
die.
weapon, he is considered to be in a state of panic, regardless of training. Why wouldn't he be panicked? Why wouldn't he be panicked? Of course he'd be panicked. Everything is elevated. Most self-defense happens within seconds, just like this particular shooting happened within seconds. In some ways, some people have described this as being surreal, where they feel a sense of disconnect. However, they're in absolute panic and fear. When we look at this as an outsider and we're looking in and we see that last shot, the last shot, it appears to us like there was a moment almost of reflection or introspection or something like this before he fired, but chances are there actually wasn't. He almost looked like he picked up the gun as an afterthought and he fired that last round. There's absolutely no reason to believe that he himself, under a severe state of panic, understood the threat was over until all movement was done. Sometimes in these self-defense situations, people will fire to the point their magazine is exhausted. They will reload and continue to fire. And they're essentially...
I guess I would have to see the video, and I don't want to see the video to determine which situation that would be in. But just based on the original description of it, that would not be this. I live in Washington State, not DC. Give them a shit ton of money so they can be happy before they die by that wave. I don't think the tsunami... I mean, the tsunami is still detected. I don't know when it's going to hit. Oh shit, it's going to hit soon. Okay, wait. Pause. We're going to build a bunch of walls. I don't know if the walls will help. The tsunami might go right over the top of them. We're going to build a bunch of walls before the tsunami really hits. Okay, so that it can't really get in. You know? It's gonna be able to get in right there, but there's nothing I can do about that. Okay, hopefully the tsunami can't get in. That's the goal.
Excuse, because under witness testimony from experts, they find out that, wait, as it turns out, that panic firing is a real thing. So
are you Republican because how my state is ran? I mean, kind of. I definitely have issues with my own state, but a lot of it also just comes down to ideology surrounding actual policy, not culture war stuff. And also, my state, as much as it is a solid blue state, it does have a lot of libertarian-esque things that some other blue states don't have. Not all being good, right? Like, we were one of the more recent states to make bestiality illegal, which is fucked up, but it's very libertarian-esque, sadly. But there are libertarian-esque policies that I do like, such as weed laws and stuff like that. And then there are democratic policies that are a fucking waste of money that obviously do not work, such as, you know, safe injection sites.
he fired until he subjectively thought that the threat was done, and he is who the law is going to focus on because subjectively he's the one who's been threatened.
When is this
Why
tsunami
is it
gonna hit?
moral for him to do that? Because you can't tell me
Look at
why
the
it would be
water
moral
line
for him
so
to fire the
low.
first 10 shots, but not the 11th shot. There's no justification from your end. If one shot is okay for self-defense and killing, why not 10 shots? Why would there be a distinction? There's no distinction.
Why
with
wouldn't you,
merit. I
Beetle?
want to hear what that distinction with merit is.
Yeah, so panic fire is true, right? And it helps us understand the state of the mind of the
Yeah,
individual,
cutie.
whether or not the individual thought they were.
And there's a
doing
lot of
something wrong,
waste.
right? and that's a perfectly reasonable thing to bring up in our current judicial system, right? In terms of like, you know, whether or not this person should be prosecuted for what they did, right? And that's a perfectly legitimate argument against that said prosecution. But it's irrelevant to the facts of whether or not what they did was ethical or unethical, right? Like the action itself is against another person, right? So it doesn't matter what that person's state of mind is as to whether or not what they did is justifiable or unjustifiable. It just doesn't play into the argument. It plays into the way that we feel about it.
That's
It plays into the way
ridiculous.
that we.
No,
How's
it's
that ridiculous?
Because what is the justification for murder other than intent?
I don't know how you clean up the heroin problem. So one of the biggest wastes we have is the Washington state unemployment, which is so easy to get. There's plenty of people who make more on unemployment than they did working, and then they just got an unemployment because they don't want to work and stayed not working. Okay. Again, I also just kind of want to make this known every time I talk about this. I don't blame the people that take advantage of the system. I blame the system for existing in a way that the people can take advantage of. But also, in a lot of people's experience with safe injection sites, including my own, when safe injection sites are built, it increases drug use in the surrounding area, which seems counterproductive. It seems like people would just go to the safe injection site, but that just simply is not the actual effect that happens. So you still have the needles. If not, you have the increased amount of needles. There's a lot of safe injection sites that are built literally within blocks of middle schools, elementary schools, and high schools, which is, I believe everyone like argues like, oh, that can't happen. It literally happened. It literally happened down the street from my house. So like, this happens. It's happening, which is extremely dangerous when you're talking about the increase in drug users surrounding the area, especially when we're talking about needle drugs. So, you know, it makes things worse rather than being an adequate fix. An adequate fix would, again, be something along the lines of, hey, you get a house. You want a house? Go to rehab. Something like that would be, or even maybe not completely adequate, but would be better, in my opinion. What happened? What do you mean, what happened? Welcome in, buddy. Because you're new here, where are you from? What are your general political views? I think drug use is slightly fear-mongered. What do you mean by that?
What is the justification for murder other than intent?
Yeah, how do you know something's murder unless you're associating intent with it? So why is something not murder, but it's murder?
What's USIM? I had a gun pointed at me when I was in 8th grade from my ex-best friend. What's even crazier is when Facebook first launched back in the 2005-2006, he tried to reach out and be friends again. And I'm like, no, fuck that. Yeah, I'd be like, fuck that as well. What the hell? Yeah, that's fucked up.
Right. An unjustified killing is an unjustified killing,
So
regardless
intent.
of whether or not it's manslaughter or murder.
Yeah, but it's intent. Intent is a distinction.
No. The intent is the distinction between our current legal system's definition of manslaughter.
A lot of health problems caused by drug use are often caused by the fact that drugs are manufactured in the black market using very poor quality techniques. I mean, I don't really give that much of a fuck about the impact, the health problems caused by drugs, to be honest. I think that resources should be provided for rehab, but at the end of the day, you chose to take the first hit in most cases, and at that point you have to choose to go to rehab or you are reaping the problems that you created for yourself. But more so, my issue with drug use is what is often accompanied by it. Okay, often accompanied by it is things like open needles and things like crime, increased crime rates, things like that are just overall bad for society. Why rehab? What's wrong with taking drugs? I mean, they can not take drugs, but I also don't think they should get any benefits from the state, because the state should only give benefits to people who are functioning members of society. And generally, right, once you get to the point where this is like a hardcore addiction, you're not that much of a functioning member of society, because also we are talking right now in the context of homeless people. So that's what I'm talking about right now. There are drug users who can still like function in their day-to-day life, and I mean, if you can do it, go for it, I guess. I don't think it's overall a good choice, but that's just my opinion, and I can't dictate that onto you. I don't know where to get weed, and a bunch of my folks say it's so bad, but it sounds nice to get high. It is. Weed is cool. I'm totally cool. I think weed should be legal, and alcohol should be legal. Maybe shrooms. Maybe. Yeah, but the vast majority of like the like actual drug addictions are opiates and narcotics. They're not like weed. That's not what a lot of people are talking about when they're talking about drug issues. Is the convo about injection sites? I mean, that was like a side convo. It was a point that I was making. But again, we were talking about people who are like homeless and shit like that. So I was taking it in that context. Yes, there are people who can function in their daily lives. And again, in which case, you do what you want. I mean, you're not hurting me, so. Cutie, that's exactly what I said. That's what I said in replacement of injection sites. They've been sold legally for decades with minimal problems at the start of the century. Pretty much every drug has been used legally at some point, though. That's the thing. And meth is still used by the military. And meth is also used by fucking people with ADHD. It depends on the context. Depends on the context and the amount. You're good, Cutie. I completely get that.
Slaughter or murder. It's not a distinction between whether or not the killing is justified or unjustified, whether or not the killing is ethical or unethical.
It is, and I'll explain to you why it is. Because if you accidentally kill somebody, you are unjustified in killing them, but it's not murder. The intent.
Adderall. Adderall is technically microdosing.
Yes.
The intent's the distinction, and
saying the same thing.
Well, then specifically, I'm asking you why you're taking the intent out, because the intent of this gentleman was not to murder. The intent of this gentleman was to stop.
Because my argument isn't about
intent,
right. My argument isn't this is a bad guy that needs to be off of the streets. My argument is this is an unjust.
I'm pretty sure it's meth. Is Adder? How do you spell Adderall? I don't think you just spelled it right either. I might be wrong. We both spelled it wrong. Okay. They're chemical cousins. Let's see, is Adderall cocaine? They're both stimulants. They're all of them are stimulants basically, but it's like it's a cousin to meth. Yeah, they're all pretty similar. Where did my babe? Okay. Why opiates like heroin are similar to other opiates? Why Oxycontin is so dangerous? Yeah. Yeah, well, like, that's because meth is the black market version. Obviously, it's going to be more dangerous. And also, doses are generally higher. Didn't House from the TV show get addicted? Didn't House from the TV show get addicted to Oxycontin? Sorry. That's, like, actually should have been a real thing that woke people up. I don't know who you're talking about. I'm like, Cutie, I'm on the fence with it. I'm not a big fan of legalizing things that are hallucinogens. But I'm on the fence with it versus because of it being natural versus like manufactured hallucinogens.
Justified killing.
What's unjustified about it?
What's unjustified is the final.
Again, like I said, there are places that I draw the line. Right, and still it's all guided by I can do what I want, you can do what you want, as long as you're not infringing on each other's rights. And especially with certain drugs, higher rates of crime associate them, which is infringing upon other people's rights. And at the end of the day, we don't have a very good ability to proactively solve crime. It's always the crime happened and then we responded, whereas this is one of those things that we can see reduces crime rates, depending on the drug. I'm also talking about legalization. I think decriminalization of all drugs is good, but legalization is different. So you can take one thing of meth from a drug dealer and that can have 300 grams of meth and another can have 600 grams in the same size. Oh yeah, doses should be inconsistent, yes.
shot, right? So
That's
And
not
also
justified.
constantly
I'll give you an
chasing the
example
next,
of how I know.
the
Let me
highest
ask you this
high.
question. Assume that you had a samurai warrior, and we're in the feudal era. The samurai warrior has been trained to
You're
cut.
too old for
when he
that.
draws
That
his
sucks
sword,
for
he
you.
cuts diagonally, and then he thrusts. Always, this is how he's been trained to the point it's muscle memory.
Mhm.
A man comes in, let's say, with a musket, okay, and he's
There's an
holding the joint up.
earthquake.
The samurai
damn it.
stands up and he
Hold up.
does his 2-cut exchange. The first cut cuts the person's head clean off, but he continues and he thrusts because of muscle memory. So he does both of these actions as muscle memory has compelled him to do. So the first cut takes off the head. That was maybe not the intent of the slice, but that's what happened. The head's off. He continues with the cut. The sword gets stuck in the body before the body ever falls down. But the first cut most certainly killed him. Is the second thrust, in your opinion, unjustified?
Well, it depends upon a whole bunch of other contexts. First of all,
What?
obviously, this isn't the samurai era. Second of all, the samurai might
Yeah.
be the equivalent of a police officer, which might change.
Also, like, them being dead already isn't the issue, right? Because at least from what I assumed, given the situation that I was told about this so far, I assumed the person was still alive when that execution shot was given. That's what makes it unjustifiable. It would be not very good morally to do that extra shot if he was dead, but it wouldn't be the same situation as if he was alive and you did that execution shot and then killed him in the scenario. But all these things are very case by case. So I'm specifically talking about the scenario, the case that they're talking about. Yeah, energy. They're yeah. Decriminalization is perfectly fine. There's more of a there's a difference between slash and trigger happy. I mean, it's the same concept behind it, I would say. I don't think it's a great use of my time. Personally, I would agree. Again, like, personally, I would only... I mean, I would smoke, but I can't smoke anymore. Love medical reasons. But, like, weed and alcohol are the other things I personally would do. That doesn't mean that I don't think other people should do other things if they want to. They can do whatever they want. You get worse quality because of black market supply. That I'm not denying that. I am not denying that, but I think it's a cost benefit.
The training and things of that nature and what we expect of them. But I don't think, I don't think that it's an apt comparison to talk about the instantaneous samurai cutting situation in what is or isn't justified. But even
Well, I
still,
think
it doesn't
is
change the
because-
fact that
because
we're
you're
talking
saying
about what
it's
is
unjustified because of a final shot. I'm saying that the final shot is based on intuition, muscle memory, the same as it would be with the samurai. There's no difference, heightened senses, this kind of thing. Just so happens a samurai with the first cut with a katana, which is totally possible. The head comes completely off. He follows through as his muscle training has determined he do. What did he do that was unjustified? He clearly stabbed him a second
Looks
time
like a
after taking the
caveman's
head off.
idea of a philosopher.
Yeah, so, but
That's
again,
true.
right? Like you're
You're not
appealing
wrong.
to the idea of panic fire, right? Now you're using a samurai analogy that I just reject because it's distracting.
Well, you can't
what
reject
we're talking
it.
about.
It's
We're
the
talking
same
about panic
thing.
fire, right? We're
No,
talking
no,
about
we're
a
talking
state
about
of mind.
you're saying it's overkill because of that final shot. I'm saying why wouldn't it be overkill for the samurai for that final stab? What's the distinction here?
Okay, so if the samurai, right, is engaged in some combat with a musket fire situation, right, and for whatever, and the musket fire person is an aggressor, right? Let's try and keep the analogy as close as we can to the.
What do you mean by you mean like the aggressor in this scenario?
Yeah, like
Yeah.
assuming the first cut was justified, right? Like assuming the guy came up to him with a musket and said, "I'm gonna fucking blow your brains out because I hate Japos," right? And like came after him.
Well, what
right?
if it's just a potentiality that he may, and he is pointing the musket, so he's under duress, he
Okay,
feels threatened.
Yeah. So I mean, both would likely be justified if someone just randomly came up to you. And but I'm trying to make like not have any gray area in the justification of the first cut. We'll assume for sure that the first cut is justified, right? And so he acts off of muscle.
I don't
memory
like this
to,
hypothetical. I think this hypothetical is
further
kind of idiotic,
damage the
not gonna lie.
corpse of the person that he just killed because the first cut off his head. Yeah, the second cut is not justified.
So you're
Now,
saying
do we choose to prosecute?
hang on. No. I
Like,
need to know why it's not justified. Why is it not justified? What did he do wrong? That's unjustifiable. Following through with the muscle memory he has, first swing, that he didn't know that the head intentionally came off. He doesn't know this psychologically. Inside of his brain, he's doing exactly what he's trained to do. Swing, stab. He swung, he stabbed. The circumstances just so happened the head came off at the first
So
swing,
what
and
do you
he
think
followed through.
justification? What do you think? What is the justification then? As you see it, it seems to be that your argument, right, of the shooting is that because the initial shots were justified, right, because it was legitimate use.
I have a lot of real world concerns that I need to take care of, therefore I want to stay in the world, and if anything, stimulate myself. Or not concerns, but I have business. Yeah, but that's again your choice. That's not the choice everyone would make.
Of defensive violence, right? And we both agree on this, right? That the initial shots were justified.
Then we both agree that it was justified that he be shot. We're disagreeing on the final shot being justified.
Right. So
this
the
is
argument.
where-
Hold
Yeah,
on.
go ahead,
Let me see if
Yeah.
I can get it, and then see if I can recapture it, and see if I'm missing something and I don't understand. So it seems that your argument is that anything that follows in that regard that you believe changes the state of the mind of the shooter, right, is justified because it is a it is an uncontrollable out of the circumstances of the shooter's situation, right?
Well,
like he's entered
it's
into panic
conscious-
fire.
So there is no consciousness that's moving into this. The state of mind has been irreparably altered, at least for this amount of time. Biologically, you don't have control over this. Some people, even hunters who are in both of our audiences, will explain to you sensory deprivation, which happens when you have heightened adrenaline. Some people see it as tunnel vision. For instance, Fabian, have you ever been really close to a car accident and it seemed like time slowed down or sped up? Both of those are part of sensory deprivation. It can sometimes heighten your hearing or heighten your vision. Sometimes it'll feel like time is slowing down, sometimes speeding up. But none of these are things that you have any control over. You were justified. If you're justified in the first shot, you're justified in the last shot. There is no independent thought that's going into it. He's not thinking to pull the trigger the last time.
Again, it's always very dependent on the situation. Again, this guy has probably watched the video and I haven't, so I keep that in mind. But at the same time, what he's saying is very circumstantial and in a lot of cases would be far from the truth. It may be correct in this case. I'm not sure. But him being correct is probably like a 50-50 shot. And I want that one to be known by everyone going into this, who's watching this. I think that's important.
It's just coming. That's
Okay. So let me ask you. Let me give you another analogy. Right. I have a rape gene. Right. When I get super excited and scared, I have an uncontrollable urge to just like rape motherfuckers. Like that's how I fight. Right. For whatever reason, I was like, I had a wrestling coach that was like, real handsy feely and taught me fighting the wrong way.
A lot of the music was made
so
on
like
a
when
lot
I'm
of
fighting,
different drugs.
right? I like my natural inclination is to bend the person over and get them onto their back and then pull their pants down and fuck them. Right. Now, let's say I get into a fight. And the person that I'm fighting swung first, right? They swung first, they go to punch me, and I'm defending myself, and I get into the heat of the moment, and then the rape gene kicks in. And I pull down his pants, and I start sodomizing him, right? Is the sodomy of the person that swung at me justified because I'm in a state of mind where I can no longer...
What's it with
really kind of control
every
what I-
fucking thing that we watched today having really iffy scenarios being played through? Is it just me, or is it worse than most debates today? Just today, everyone decided to be kind of iffy.
I'm doing, and I was just defending myself, but because of the rape gene that I have, that was triggered by the trauma of my wrestling coach, I'm just going to
Okay,
sodomize.
so
this
I get the argument.
Yeah,
so
they're
I'll
all
just
back
cut in real
crazy.
quick.
Thank you.
Do we
Yeah, go
agree
ahead.
at any time the sodomy was justified?
Do we agree at any time that the sodomy was justified? No.
So I would. Okay, so if the answer is no, then if we were to agree, let's just say hypothetically the sodomy was justified, you'd have to make a justification for why him coming was unjustified. Right? You see what I'm saying?
No.
That's it, motherfucker. That's it. That's
No.
it.
The
Your
sodomy's not
hypothetical's done.
justified. This-
Right.
and why-
I don't think
the reason
they're
that the
all-
sodomy-
In this instance,
I think that hypotheticals are really good for allowing you to analyze the situation. However, there are plenty of shitty hypotheticals that have no business being there. I'll fully admit that one.
sodomy wouldn't be justified.
The reason, right, that the sodomy is not justified, right, is because this person's not trying to sodomize you, right? This person hasn't raped you. There's no restitution to be paid. Once the target is neutralized and you're no longer in a state of war, you don't get to then pull down their pants and sodomize them.
No,
right?
no.
See, Trucking, what you're forgetting is that a lot of debates are in a theoretical lens, and hypotheticals help to put them into more of a real-world lens, right? So if we're talking about theoretic issues, and then a hypothetical is given, it helps you to apply the theoretical thing that you're thinking about, or that you're trying to talk about.
No, that's absurd. The sodomy is unjustified regardless of you doing any type of self-defense.
As
any
is the
virtue.
execution shot.
No, there is no execution shot. My argument is that this was not an execution nor an execution shot. This was a person responding under muscle memory, completely justified in self-defense. You would have to
trained to
produce
do execution shots?
No. You don't need to be trained in order to fire your gun.
Because that would be
at
a
all.
problem. That would be a problem.
Yeah,
wouldn't it?
but hang on. There's no training. But even if let's just say he was trained, it wouldn't matter, right?
not muscle
What I'm
memory.
saying is that when your senses become deprived, you're moving off of muscle memory, which at this point I assume is something akin to this, Fabian. Just squeezing a trigger. And that's exactly what it looked like to me. He approached him while continuing to squeeze the trigger. Now I can tell you he wasn't trained. The reasons I know he wasn't trained is he never would have approached him.
Theoretical thinking is how we get every new idea in the world. You do realize that, right?
He never would have gone
he'd have
over.
stayed back,
He never would have gone over, tried to remove a gun. He never would have gotten close to him. This is a person under complete panic. Your sodomy
Yeah, Beetle,
analogy doesn't
you
work
are
here
completely
because we're talking
correct.
about two different
But that doesn't mean
events.
all
The first you and
hypotheticals
I
are
would agree is
bad.
justified. Somebody swung at you, so you have a right to take him down or defend yourself. We also probably agree that defense has to be at least somewhat reasonable. You have to have some type of reasonable defensive acumen when it comes, like if a 7-year-old came over and punched you in the shoulder, for instance, you
why?
can't beat him to death with a baseball bat. Well, I'll get into why.
Why?
But before I do, I need to get back to the sodomy point and just say neither of us would agree on the premise of the sodomy.
So good definition. Definition of theoretical. Sort of with her involving a theory, the theory of a subject or area of study rather than its practical application. So, for example, let's talk about something that I am very educated in. Let's talk about the criminal justice system. Let's talk about how we have always, for most of human history, gone about our criminal justice system in a punitive manner. Someone, not too long ago, started theorizing, I wonder what would happen if we tried to rehabilitate rather than punish. And that started out as a theory, the theory of rehabilitation, okay? And then it became an actuality, okay? Because someone thought about this new idea and was like, I wonder what would happen. I think X would happen. We should try to test it. They are both, okay, so they are both ideological outlooks onto the criminal justice system. At one point, rehabilitation was strictly theoretical because it was never implemented. No one actually knew what would happen. You are just talking theoreticals at that point, right? And then eventually it actually gets implemented. That is exactly what this is.
Sodomy ever being correct.
That's exactly what
there's no
theoretical would be.
We don't need to justify the last 20 seconds because it's all unjustified. If we were dealing with a
Okay,
case
so
here
hold on,
where the
so
entire,
hold on,
I'm almost done, where the entirety of the shooting we agreed on the premise was entirely unjustified, you might have an argument.
Okay, so we can throw away the samurai analogy now because because training matters, right?
No, we can't because
well, one's
regardless of
panic,
training,
one's panic fire.
They're both panic.
One's is training, right?
Nope. They're both under in a state of
All
panic.
right. Well, you would like to keep an analogy that there are principal differences between them, and I would like to throw it away. If you want to keep it, you go ahead and keep it in your brain. But I'm not going to talk about it anymore. So again, you're saying the sodomy isn't.
It blows your argument out. That's why you don't want to talk about it anymore. It does.
It doesn't. It simply doesn't, and we've already visited that. But your argument now is your.
So you call things punitive because you're looking at the real world, hence you're applying. If you're also thinking of a new way, this existing system has already can be changed. What system are you a fan of? But either way, theorizing a new idea for a system, right? Damn near every system has always existed, but you can still theorize new ideas for that system. Rehabilitation is a completely new idea for the system that came about. Lose the fit, bring the money. Bro, I'm gonna lose my mind. Cutie, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the family, buddy. Alex, that was one. I ignored one. I missed one. And I hadn't even finished reading chat yet. Of that like scroll of chat that I had up. Unless it was really long ago. If it was really long ago, I'm sorry. I don't think justice should be passionate or want to hurt the criminal. I think that's entirely unnecessary. Justice should be impassionate and neutral. So what would it look like? I know you can't. It's not playing right now. So what would it look like, Trucking? What do you think through the entire stream? I'm sorry, Alex. I'm sorry. Your name kind of just blends in with the background. Pink against like the color blue that is the background of my chat that I look at is a really weird combo. I'm only for punitive systems in the sense that if you committed an immoral act, you get put on timeout. But when people usually say punitive, they imply that the system has to actively hate their criminal and want to create gigantic penalties for everything. Well, I mean, it is inherently a punishment. Punitive means punishing. So a timeout is still punitive, so you would still side with a punitive system. Just neutral justice system, the judges don't hate the criminals, jury doesn't hate the criminals, they objectively decide on the appropriate sentence, that's it. Well, there's no appropriate sentence in a punitive system, to be perfectly honest with you, because a punitive system has damn near no effect and actually makes things worse. There is an appropriate sentence in a rehabilitative system, but that is beside the point. Beatles, I'm not looking at it through Twitch chat, that's the thing. I have a different like app for my chat that combines my YouTube and my Twitch chat. So I'm not actually looking at it through Twitch. When I look over to the Twitch chat, it's really obvious, but Truck King is also hot pink, so. That is not what punitive means in the criminal justice system. You are simply incorrect, buddy. Do you think prisons should be private? I think that if they're going to be private, there needs to be a lot more regulation and transparency. I think that there's a way private can work, but it is not the way that it is right now. When are we wrapping up here? Not for a while. What time is it? Oh, it's 2 in the morning, bro. It's okay. We can keep going. I still want to get through this video, and I'm not tired because I fucking accidentally had a bunch of caffeine. Yes, it does mean that in the CJs. Let me see if I can get you a quick source. When was this from? That was from 1979. We're not doing that. Sure, we'll go with this. This isn't like the best source, but if I... Never mind, that's in a fucking... Can someone just fucking define it in terms of law and justice? Not write me a whole essay. Jesus Christ. Bro. Punitive justice. The thing is, I already defined it, but he doesn't trust me, so I have to, like, show him an actual source. I'm waiting for it to read that out.
How do you think we should treat people in prison? And what should and shouldn't they have access to? Peach Salt 1.
So I think that we should focus on rehabilitation within prisons because it's been shown to reduce recidivism, which is better for everyone. It's actually the goal that everyone wants, just not everyone knows how to get to. In terms of what should they have access to, they should have access to like education and shit like that. But I think separating them from the public is the thing that makes it prison, really. So limited contact outside. That's basically the thing that they shouldn't have access to. Well, we can look at the definition of punitive from vocabulary.com, which describes inflicting a punishment. There we go. Inflicting a punishment justice. You can go to bed whenever the fuck you want, Energy. I'm not stopping stream for you to go to bed. Why do all criminals need to be rehabilitated? Is there not a crime that's justified? Is there no crime that has mitigating circumstances? There are mitigating circumstances, and there are generally justified crimes actually don't end up with much of a prison sentence, if at all, because justified crimes is a defense for multiple crimes. But it being justified is actually a defense, not like you're sentenced to a justified crime. So you're wrong there again. And anyways, crime in general is damaging to society. So rehabilitation focuses on how can we get you to not commit crime again? That is what rehabilitation is. So if you committed a crime, yes, how can we get you to not commit a crime again? It's a very simple concept, buddy.
Yobi, is it actually snowing outside behind you? Peach Salt 1.
Is it actually snowing outside behind me? It might be. We've been having like kind of rain during the day and then freezing rain / freezing fog / a little bit of snow at night. So it might be right now. Who knows? What do you mean next stream, Energy? Monday? Yeah, or no, what day is today? Today's Friday, next stream Sunday. Yeah, justifiable logic. That's called rational choice theory. Congratulations. That doesn't mean that it shouldn't be stopped, right? And again, part of rehabilitation is setting someone up to not have to commit crime if that was their justification for it. right? So, for example, teaching someone vocational skills in a field that they can actually get once they get out of jail, teaching someone basic life skills, education, all of these things that can allow a person not to be in the exact same situation when they get back out. Also, resources for reintegration back into society once they are released from prison. All of these things are part of a rehabilitative justice system that fix what you're talking about, or at least do a decent part in fixing what you're talking about. Their situation needs to be rehabilitated as well as them, considering, again, we're talking from the state's perspective because that is why we have a criminal justice system. From the state's perspective, crime is bad. Crime is harmful to society. So you do need to rehabilitate out of criminal behavior and rather look at ways to get around the criminal behavior that is not criminal. At least punitive approaches do not try to brainwash the criminal. Punitive approaches increase their chances of doing crime again. That is bad for everyone involved. There is no one that is a good thing for except for private prisons. To an extent, trucking. But like, if we're talking realistically, the state has to do what's best for itself. I'm talking about justice, not about what's harmful or not harmful to society from the state's perspective. But we can also talk about from an individual perspective. More crime is harmful to society because it's harmful to the individuals within that society. Okay? There is damn near no victimless crime. Victimless crimes are pretty much bullshit. You can find a victim to any crime. So, if a person is going to be committing more crime, that is an inherent bad thing for society. So, why don't we do the system that lowers recidivism rates rather than actively raises someone's chances of committing another crime? Because punitive justice has been shown time and time again to only raise someone's chances of committing another crime. Even if they go into prison as a guilty person, they are later found out guilty, they still have a high likelihood of committing another crime because of the way that prisons are organized. And again, that's why there is more than just brainwashing. Like, it's not brainwashing, it's providing resources. That's what prison is. It's actually very much a resource, or that's what rehabilitation is. It's very much a providing resources so people can better their own lives. So again, there you go. And if you committed a crime, there is a victim. There is always a victim. Whether or not you care about that victim isn't really relevant. There is always a victim to the crime. So if you get something stolen from you, why should that matter more than if someone else gets something stolen from them? Providing resource with fucked up 1984 language are you using? What else would you call things like education and vocational training and mental health resources and reintegration aid, if you don't want me to use the word resources? Not much you say makes sense as facts. Dude, are we getting two of these guys in the same day? This guy is slightly better of a person than the last one, or very much better than better of a person than the last one. But are we getting two of these guys? 2 streams in a row? Brainwashing? Why would you call it brainwashing? No, we're not moving past this. I got this one last question for trucking. Why do you call it brainwashing? Give me a complete explanation of that. A complete and concise explanation of that. Okay, let's go back to something else. Okay, so what he's saying is presumably, if this is his definition of brainwashing, which he won't give me, which I really is what I was looking for there, process of pressuring someone into adopting radically different beliefs by using systemic and often forcible means. So, you could call prison forcible. Yes, I will give you that. Radically different beliefs, that's not what this is. It has nothing actually to do with beliefs for the most part. For the most part, it has to do with providing them means to improve their own situation, right? It's not actually beliefs. For some people it is. For like psychopaths it is. But that's not even beliefs, that's more mental health treatment. And pressuring, it depends on, forcible and pressuring, it really depends on what you would consider that to be. But at the end of the day, that definition does not actually fit with what rehabilitation really is. Call it brainwashing because it's called rehabilitation. Rehabilitation is by definition change from the outside. You are looking to change the person from the outside. And a lot of people, this is just weird re-education type shit. It's not re-education. I feel like you just have a fundamental misunderstanding of what rehabilitation is. I feel like you should go read quite a few essays and books on it and then come back to me, and then we're on the same playing field here. Okay, trucking, how about you stop being a little bitch, okay? Considering one of the rules in the chat is respect. Stop being a little bitch. Stop with the tantrum, like Cutie said. And have an actual conversation. Oh my god, he did it again. That's fucking crazy. I feel like you're quite young and now you're digging yourself in a hole trying to defend the stance even when it's indefensible. It is defensible by the majority. I'm not going to say damn near every, but the majority of experts in the field it is defensible by. Majority of people, every study backs rehabilitation over punitive justice. Again, what it comes down to, I think, is you not actually understanding what rehabilitation is. It's not treating them like a child. Okay, do you understand what education is provided? Do you understand that when people didn't finish middle or high school, that education is provided? There was also higher education provided. Okay, it's not like educating them on how to live their lives. It's actual like education. There's also vocational education, teaching you how to do jobs, right? Which also exists in the real world, like outside of prison. Okay, there's mental health treatment. That is part of rehabilitation. That has nothing to do with brainwashing someone. That is helping someone deal with their own problems. Okay, teaching someone how to deal with their finances well. That's also a good thing. If someone is lacking solid social skills, that can be learned through rehabilitation processes. If someone is a drug addict, rehab is also an option here. Again, all of this is not forced when you go to prison. That's not the idea of a rehabilitation system. The idea is that you have the option to do these things. If you want to sit in your cell for your entire sentence, you are allowed to do that. But this option is available for all who want it. Even Racer had more kindness sometimes, but that's because I feel like if any more of us other than Alex were girls when Racer was here, there would have been less kindness. Basically, a lot of modern trends we see in modern society are about treating grown adults as children. So providing education and resources is not treating them as children. It's actually making up for the mistakes that were made when they were children. There's also psychiatric care that is given, and the people providing the rehabilitation to the prisoners come at the situation assuming the prisoners need to change their behavior. Who says the prisoners need to change their behavior? Because they have harmed someone. That is why they're in prison. That is specifically the behavior that needs to be changed, and oftentimes that behavior can be changed through situational means rather than just simply don't do that again. Because just saying don't do that again obviously is not going to work. That's not what it is. It's not what rehabilitation is. So treating them as children? No, giving them the option to have these resources that they should have had when they were younger. Again, it is all about choice. You can make the choice to not be rehabilitated. That is actually part of the rehabilitation system. So allowing them to learn things that they should have already learned, if they wish to, taking classes, if they wish to. Classes are not just for kids. You do realize, like, there's 60-year-olds that go to college. Most adults have the emotional maturity of children. That's facts. Who says they've harmed anybody? I already said earlier, there's damn near no victimless crime. Especially crimes that will actually put you in prison. Because we are talking about prisons. Okay. I hope you already know the distinction between jails and prisons because you're acting like a know-it-all here. But we're putting them in prison, so they have committed a crime that is a felony. So they have harmed someone. That they should have had when they were younger, so treating them as children, again, teaching them as you teach children. It's not teaching them in the same way. You teach, for example, you teach 8th graders differently than you teach college students. It's not teaching them in the same way, it's teaching them the same topics. So far, with your comments on LSD, you're confirming the above conclusion. What the fuck? Really, a child would say that? Interesting, I'd never hear a child say that. Trucking, no one has any need to apologize to you. Literally no one has done anything to you that is worth apologizing for. I don't think he's been acting like an adult for quite a while, Cutie. Pointing it out now is a little bit late, but I mean, better late than never. You'll make him. You'll get timed out if you try to make him. I don't know, I also don't know how you think you'll make him. But what did Chester do to you? So I didn't see Chester do shit. Let's actually, how about we read back through Chester's chats? Fuck, I didn't have Chatterino open. I might not be able to. Oh, I can? No, I can't. I didn't have it open. Damn it. Lame. It's open now, so we have a running history that's easy to go through. Time you out for what? There are multiple forms of coercion. Because you're being disrespectful. That is exactly why. Disrespect is not tolerated. All thoughts are relevant, mostly. I'm the only one in this chat that's allowed to disrespect. That's because I fucking run this chat, and I'm in charge. See, trucking, things like that are disrespectful. And they're gonna get deleted. Okay? You're a kid who's in charge of nothing, relax. Chester, first of all, you don't know shit about me. You actually don't know how old I am. Second of all, you don't know anything about my background. Anything about what I know, who I am. And you're talking a lot of shit for someone who knows that little. You look about 21. Okay. So, kid is inaccurate. There you go. Beatless, I'm not here tomorrow night. I'm here Sunday night. Sunday night's my next stream. I called him Chester, did I? I'm sorry. I meant truck. You're a kid until mid-20s at least. I mean, most of my friends are mid-20s. Pretty much everyone I hang out with is mid-20s. So, they don't think I'm immature. They think I fit in pretty fucking well with them. Because that's who I am. So again, let's get back to the core of the idea. Tomorrow is Sunday. I mean, technically. It's technically Saturday now. So, I mean, yeah, you're right. But, like, shut up. It's still Friday for me. It's my Friday stream. This is my Friday stream. Chester, she probably does not. Knowing her, she probably has no interest in doing that. What up, Bailey? Guys, she brought me her llama toy. This one's like her favorite. She tore it up, but it's her favorite. Go get it. Go, over here. Up, on the couch. There you go. I hope you guys got to see the flying dog for a second. You're just young, so you don't know as much as I will in 5 years' time. What do you think I'm going to learn in the next 5 years? What do you think the next 5 years is going to bring me? That would make me know more than I do right now. About this topic. I'm only pushing because I'm trying to get Gorps to show up after stream. The more people we get, the better. I'll probably stop by for a little bit, okay? But not a ton, because I'm also going to be streaming until I want to go to bed. That's how I normally stream. That's why I'm never on there after stream. All kinds of facts and concepts about economics, about CJs, etc. So, yeah, I will fully admit that I'm not super knowledgeable about economics. I never said that I was. But criminal justice, I damn near have a degree in. Alright? I have had a job relating to the system, where I had to interact with the system quite a bit. I have jobs lined up for the summer, where I will be in the system. You act like you can talk down to me because I'm young, but you have absolutely no idea of my education. You haven't introduced a new idea. What you've done is you've misspoken about every idea that I already know. Exactly, Beatles. Age doesn't matter. Actual knowledge does, which is knowledge that you very clearly do not have, my friend. If you had the knowledge, you would know what the experts in the field say, you would know what the studies say, you would know what the theory says, you would know that theoretical thinking does lead to change in society, and you would know that damn near everything that you have said so far is incorrect. Degree is shit because the things they teach you in college is almost never actually useful information that will actually use in your job or in your thinking. I will most always come from outside of what you've been taught. So what I've been taught is how to research topics, right? You know, such as rehabilitative justice. I've been taught the law. I've been taught how to actually work in the legal system, right? How to like file documents, how to fill out pretty much every document in my state. I've had practice doing such, okay? How to do legal writing, how to conduct surveys, and how to think about issues critically, okay? That is what I have been taught. All of which allow me to be able to talk about this with accuracy and allow you to not actually be able to know what the fuck you're talking about. Again, trucking, I would agree with you. That's why you choose a good college and you choose a good degree, which I have done. You know what is actually even better than experience also? Is being able to analyze the experience of large groups of people, you know, such as what's it called? Oh, you mean like studies and like data-driven conclusions? Oh, that's crazy. How to research topics. Would you like me to expand on that? I can. I have learned how to research, how to search topics, what specific databases to use for specific topics. All right. I have learned how to identify a study that is flawed or that could be considered invalidated. I've learned how to find solid studies. I've learned how to conduct my own solid studies, which also helps to be able to learn how to find solid studies. I have conducted my own research, which is experience, which you seem to think I have none of, which also helps to be able to invalidate or validate studies based on the methodology and the conclusions that are drawn from the results and see if they are actually drawn from the results. See, what you're talking about is researching in a way that grants you the ability to be swayed by bias and by actual shit methodology. Most of which have nothing of value to you and no benefit to you, really. Learning the laws in my state that relate to my future career, learning how to actually do my future career, learning what to push for in said future, or learning ideas, okay? And being able to read studies that indicate what is the best option to move forward in my future area. I think that you just have this hatred of higher education, probably in terms of, it usually comes, this type of thing normally comes from a sense of either you don't feel like you're good enough, or you had a shit education yourself and you feel like you have to compensate for that by calling every education shit. That is just what tends to be the case with people like you. I could be wrong. I'm not saying that I'm completely right, but that's just what tends to be the case. That has value too. I doubt most of your classes were about laws in your state. I bet most of your classes were about some obscure legal theories that you'll never use or some other BS like that. No, because I, again, chose a good school and have the ability to tailor my degree to whatever specifically I would like to do. So there is almost no useless classes that I've taken. Probably the only useless class that I've taken was, actually no, I haven't taken a single useless class in my law and justice degree. I've taken useless classes in Soc. I will fully admit that one. But that's also because Soc is entirely theoretical. Okay? And there is data-driven parts of it, but Soc is a lot about theory. My degree, in the way that I have tailored it, has nothing to do with theory, really. You don't need to project your fears of your education being bad onto me. I mean, I already know my education isn't good, or is good. What I'm telling you, I'm explaining to you how it is, and how your view of education is misinformed, similar to your view of rehabilitative justice. And it seems like almost everything that you have talked on so far, you don't actually have an educated and informed view, and you can't make data-based conclusions on. He wasted 20K. I am gonna graduate maybe 3K in debt. Probably not even that, so... Freudian slip, he knows the truth. Freud has been discredited by so many people, bro. You know, the last guy did the same thing. He looks pretty chill to me. I know, dude, they love to do that. He looks so angry because they pop in here and they don't know anything other than how I'm talking to them, and they like to think that they made me angry. So then they're like, oh my god, you're so angry, when they actually know jack shit about how I actually act and how this is my normal. Just because I'm talking to you in a directed manner, just because I'm actually paying attention and engaged in my conversation or parasocial conversation with you right now, doesn't mean that I'm angry. I hope you have the ability to recognize that, or that would be yet another thing that you are uneducated in. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. We can add it to the list, but like... And they all also seem to randomly go quiet at times because they can't think of anything else to say because they know that I'm right. Oh, he's back. Look at that. Just because you're angry that your little shit law degree won't land you a job anywhere doesn't mean you need to take it out on people who are trying to help you. I already have landed jobs before I even got the degree, with said degree. With saying that I'm about done with that degree. You are simply uneducated on the state of the economy or the state of the usefulness of my degree. You're trying to fix my life for you, considering you're talking like you're better than everyone in my chat. And it's, I don't know what time it is for you, but it's 2:30 in the morning for me. Something tells me your life isn't going all that well if you feel the need to do this on Twitch in the middle of the night. Trucking is a pretty bad troll. Yeah. Your username is kind of shitty, buddy. I might ban you just because I don't like your username, not gonna lie. But yeah, trucking is a pretty bad troll. I'm actually surprised that your username got past Twitch TOS. Yeah, that's how they like to do it, cutie. You're scared of me and think I'm better than everybody in your chat. Now I see what this is. Look, I know I make you insecure because I'm smarter than you. You know what smart is to me? This goes for everyone in chat so that you guys know where I'm coming from in all of my conversations. Smart to me means being able to draw conclusions and base opinions on verifiable facts, and really just make database conclusions. And trucking, I don't think you have made a single one of those so far. None of what you have said has been backed with verifiable facts. You might be able to get like a fringe study or two that might agree with you, but there are very few out there. Whereas damn near every study and every meta-analysis is supporting me on pretty much every claim that I've made. I don't think there's been a claim that I've made against something that you've said that hasn't been backed in meta-analyses, actually. And again, I'm not mad. I don't really understand why you think I'm mad, but inaccurate. Just stop fighting and let me teach you and help you bring you up to my level. Again, your level is spewing inaccurate bullshit on the internet at 2:30 in the morning. I don't want to be on your level. If anything, I want it to be accurate bullshit that I'm spewing at 2 a.m. in the morning, which is where I already am. That's crazy. It says, well, my face is red. My face has been red this entire time. My face is just always like that, buddy. I have like a red hue. It's not any different than it's been the entire stream, dumbass. Trucking just needs attention and love, in my opinion. Yeah, I feel like he's gonna be like the troll we had last night, where like he's randomly gonna trauma dump a little bit and like accidentally spill the fact that his mom and dad didn't love him and were never around, and that's why he is the way he is. I feel that coming. I might be inaccurate again, but I feel it coming. Bro has Giga Chad mindset. Truck, what do you think about Andrew Tate? What's your opinion on him? But again, you were inaccurate, Trucking, and I told you why you were inaccurate, and you have an inability to understand that or intellectually converse about that. Because very quickly after that, you are directly going into ad homs for all of your points which, if you didn't know, an ad hom is an invalid point. And again, it seems like, from everything you've said, it seems like you don't actually know what rehabilitative justice is. Which again is why I said you should go read some books, read some studies, and read about some of the existing systems for rehabilitative justice in the world, and then come back to me when you actually know what you're talking about. You'd love to know what a young guy like me thinks about him. I think that he admitted to damn near every part of human trafficking online, and you can see it piled together, but he's admitted to pretty much every part of it online. So I would very much not be surprised if it's him, and I think that it's fair for public opinion to say that he is guilty of the crimes he committed, that he's being accused of. So are you afraid of ad homs when they're directed at you? I'm not afraid of ad homs. I'm just pointing out that they're not an actual argument. Just as every time I do an ad hom, I know it's not an actual argument. I don't act like it's an actual argument, because I make actual arguments along with them to make up for it. So do I, Cutie, but I just want to see like kind of the type of person we're talking to. Again, Truck King, it's not an ad hom to point out the fact that what you're saying is not based in fact. Right, you were throwing ad homs to everyone before I pointed out anything about actual education. So you're wrong there. But it's not an ad hom to say that your education, if that's what you're talking off of, did not do a great job, considering everything you're saying is not backed in fact and not backed in the reality of the situation. And it's very clear that you are uneducated on this. It's not a insult to be uneducated on something. Everyone has areas where they are uneducated. This is just one of yours, and I think it's really funny that you're really holding on to it. Yes, it is. No. An ad hom would be me calling you an asshole and an idiot. Me saying that your education did not teach you the factual basis for the situation is not an ad hom. It's an ad hom to try to make gaslight type insults, saying that the only reason I have an opinion is because I'm poor or because I didn't graduate from a good college or reason XYZ. That's not what I'm saying. But what I am saying, again, is that facts don't back your conclusion. Facts over feelings, buddy. Facts don't back the conclusion that you have come to. Great, I don't know what you got your education in, but it seems pretty obvious that it wasn't in the criminal justice system. I wasn't even diverting. It was very on topic, considering, again, what you said was not factual. If I didn't say what specifically. Now we're arguing about the definition of ad homs, apparently. He wants to divert about everything. Or he wants to argue about everything. You were diverting. I was explaining to you the lack of accuracy in the statements that you make. Okay? If you want to call that diverting, sure. But there's no point in me trying to argue back with facts when you are just arguing with non-factual statements and with theories that are not backed in actual positive data. There's nothing emotional about what I've said. No one has ever won an argument on the internet ever. I mean, depends on who's judging who won. My chat likes to say I won a lot of my arguments. I actually don't think there's a single one that my chat has said, nah. Cutie, that is a very fair point. You got lucky. You know what? Oh, fuck me. That was my babe. This week is weird as hell. I mean, not this week. Yesterday and today is weird as hell. Usually we don't get this this dedicated of troll or troll-minded people coming into stream. But twice in a row we get one? Shit. I must have won the lottery. I know you're insecure because you're 21 sad boy who's unlikely to graduate, but if you really need to fight me when I'm trying to free your mind, unlikely to graduate? Buddy, I'm literally on Dean's list. I am one of the most likely people to graduate that is in my class, in my major. So, also age wrong, but I'm just not going to correct him. Is it a full moon? Maybe. Let me check. The next full moon is February 6th. Lame. My asshole is in retrograde. That's why Truck is upset. It's almost like you have to grow as a person. That's why everybody has a problem with me. Chat, other than Truck, do you guys have problems with me? In general, do you guys have problems with me? Or are we all pretty chill in here? What are we thinking? I would do a poll, but I don't feel like typing out a poll, not gonna lie. I'm too lazy. Yeah, you asshole. Well, Trucking, you are the one making, again, a non-factual statement that everybody has a problem with me. So, now, I'm asking chat, and they're giving me sarcastic responses. But, that is the best way that we can actually test your theory. I don't even agree with Corpse Inc, and he's been chill to me. Look at that. I'm just gonna call you Shitbag. Thank you for the follow, Shitbag. Welcome to the family. I appreciate it, buddy. It's a factual statement. You just admitting to getting multiple trolls. I got 2 trolls. Does 2 mean everybody to you? 2 trolls means everyone, guys. Just so we know. Of the 9 people... Fuck. Of the 9 people in here, and 1 troll, that means everybody. And of the... What did we peak at last night? I think last night we picked at 19 or 20. 1 troll, that means everybody. Got it. I don't think this guy knows what actual facts is. In your chat, 2 is everybody. 23 last night? Solid. I'm incorrect. I stand corrected. Shitbag for the win. Anyways, Mr. Adhoms. Do you have any factual basis for any of your claims? Would you like to start making claims that are backed in fact? Or are we just gonna continue on like this? You got 2 trolls and the only other people where you get your long-running viewers who watch you all the time, which means they're not objective. The only objective people here are so-called trolls. Well, Beatles joined me last night. He followed last night. Shitbag followed today. Cutie followed today. So, I mean, you're simply incorrect. The people that you would be correct about would be... Alex. Who else has been here since you've been here? The guy from Australia that I'm blanking on his name. Those are the only regulars I think in here right now. Or that have been in here. Lying about Cutie. Total Cutie followed you 40 minutes ago. I literally have the notification. She followed me 40 minutes ago, you fucking idiot. You're a long-term viewer? Oh yeah, apparently. I've been on Twitch like 4 days. She just said she was a long-time viewer. She's not. It's called fucking sarcasm, buddy. Everyone at this point is just fucking with you because you're fun to fuck with. Because you're an idiot. Yes, that's an ad-hom, and I think it's fair. So again, Trucking, do you have anything... Any other arguments that are hopefully backed in fact? I mean, if they're not, I guess we can still talk about them, but I am in fact going to tell you the factual answer to your question, rather than the unfactual one. Can you tell me why you think the 2 people were trolls again? Oh, I said trolls or troll-minded, right? So you are acting as a troll would act. I'm not saying that you're actually being a troll, but you are acting in the way that a troll would act. Same thing with the guy last night. He was acting in the way that a troll would act. It's generally characterized by false statements, a lot of anger in the talking, or a lot of insults in the talking, and really just very persistent. A lot of persistence in a way that people trying to have an actual conversation wouldn't have. That's the troll-minded that I'm talking about. It's defined for you. Sorry, I must have been the LSD. Was it criticizing your bad ideas? No, it wasn't. There's plenty of people who criticize me. Again, Total Cutie can vouch for that. I know she's new, but I think we've had things that we disagree on already. I don't care if you disagree with me. Also, Energy, if he's still in here, I disagree with him all the time. That's not what makes someone a troll. Give us an answer, Andrew Tate, for the winner, no? Yeah, he has been directly ignoring that question for a while now. Why wasn't it? Okay, well, I can tell you about the guy last night. It's gonna be, the highlights are gonna be on my YouTube channel on Monday if you would like to actually look at it for proof, I guess. Or you can look at the VOD. But the guy last night came in with the accusations that I disagreed with, yes. But he was a troll primarily because of a couple comments that he made over the course of almost 2 hours. Things like women should be treated less than dogs. Andrew Tate, defending Andrew Tate, saying that all studies are invalid. That's one that he was going for. Mischaracterizing every single point that I made. All of these things are just indicative of troll behavior and or bad faith behavior. I already answered that, Trucking. That's another troll behavior, is just not listening to answers. I already answered that. I will repeat myself for you, though. But I answered that he has admitted to almost every part of sex trafficking at some point online, and that leads me to believe that he is probably guilty. I think that is fair for the court of law, the court of public opinion, to deem him as guilty at this point, right? If more evidence comes out in trial that says the other way, I think that we should consider that. However, at this point, I would deem him guilty of human trafficking and therefore scum of the earth. Can you show me where he has admitted to sex trafficking? I don't want to get into this entire topic today, but he has admitted to taking his girls' passports, not letting them leave the house without him, not letting them have their own bank account, not allowing them to, or not paying them as much as he agreed to pay them, and skimming like 30 or 40% off the top, I believe he said. And saying that it's for taxes because girls are too dumb to figure it out. So he brings all of these girls to a foreign country, takes their passports, doesn't pay them, doesn't allow them out of the house. Tell me what that sounds like, other than human trafficking, my friend. I think there's a couple more charges too. There's a lot of charges involved. And also, just remember, everything that we're talking about is just what he has admitted to publicly. We don't actually know yet the evidence that the Romanian criminal justice system has on him yet. And I think when we do, I think the situation will get a lot worse. The question, of course, is, did he indeed do this? Well, I mean, considering the fact that the Romanian police have been collecting evidence on his case for months now, and they've decided to arrest him and hold him without possibility of bail because he is deemed to be a danger to people, assumedly the girls that he was with. Okay? Considering that, I think is a pretty decent assumption to make there. Is Andrew Tate, that's all the evidence I need. Also that. Because also, you have to think about it realistically, Trucking. What does he gain from admitting publicly on the internet to human trafficking? There's absolutely nothing to realistically gain from that. So why would he lie about that? Why not 5 years ago when he started his business? Because evidence takes time to collect. You need enough accusations to really start a solid investigation, right? Evidence takes time to collect. These things do not happen overnight, okay? And generally, when it's a high-profile case like this, people, or the police want to be sure before they arrest someone. So that will also take a little bit more time. And 5 years ago when he started his business, we don't know when the human trafficking actually started. The clips that I've seen of him admitting to it, I believe, are within the last year-ish. Something like that. And we know, again, that the Romanian police have raided him a couple times, gathering evidence, and have continued to gather evidence to the point where they thought an arrest was necessary. Why couldn't they be sure 5 years ago? This all sounds like it only happened because he was outspoken on certain topics. So, I mean, being outspoken about the fact that you're doing this will aid in you being caught. And again, evidence takes time to be collected. Over time, more evidence is present if he is continuously doing these activities, continuously admitting to these activities online, all these things. And also, if, for example, this is a possibility, something that spurred this was one of the girls went to police about it and was able to actually get testimony down and all that. Also, he was accused of sexual abuse to a few women came out. Yeah, that was a while ago. What do you mean outspoken on trucking? So trucking, what you're saying is that some women lie, yes. But what you are failing to understand is that the vast majority of cases are actually lies. The vast minority of cases are actually lies by the victim. Assuming lie is kind of not the best strategy. Do it? Yeah, fucking do it. Anyways, so what you're saying is that you think Andrew Tate is innocent? Do you like Andrew Tate? Do you like the things that he says? Or do you just think he's innocent? Because it's pretty obvious that you think he's innocent. Would be willing to bet the percent of the population lying to get a settlement from a rich person is much higher than a regular population where there is no financial or political motive. I mean, criminal court doesn't have financial settlements. Again, you would know this if you knew anything about the system, so going to criminal court wouldn't matter. We're talking about people who have gone to the criminal justice system to accuse. I'm not talking about people who are just accusing out of nowhere. I'm talking about people actually going into the system to accuse. You misspelled commie? Wait, what? Was that you following again? Did you make... You made a new account? Wait. Yeah, you made a new account. Okay, solid. Thanks for the follow on your new account. You're a dumbass for misspelling commie. Depends which court, which state, or which country. Yes, I'm talking about the American criminal justice system. I will fully admit that, but he has also been accused of rape in the American criminal justice system. Or in America, at the very least, by an American. I'm pretty sure it went through the system, but I'm not entirely sure on that. Anyways, in the American criminal justice system, the criminal court does not award financial settlements. That is a civil matter. Communism kind of bad. Are you an actual communist? I'm just trolling commies. It's fun. Trolling commies is honestly the best activity to do on the internet. Let's be honest here. Cutie got all the emotes. Trucking, why do you continuously just avoid questions about your actual opinion on Andrew Tate? I feel like you haven't answered a single one that has been asked to you. Is there a reason for that? It's ridiculous that people actually believe in communism when the system has been tried 100 times and failed miserably and created dictatorships. To be fair, it hasn't fully gone into effect ever because it cannot unless it is worldwide. We won't hate you. We won't dislike you more than we already do. Sorry, just bored. Obfuscating, going hard. Yeah, I really want to just keep grilling him until he actually answers the question, but I don't know if he will. That's such an excuse for communists. You realize communism is a stateless, classless society, and to have that, you couldn't have a single state as a communist state. You would have to have a communist world, because otherwise it would be a state, and it wouldn't be stateless. It's a very simple concept. Along with that, the fact that the actual ideas of communism haven't been fully implemented everywhere, or implemented anywhere. Interesting, Kami. I would disagree with you there, but okay. You realize wrong statement. What? Okay, so we're talking about communism right now. What country has fully implemented communist policies? Including a stateless classless society. Which is really the hallmark of communism. Where has that been done? Give me an example. Soviet Union, Cuba, North Korea. So what you just told me were states. Instantly proven wrong. And also all of those have classes. Right? And also a lot of people do include moneyless in communism. Some people don't. Plenty of communists don't. But that is also another possibility of something being necessary for communism. When you use fully as an excuse, I'm not defending communism. I'm just saying that it quite literally has not actually been implemented anywhere. Cutie, give it. Considering Trucking's done answering my questions apparently, so Cutie, what's your theory that you want my opinions on? Communism is statism is instantly proven right. It's technically a classless, stateless society. Instantly proven wrong. There you go. You're absolutely defending communism. I don't like communism as much as the next person, but I also can argue communism with actual points rather than lying about it. Want a link that will school you so bad you'll cry? I actually want the link so that I can see what type of sources you use, because I think that'll actually demonstrate quite a bit. You want to do it in voice? All right, Cutie. If you're here Sunday night, we can totally do it then. Communism is a naive utopia created by Karl Marx, a bum who couldn't even support himself. Yeah. It is very much a utopia. And not possible. At least not possible in the world that we have today. Or Cutie, if Trucking continues to be as retarded as he is right now, if you want to hop in the VC tonight, we might be able to do that. Marx didn't even think communism was the best system. He thought of it as a stepping stone from capitalism, which he kind of did achieve with socialism. Yeah, I mean, socialism is a stepping stone to communism also. They're all stepping stones to each other. Everything is a stepping stone. At some point, someone's going to find something that the lefties deem better than communism, so. That's because when it comes to social policy and such, they are very interchangeable. That's why I dictate communism as the classless, stateless, commonly moneyless society, right? Because that is where the big difference comes in. And socialism also has stepping stones, whereas communism is more so just communism.
Rue. Andrew Tate the G or not at truck _ king _ peach salt 1 peach salt 1.
I don't know why that's not showing up on this screen. What the fuck? It should be showing up. Here. Hopefully it shows up next time, or else I'll have to actually fix that. All sources are in Wikipedia article, which is well sourced. Okay, like I already said, yes, because commonly they are pretty interchangeable when it comes to social policy and more broad economics. Oh, so Karl Marx described the socialist society as a communist society, not as it developed on its own foundations, but on the contrary, just as it emerges from a capitalist society. So that inherently means that it's a stepping stone to communism. That would mean socialism is a stepping stone to communism. In that exact quote from Karl Marx. This is short, and also I told you to send me an actual source. Wikipedia is an actual source. Give me one singular source so that I don't have to go check every single other thing, and then we can talk. Again, you should know, if you're going to be citing facts and shit, you should know about how to find solid sources by yourself without Wikipedia. You can even use one of the sources that Wikipedia used if you'd like to, but something tells me you don't want to. Communism can be stateless when it requires government takeover with a communist revolutionary government taking place afterwards. Well, considering it is meant to be stateless, it would mean that this would all happen simultaneously around the world and essentially wipe out government. And what you would end up with is worker-run, worker-owned business, and everything else would sort itself out, is commonly what people will say about it. How about trucking? How about, because I'm going to hold you to a high standard because you like to talk like you know everything, give me a peer-reviewed article. It's even a higher standard that I hold most people to, but you are out here talking like you know everything. So you're going to act like you know everything, all right? And you're going to give me solid articles. Yeah, he's never going to answer it, Beatles. A government takeover, meaning the people take over the government, take down the government. All right? That is what I mean by that. There is your clarification. Why are anarchists not the same as communists? Communists want a state. Well, communists are anarchists. Anarchists are not communists. There you go. It's like the square or the rectangle. Me when I'm on LSD. Me when I'm on truck. I like that one. That was a good one. You're fucked up. Look, it was a good point though. You gotta admit that it was a good point that she made there. Really solid one. I think at this point we're not gonna finish the video. I'm just having fun trolling the troll back. Except I'm actually going into it in good faith, and it's very clear where he's coming from. Trucking, do you have anything else to say? Do you have any other points to make? Did you already spew all your bullshit and have no more rebuttals? You're not going into it in good faith. Nice grammar. I am going into it in good faith, considering, again, everything I'm saying is backed by facts and the reality of the situation. You'll get spanked regardless. I'd like that. Come do it. I dare you. Pussy, you wouldn't. I mean, I read your article and I still used your article to prove against your own point. And again, the issue with Wikipedia is that anyone can edit it. That's really where the issue comes in. And also, I do prefer peer-reviewed articles because they help to eliminate methodological errors, you know, such as mischaracterizations and things like that. Whereas Wikipedia has no such door, like no such revising, I guess you could say, or review. Don't threaten me with a good time. Please show me a clip of you using the argument to, one, answer my points, which you haven't, argue against my point. Thank you. So again, I actually did close the tab, but you were talking about how they're used interchangeably, and there was an exact quote from Marx in that article that you read that said that needs to be done through this, something along the lines of this, because again, I closed the fucking link, but something along the lines of, we need to look at this through a communist frame, but not in one that would develop by itself, but one that is just out of the capitalist system. Meaning that socialism is a stepping stone, rather than socialism being the final result. Why do you think Marx wanted to establish a communist dictatorship? I mean, most of what Marx wanted was workers owning the means of production. Also, you would know this if you actually knew anything about Marx. Marx was not an economist. nor really a philosopher. Marx was a sociologist. And a lot of his theories need to be looked at more so in the lens of sociology than in the lens of actual realism, because he was a sociologist. I've already said it twice. I don't really want to say it again. If you were actually listening, you would have gotten it, but... Is it gonna say it?
Bro has memory loss. That's a theme. Seems all misogynists can't remember shit. Peach Salt 1.
It is a theme. Why don't you say it again so we can hear how stupid it was? I mean, judging by what, what's your name? Sorry, Beetle said. It seems like he heard it. It seems like you can't hear that. So, I'm not just gonna cave the entire stream. Like I'm not gonna cave my own style of doing this to you. So if you would like to listen and actually have a conversation, you can. However, I'm not just gonna continuously repeat myself. That's what I did last night for a little too long, and I don't really want to do it again tonight. Doesn't sound like that fun of a time. Why are you stalling? I'm not stalling. I'm waiting for you to have another actual point. Because again, I have addressed literally all of your points. And either way, what was the actual point of you bringing up communism and socialism being interchangeable? Why does that actually matter? Because if we go back to this, we were actually talking about justice systems. Let's go back to the beginning of this, considering that was never actually covered. We were actually talking about justice systems and how you prefer a system that creates more crime. Can you go back to why your system why you like the system that creates more crime? Nope. My point was that socialism, which is what Marx was describing as socialism, is not actually communism in its pure form. Therefore, that's what his quote was saying. That socialism is not communism in its purest form. Fuck, it's 3 a.m. So what? Who cares? Tomorrow's Saturday. Ain't nobody got anything to do Saturday. I might actually be going skiing tomorrow. Snowboarding. I think that'd be fun. Okay, let me go back to the chat log so I can get the link again. Let's see. Trucking. Scroll up. Find your link. Look. Fuck, why did it go away? Okay. Don't give him the satisfaction?
Nah, don't give him satisfaction. Peach Salt 1.
Should I give him the satisfaction of the fact that he can't even read his own Wikipedia article? Cutie, fuck you. If you're actually gonna go to bed, have a good night. But fuck you. Send me Discord DM. Well, we'll talk in my like channel VC, like channel Discord server thing. I have a locked thing that I can just pull people into, so we'll talk in there. Beetle, should I do it? Waste of time? It probably is a waste of time. So trucking, you realize that you should probably read more than just that in an article. You do realize that, right? Okay, I'm gonna read it. Karl Marx described a socialist society as such. What we have to deal with here is a communist society, not as it has developed on its own foundations, but on the contrary, just as it emerges from a capitalist society, indicating that it is a stepping stone to actual communism. This is directly indicating that it is not actually communism. It is different from communism, and it is the first. If you're gonna say it is communism, you'd have to say that it's like the first stage of communism, But I don't really think that's very valid. I think you'd have to more so say that socialism is socialism and communism is communism. Funny how he suddenly doesn't have anything to say. Suddenly, Buddy is super quiet. Anyways. Does anyone have any actually solid points? Or is it just gonna be him spewing his bullshit? 'Cause I don't know if I want to like just listen to his bullshit for the rest of the night, considering I've already been listening to it for probably like 2 hours. Maybe an hour, hour and a half, somewhere around there. Yes, so where's your argument? What I'm saying is that while the article may say that it is used interchangeably, actually reading what Marx says, it is very clear that they are different things. That is the argument. That is actually the exact point I didn't want you to use socialism, because there's no review process, right? And it allows for mischaracterizations, such as the line that you quoted to me is a mischaracterization, considering it is the writer quoting it, or writer writing it, rather than actually Marx writing it. He is saying that there is a difference. He has directly made a difference. The quote that I'm reading, he says nothing about using them interchangeably. He doesn't say the word interchangeably. He doesn't say communism or socialism again in that quote past the sentence that I read to you. So you're incorrect. No difference to capitalism. I mean, socialism is a mixed economy, right? Generally, it's seen as a mixed economy, which, I mean, yes, has capitalism aspects. But anyways. Okay, yeah, so built on its own foundations, but on the contrary, just as it emerges from a capitalist society, which is thus in every respect economically, morally, and intellectually still stamped with the birthmarks of the old society from the womb in which it emerges, meaning capitalism. Accordingly, the individual producer receives back from society after the deductions have been made exactly what he gives into it. That's where the difference is. What he has given to is his individual quantum of labor. For example, a social working day consists of the sum of individual hours worked. The individual labor time of the individual producer is part of the social working day, contributed to him his share in it. He receives a certificate from society that he has furnished such and such an amount of labor. And with this certificate, he draws from the social stock of means of consumption as much as the same amount of labor cost. The amount of labor which has been given to society in one form, he receives back in one form or another. What he is talking about here is socialism, buddy. There are aspects of capitalism within socialism. No one has ever actually argued that. There are aspects. However, that's also because it's not communism. That is directly because it's not communism. There will still be money, there will still be value attached to everything. You spanked me so bad. Damn, I didn't feel it. Spank me harder, buddy. See, this is what I mean by him being a troll. Like the fact that this is his idea of an intellectual conversation, or maybe he just doesn't know how to have an intellectual conversation, so this is his cope for it. However, again, like I was saying before, socialism does have aspects of communism, or of capitalism. It also has aspects of communism. That is why it is this stepping stone. Socialism is the middle point between capitalism and communism. It seems like you don't understand any of the concepts that you're trying to just spew, which is really disappointing. Like, I was hoping that at least one of these concepts you would have a full understanding of, but it is very clear that you simply do not. Like, I don't even know how to continue on a conversation with you if all you're going to do is mischaracterize the reality of the situation or not speak in facts. Like, I don't know how much I can have a conversation with you if all I'm going to say is facts and all you're going to say is bullshit. Like, he's a mad lad, my guy. Be careful. He's become alpha. do you wanna read the header to that quote? Karl Marx described a socialist society as such. That is his description of socialism. A socialist society. Do you understand how to read, dude? Murdered you? I'm pretty sure that one's TOS, actually. So I'm gonna delete that one. Spank me, daddy. What was your original point, bro? You were saying that capitalism, or that communism and socialism are the same fucking thing. You said that communism and socialism are the same goddamn thing. Do you have anything against the fact that you said that they were the same thing, and they very obviously aren't, even according to Marx? Even according to Marx. Suddenly he goes quiet. He goes quiet when he's asked a hard question because he realizes that he is in fact wrong. What I find really funny, I find this a lot on the right, and it kind of disappoints me, and it's also kind of funny, is that a lot of people on the right like to argue communism and socialism without actually having an understanding of what they are. Which is a really shitty way to look at this, because when you argue that way, you are pretty much just bound to not do it well, considering you don't even know the point that you're arguing against. You have to know the point you're arguing against in order to argue it, and people like Trucking obviously don't do that. Your literal argument was he never said the term interchangeably. That's because you had said that he said that. So that's why I said he didn't say that. As if the quote wasn't about socialist versus capitalist society. So again, what we have to deal with here is a communist society, not as it has developed on its own foundations, but on the contrary, just as it emerges from capitalist society, which means is that this society that he is talking about is on the foundations of capitalism. It is not on the foundations of communism. Okay, and like I said earlier, socialism has aspects of capitalism. That is why socialism is on the foundations of capitalism. I've read the quote to you. I've read the quote to the entire chat. Okay, and I know some of these people aren't the biggest fan of my takes, and I know that they would point out if I was spewing bullshit, which they are not. I just agreed with you.
He's going all caps. Be careful. Peach Salt 1.
Peach Salt 1. I just agreed with you. How did that agree with you? Okay. Quote is about socialist versus capitalist society. No, it is describing the fact that a socialist society emerges from capitalism and has aspects of capitalism. Okay. They are not entirely different. They are two different concepts and two different organizations, but they have some aspects that are very similar or the same. That is exactly what I'm describing, is that you can have socialism, and socialism has aspects of capitalism. And again, at the beginning of this quote, he specifically says that this is different from pure communism. And that is the point that I'm making, is that he has described what socialism is, he has said that it is a foundation in capitalism, and he has said that that is inherently different than pure socialism, or than pure communism. I have analyzed this quote for you. Again, this is what I was saying, going back to my education teaching me how to really critically think. Okay, that's what this is. That's what this is, critical thinking. Oh, Beatles, what do we have to ask? It's gonna be about Tate again? I'm gonna ask about Tate again? What's about to happen here? Lay it on me, Beatles. Spank me with it, you could say. Oh, he talked. He ruined it. Bro doesn't know how to read. Again, I'm rubbing your dumb face in the shit you laid, and you are still like, tastes great, I love eating this shit. Bro. So in some sense, I'm agreeing with you that the quote is, the majority of the quote is talking about socialism and capitalism. I never said that you're wrong there. But what I'm talking about is at the very beginning, where you can see, I never said that you were wrong there. I never disagreed with you there. Because again, they do have common aspects. But again, at the very beginning of the quote, he distinctly says that it's different from communism. He distinctly says it, and you have an inability to read the entirety of the quote. You just pick out everything that you want to look at. This is what I have been saying this entire fucking time. You just don't know how to understand, bro. Like I was saying at the beginning, I already read and acknowledged that it is from the foundations of capitalism. Okay, what he is describing is socialism coming out of capitalism, being a stepping stone to communism, because this is not full communism, as he has described within the quote. Yes, I am still contradicting that he's using communism and socialism interchangeably. He said, what we have to deal with here is a communist society, not as it is developed on its own foundations. So this is not communism, not pure communism, but on the contrary, just as it emerges from a capitalist society, which is thus in every respect, yada, yada, yada. And he is describing a socialist society. So it's not pure communism. It is based off of the fundamentals of capitalism. Fuck, marry, kill, Andrew Tate, Joe Biden, me. So again, you're taking quotes out of context, not even finishing the exact sentence that was said in. You can't just take part of a sentence and act like that was the entire thing. Because again, I have read this entire sentence on stream, so everyone else knows what we're talking about here. You are simply the one that's trying to take direct little parts of it and act like that's the entirety of it. I have read the entirety of it. I have addressed the entirety of it. Can't even loosen up from a game. What a bitch. What up, Chester? He's still spewing bullshit, so, I mean, classic. I've been waiting in the Discord. He's still spewing bullshit, bro. I want to see what other dumb points he convinces himself that he should make. Trucking, do you not know how to think critically and analyze a quote? Do you know how to actually read into what people are saying with this quote? I wouldn't be surprised, but like, come on. I am still saying that, Truck. I have said that from the beginning, and I'm still saying that. Based upon the quote from the source that you provided. Quote from the source that you provided, the only primary source quote from the source that you provided, disproves your point. Who all is in the Discord right now? None of y'all are in the Discord voice chat. What are you talking about, bro? Maybe he's illiterate and that somehow makes him not understand quotes? Maybe. That might be it. You just agreed that communism and socialism is interchangeable, and I just gave you a quote where Marx treats communism and socialism as equivalent terms? That is the opposite. That is the exact opposite of everything that just happened, Truck. What the fuck are you talking about? Are you insane? Are you dumb, stupid, or dumb? How is it the opposite? Because I have said this entire time that they are not interchangeable, and I pointed out why in the quote that you provided that they are not interchangeable. Okay? I never said that they were interchangeable. The only thing that you and I kind of agree on here is that socialism is founded upon capitalism and has some of the same features as capitalism. Oh my god, bro. How many times do I have to repeat this? Jesus fucking Christ. At this point, I should just clip myself saying this answer so I can just repeat it on loop for your fucking dumbass. Alex, I looked. I gave a little chuckle. I didn't actually type an answer. I gave a little chuckle. And I'm sorry. Show us the clip or you lose. And he says I'm coming in with his bad faith. Anyways, I will explain it one more time for you because I do think that you have a little bit of brain rot going on, so it might be necessary. So, I'm going to read the first sentence of this. Is really all we need to read when we're talking about the difference between communism and socialism. So, I understand when you're looking at it and not actually analyzing it, how you could get to your answer, but I am again going to describe to you why you are incorrect. So, what we have to deal with here is a communist society. That is where you're getting your answer from. But it goes on to say, not as it has developed on its own foundations. So this is not the foundations of communism. So it's not developed on the foundations of communism, but on the contrary, just as it emerges from capitalist society. So this is founded upon the foundations of capitalism rather than communism, and he's describing a socialist society. Okay, so this is not pure communism, but rather this is socialism. There you go. Take the L and come back for more. Okay, the rest of chat, do we understand? Okay, everyone except for Truck. Do we understand what I'm saying here? And is Truck just illiterate or have an IQ of 0 or like something like that going on? The rest of chat, do we understand? You're going to explain it in a better way. Because I can't tell if he's an idiot or if I'm explaining this poorly. Yes, teacher. There we go. Are you a boy or a girl? What do you think? What do you think, buddy? Welcome to chat. Because you're new here, where are you from? What are your general political views? What does it look like, though? I really don't know what you're saying, but you're probably right. Yeah, sure. Feeling shisty? I don't know, like a girl? Okay, then to you, I guess I'm a girl. Have fun with that one. That's rough, buddy. Chester, I know you are. I know you're just desperate for a debate. You're jealous of the fact that I get to debate this all the time, and you're just jealous. Well, I don't know. That's why I ask. I mean, if you want to think of me as a girl, you can do that. But again, I feel like it's pretty clear. So, I mean, that's on you if you don't want to think of me like that, I guess. You do have feminine vibes? I know I do. It's called having gay mannerisms. And also being friends with mostly girls. Anyways, Trucking, so it sounds like you are the only one that is not understanding this in chat. So I think we're going to move on past this point. Do you have any other points that you would like to talk about? Considering I'm not going to explain for like a millionth time the exact same thing. Because you are just wanting to not understand it. He's too pussy to actually debate with his voice. Of course he is. It's one of the other hallmarks that I forgot to mention earlier of the troll-minded or troll-like behavior. Is that they would never actually have the conversation. They just want to chat in the little type. Chester the pup, somebody's alt? What are you talking about? Chester had good points? That's crazy. Who would have thunk? Give me quite literally 2 seconds to grab water. It's like 2 steps away, so I'll be 2 seconds. I'm back. We need your alpha power. The exact argument here is, let me elucidate this. Marx does not say that the other society is based in communism, it is based on capitalism. Initially you said that Marx was talking about the other society as being socialist. No, I said that this entirety of the society he's describing is socialist. Then you say that therefore this is socialism and not full communism. So again, I'm gonna go back and explain this one last time. Okay? Just because you are mischaracterizing what I have said. So I said, first I read the header of this, being Karl Marx described a socialist society as such. Okay, then I described why this is not based in communism and why it is in fact based in capitalism, meaning that it is not communism. It is not pure communism at the very least. And it is, in fact, the stepping stone between communism and capitalism, which is socialism. And he is describing that stepping stone, and he is calling it socialism, where he has directly said that this is not communism. Ooh, trucking, that's TOS, buddy. That's TOS. Let's keep following TOS so that we can continue this conversation. Chester, same applies to you. I know you don't mean it, Chester, but TOS. Anyways, any valid points, trucking? Or are we done with this? I know you were only responding, Chester. I'm not mad at you for it. I'm just deleting it because, again, TOS. Also, I want to point this out because I like to point this out to a lot of the trolls that are as dedicated as this guy and the guy from last night are. Anger is a secondary emotion. It seems like you are showing a lot of anger. And I would really recommend you deal with your primary emotion so that you don't have to resort to this secondary emotion and not even being able to control said secondary emotion. I think that talking to someone about your feelings, such as through therapy or even just having a good conversation with your friends at the very least, I think that would be very beneficial to you in the long run. And I do recommend you do that. I can't force you to, but I really recommend you do that. Trucking, he's not a troll, he's been here too long, he's something else at this point. Well, he's the same thing as the guy last night was. Where it's like, he's not a troll, but he's acting like a troll. He's a very dedicated troll. Hey, who says I don't like being spanked and told where my place is? I wonder if I can gay it up to get him to actually make a point, because he realizes that if he keeps making those points, it's just gonna get gayer and gayer. And who has to hang out with 25-year-olds to make himself sound mature? I mean, I was just pointing that out to illustrate the fact that that is the maturity level that I'm at. So, and considering that's what you would consider to be an adult. Spank me? No, Beatles. I want it. I want it all. You probably do? Okay. Come do it. Pussy. Sounds like you're coping because you know you're not mature and you're an idiot. Again, when it comes back to it, we can go back to this idiot point for a second here. I think that what would make someone an idiot would be something like not basing anything that they say in facts. Got a feeling he's not that old. I feel like he's either like 30 something or like 14. Yeah, we all think 30 something. You want to answer that question, Truck? I know you're really bad at answering questions. How old are you? Are you in your 30s? Are you older, younger? How close are we, my friend? Ew, that kind of like hurt to say my friend to him. Yeah, you are really bad at answering questions. Congratulations. At least you can recognize it. That's good. That's good. He's definitely not middle-aged or older. Give me your social security info since you want me to give answers about me. I mean, you already have my age, pretty much. I'm not even asking you to give me your direct age. I'm just saying, are you in your 30s or are you older or younger? It's not a very personal question, buddy. Yeah, disprove us by answering this one. He's not gonna join, Chester. He's definitely not middle-aged or older. What would you consider middle-aged, Truck? Because he 100% agrees with that one. So assuming he's not lying, what would you consider to be middle-aged? He just copy and paste his own response twice. The fuck? Watch him spurg out? I mean, he probably won't. He'll probably just ignore you. As more people should. No, I just want to link to the Discord. Oh shit. There's your link to the Discord. It's the same way in literally, or pretty much every channel. I don't know how you guys don't know how to find Discords. Come on. Come on, chatters. More people should try to avoid trying to talk to me because they know that they'll lose. I mean, they know that they'll lose a couple brain cells. Yeah. You might be accurate there. I mean, you forgot to finish the sentence, but yeah. They'll lose a couple brain cells for sure, buddy. It is like literal brain rot to talk to you. So again, our primary conversation was about not understanding how the USSR was communist, how Marx used socialist and communist interchangeably, for which you have yet to demonstrate proof for. So again, as the rest of chat has told me that they understand, Marx himself, from the quote I showed you, and that you showed me, did not use socialist and communist interchangeably. So there's that one wrong. Okay, and again, communism is stateless, classless, moneyless society, which the USSR was not, was very far from, in fact. And that is a very basic answer I have for you. And I feel like that is more than anything that you have given me so far. So what you're talking about is someone talking about him. You're talking about someone else's opinion. Okay, what you are directly describing is someone else's opinion, whereas I read a quote from Karl Marx that specifically uses them non-interchangeably. Oh my god, you're a fucking idiot, aren't you? Like you are an actual idiot. You are an absolute idiot. You want to use Wikipedia? Do you really want to use Wikipedia? Wikipedia. Communism. Communist society also involves the absence of private property, social classes, money, and the state. That is directly from the Communism Wikipedia. It says you like Wikipedia so much, we can start using Wikipedia, I suppose. If a communist lies about what their system is, it's not my job to agree to the lie. It's my job to bypass the lies. So what you're talking about is the fact that someone's system didn't actually get achieved, and you're attributing their system to being something that it's not. Communist experiments on getting to communism would be, I think, a little bit more detailed and more accurate, and they never actually finished that experiment. So-called experiment. Communist society is a utopia. It quite literally cannot exist, at least in our current world. But that doesn't change what it is. You will own nothing and be happy. That's pretty much, yeah, that's communism. That article is biased and incorrect, talking about high-form communism. Oh, right, your Wikipedia is unbiased and accurate and real, and when I pull up another Wikipedia source that has a lot of cited sources as well, mine is suddenly wrong. Do you understand the issue that you're bringing up? Which is also part of the reason that I wanted you to get me a peer-reviewed article, so that we could have that as a general frame of reference point. Good luck stripping private property away from the masses. Yeah, exactly. Not getting to communism, being at communism. Marx himself described the system, which is absolutely relies on the state. Marx in that quote said, we just mulled over 10 hours, agreed that a state would have to exist more than a state, a detailed bureaucracy. Yeah, he's talking about socialism. That quote is about him describing a socialist society. Congratulations. Did you quote yourself? I think if you copy paste yourself again, you're gonna get a timeout. I think that's how this is gonna go. I don't know if we agree on that, but you would say that socialism implies a state? Yes. I've always said that. And your quote that you provided me directly says that communism and socialism are not the same. And we're not going to continue to go over this. Actually, what I think is that once this clock hits 3:31, if you say another thing and saying that they're the same thing, you're going to get a timeout. Because I'm tired of going over it again. I think that's what we're going to do. You can call it socialism? Yeah, we can call it that. You can call it a form of socialism. Beatles, don't be self-conscious. Man up, pussy. No, but I think you just joined, buddy. Also, if you're new, I don't remember if you are or not. I'm sorry. If you're new, welcome to the chat. Where are you from? What are your general political views? Also, neither of us are fighting for communism. He's just being a fucking idiot and not understanding what communism and socialism are. I'm trying to teach him. So that socialism is a stepping stone in the communist philosophy and a part of the communist philosophy. No. It's a stepping stone to communism. It is a different philosophy from communism. Congratulations, you fucked up. I'm libertarian, leaning conservative from Canada. Same, but from America. Where in Canada, if you don't mind me asking? Like west or east? Because I live decently close to the border in Washington. Communism is not the name used for all Marxist thought. That would be Marxist thought. There's also Marxist-Leninist. That's another different field of thought. You are simply incorrect. Marx spoke about what you call socialism in the Communist Manifesto. Why did he do this if it's an entirely different philosophy? Because he does view socialism as a stepping stone and as probably the only stepping stone to get to communism. So he does want to describe socialism because that is the stepping stone before you can get to pure communism. That is why. His Communist Manifesto was a lot about what it was going to be and a little bit about how to get there. That's why socialism was included within it. It didn't say erected, it more said continued, meaning with socialism it should be continued, because that is, again, stepping stones. I just told you why he recommended state and socialism in the Communist Manifesto, because whenever you say state here, what you're actually meaning is socialism, okay? And that is because it is a stepping stone. Are you joining the Discord after or not? I'll join for a little bit. Not for a super long time, but I'll join for a little bit. I'll tell you a story about a fox and a chicken, and then you can unmute when you want to talk. Why did Marx say that a state must be maintained in the Communist Manifesto? Because he's talking about how to get to communism. Or, yeah, how to get to communism. And you know what you have to do before you actually get to full communism? Fucking socialism. And also, Marx was not the only one who ever talked about communism. Marx is not the only one who has ever had ideas on communism. And the fact that you only think it's Marx is a little bit... I'm going to go back to this point. It's a little bit uneducated on the issue. I would hope that you can look into it further at some point. Hiding behind post-Marx theorists now? No, I'm just saying that he's not the only one, and you only using Marx for communism is a little bit disingenuous. Thoughts on the world's economy? Can you be more specific than that? What, the fact that we're like in a worldwide recession? I mean, yes, we are. I don't know what you want out of that. I don't know what specifically type of thing you want me to talk about. Discord chat is going off. What are you talking about? He is the primary one and the one who laid the groundwork that still accounts for 90% of modern Marxism. Oh, crazy. You just said Marxism? You realize that there's different areas of thought within communism. Again, something where you have a complete misunderstanding of the argument that you are, of the ideology that you are claiming to hate. And I think that that's a vast mistake, because you should actually understand the argument that you're claiming to hate, and you should understand the intricacies in the same way that you understand the intricacies of the argument that you approve of. It would help you a lot. What I'm actually doing right now, if you take it and think, will help you a lot if you're going to try to argue this again. Were you a lefty a few months ago? I was a lefty for about 17 years of my life. But again, also, a lot of lefties disagree on these things, so you saying you're a lefty doesn't grant you shit. I've also read probably more Marx than you, considering, again, Marx is a sociologist, and I have a sociology degree, and we read a lot of fucking Marx, because, again, he is a sociologist, not anything else. The idea that he is anything else is fucking idiotic. All of his writings that are about politics are him just trying to apply socialist theory, or socialism theory. It doesn't actually know that it'll work. It's just his theory. He also just doesn't have it actually planned out how it would work in detail. Feel like I turned into your channel and you before and you were a lefty. That is not true. I have some like positions on the left, especially with like culture war issues, but I'm not a lefty in general. Marx's LTV. I'm gonna Google because you are using a abbreviation. Labor theory of value? Really? You want to talk about the fucking boring conversation of Marx's labor theory of value? Which is the basis to everything Marx ever said? Notable, thank you for the follow. I'm going to give you a very brief overview of the labor theory of value, and I know you're going to nitpick everything that I say, so I'm going to preface this with the fact you're Googling because you have no idea what it is. I'm Googling because you use an abbreviation. I don't normally use abbreviations for this shit. Are you a fucking idiot? Anyways, I'm going to give you a very brief overview because you obviously are going to nitpick everything I say. I'm going to preface it with the fact that yes, this is not a complete description of what labor theory of value is. All right? So, there will be things missing, but this is an overarching idea. Overarching idea being that the worker does not get as much compensation as the value that they put into a company. And also, this goes on to say that it's inherently bad, and that in order to fix that, you would end up having, this is more of his implications with his other theories and such, that you would end up having to have a worker-owned, worker-run co-op, essentially. Because other than that situation, the worker will not get as much value out as he puts into the company. He concludes surplus value. Okay, then let's actually look it up and let's read. The labor theory of value is central to Marxist theory that holds Orthodox neoclassical rejects the LTV. Orthodox, whatever. Arrival and interpretations. Value is the labor, which again is what I described by the fact that they are not receiving the same value as the value that they put in, value being labor. Okay. Including the labor necessary to develop any real capital used into production. Try to quantify and quantify labor components, which is not possible, but it's used as money, which again, like I said, is the compensation. Labor theory value as presented by Adam Smith, that's not the same one. Yep, so there you go. Surplus value is not labor theory of value. That's not what I'm saying. I'm not talking about surplus value. I'm talking about the fact that the value put in is not the value that someone receives, right? And that value put in is quantified with a compensation, which is also what I described, which is exactly what labor theory of value describes. Very simply, surplus value is the fact that the owners have that surplus value, but labor theory of value includes the fact bro, we'll stop. Dude, labor theory of value includes the fact that a worker's hours are compensated, generally monetarily, to the value that they put in. And again, like I said when I was describing it, I'm relating it back to some other theories of his because it's best taken in context. All right? So, for example, the fact that the compensation received is not the value actually put in. I did say that I was relating it back to theories. Is JPL gonna hike over 5% bond market and Fed or loggerheads? I don't want to talk about the economics. I don't want to talk about economics right now. Mo said you're relating it back to co-ops. No, I said that it forces them to create somewhat co-ops, but that was when I was relating it back to, again, theories, like I said. Marx is fictional economics. Yeah, he was a sociologist, not an economics person. Economist. Anyways, trucking, you have a history of not knowing how to listen for the last fucking 2 hours, and I'm kind of fucking over it. I'm gonna hop into the Discord after stream for a little bit. So if anyone wants to talk there, you can, including you, trucking. You can come actually talk, because I'm hoping maybe you will listen. I'm trying to ban you. This goes back to not being able to listen. Did I ever say that I was gonna ban you? Exactly, he's starting to bore me too. He's not that much fun. So we're gonna probably end stream. We've gone for almost 8 hours. And we're gonna hop into the Discord. Chuck, if you want to come talk, if you want to continue this conversation, you can come to the Discord. Yeah, I'm getting sick of it because you're not actually fun anymore. This was fun at the beginning, and now it's just getting old because you don't listen. So hopefully, if you want to come and talk in the Discord, you are willing to, all right? Or you are able to. And hopefully you'll actually listen if you do come to talk in the Discord. That would be very nice of you. And it would really help to actually move this conversation somewhere. It's not fun to be spanked because you're not gay anymore. No, it's not fun to have this conversation with someone who doesn't know how to have an intellectual conversation or listen or think for themselves. So, you can come spank us in the Discord if you'd like to continue spanking us. But for now, I'm going to peace out, you guys. Thank you guys for hanging out tonight. I had a great time. Trucking was weird, but, you know, we had a good time overall. I'll be back here on Sunday night at 8 o'clock Pacific time talking about more bullshit and whatever the fuck you guys want. We might have a little conversation with Cutie. Cutie asked to do a call for a little bit, so we might be doing that on Sunday. And other than that, I will figure out what we're doing on Sunday by the time that we start streaming on Sunday. Anyways, Chucking, if you'd like to join the Discord and talk some more, we're going to stay on topic. And I think I am actually, if you decide to join the Discord, we are still going to go back to the fact that where this conversation started was rehabilitation versus punitive justice. And I would like to have that conversation with you, because that is something that I actually care deeply about and that I'm deeply educated on. So I would love to have that conversation. Anyways, aside from that, thank you guys for hanging out.